beginning of the series, so I'm wondering if there's maybe a character pool selection that they're having trouble with continuing on with series. They only won one game through all of Pro League, so this team slays heavy, and for us right now, it's probably the least we've ever talked about a HAL roster or a HAL team, because they're usually dominating through all the group stages, and it's really interesting to watch because this is the first time I believe they're an underdog. Even the talent in the back when we're giving our predictions, I don't think anyone but Dan, and he felt like he had to because someone had to pick them to win. So it's very interesting to watch this team. And you know, I think there's a lot of potential there, and we'll see what happens, but who knows?
I mean, I agree with you, but it's also Falcons and HAL. They might be down, but you can never count them out. We're talking about the multiple LAN winner. Never mind the fact that Guild also has been second a couple of times as well, I believe, on LAN. So
3 times, actually.
Three times,
second places
actually.
for
And
Guild.
Walty has won LAN as well. So when you're getting to that point, a team made up of champions and one almost a champion as well, they have what it takes already to bring it back.
Well, there you got. We got all the family as well. We have seen SAUL. We actually got a chance to do a segment with them earlier on. I know everybody, that, especially behind us, is going to be rooting for SAUL. And I've been promised a jersey, so we'll see if I'm actually going to end up getting one if they win. I think that was the quote-unquote role. I know you want them to win.
Yeah, I try to match the blue a little bit. You know, yeah, I put them as my prediction, okay? I feel like this roster, it is their time to win. You know, I said it before, they have had so many great lands, but it's always just missing it. But throughout the group stages, SAUL were placed third. This is an exceptional performance. You know, we had those top 3 teams, you know, Elite, etc., having the most points, and SAUL were up there from the group stages. So their consistency in every single match is why I believe that, yeah, SAUL might win this one.
I mean, they have been able to win games too, which is something that some squads have not been able to do. One that comes to mind right away is one that we saw yesterday during the survival stage, which was Team RRQ. That squad was just not able to win a game, but that consistency that they showed ended up putting them in that first place, Graceful.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen several teams, and I think Falcons actually is included in that, where they have been struggling with the meta, especially game 1 and 2 with, you know, with Crypto and Seer being banned out first. A lot of these teams are having a tough time adapting. And yesterday, we still got 10 games, which is absolutely crazy because we saw so many different comps that we normally don't get to see. Now we're back a little bit more towards orthodox comps because we don't know how many games will be played. So people should really be looking to take the advantage of playing everything that hasn't been banned at the moment, which yesterday, I think, Alter was severely underplayed, which the teams that did well actually picked her.
And then when we started getting into the later matches, we started seeing some other legends as well.
Yeah.
But here you have it. One last tweet for everybody out there using that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26.
Yes.
Talk to me about this one.
This is the whole thing, is where normally, this was back in the day when you would also, even before contests as well, but now Alliance is dropping old Ferrari. Now we don't really have Tridents anymore, but with the old way that they used to do is whoever lands Northpad, they are absolutely standing it, because that loot right there is just not really enough. For instant rotate, if the zone is perhaps walls, you can make it happen, but generally speaking, you just want to make sure that you're getting the POIs essentially for free so that you can just fight properly that whole game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when it comes down to this, we'll see what happens in these first few games, because Alliance has historically, anytime anyone has taken the North Pad, they've rushed them right away. And AG is one of the teams that a lot of teams were scared to fight at the beginning of games. So we'll see what happens in these first, 1-2 games, and we'll move from there. But AG is not a team that I would want to push, and without the Trident actually being a thing, it kind of changes rotations entirely. You don't have the ability to have the elongated fight and then get in and get around the map as fast. It might be one of those where you hope you kind of predict the zone, or maybe they start going the wall route instead. We'll see.
Yeah, and also it depends what the zone's going to be doing, because it's been going right quite a lot, especially the past 4 days. We'll see if that's going to happen again today. Now, talking about how the lobby is going to be playing, we have seen the lobby start off slow, and then we kind of switched it up to the lobby playing super aggressive, right? What I want to know, Snipe, you as an ex-pro player, when you used to be in this kind of stage, what did you expect when going to a match point finals? The lobby to be super aggressive until somebody got to the match point?
Yeah, I mean, this is where you see some of the best teams shine. A lot of these teams actually, this is like, we'll go back to Falcons. They always do better in better lobbies, so this is where I'm expecting them to step up.
Yeah.
And honestly, we're gonna have to just see what happens with these rosters right here. I think you want to start strong, but you're not gonna do what we saw in like in the survival round, where teams are just coming out and they're trying to challenge everything. A lot of teams play more passive right away to start because they want to get to the end zone. They want to get the cumulative points because you need to get to that 50 to get to the match point. So it really does. You don't need to drop the 20, 30 point games. Yeah, it's amazing to do that at the beginning, but consistency is key in these. And then once you get to that 50 point threshold is when you can start figuring out if you want to go for as many kills you want or if you're trying to get that win.
Yeah, I just want to touch on like the match point format as well. Like you get, I'm going to say one chance. You hit the 50 match point threshold and you get one chance to be able to do it. If you leave that chance in the floor, you probably won't get it again.
Well, Lace, I know you got a chance to talk to a player earlier.
Yeah.
I don't remember which player it was. Which player was it? I know it was some Sentinels.
I chatted to a few, but that might be fun FPS.
All right, well, you know what? Let's see what they ended up saying and how they were able to prepare for this final day.
I've got fun FPS here from the Sentinels. I've just grabbed him off the street. Now, Fun, you guys just won champs. It was an incredible feeling. Do you feel like the competition or EWC is any different or more difficult?
I would say that it's a little bit more brutal, like coming out of the group stages, like definitely getting top 14 is like very brutal and a lot of emotions going from every team. And I think this lobby will be a lot of fun, honestly.
You know, we've kind of been saying like the format's a little bit different, right? You don't have a chance to get out of that sort of survival round. Oh, sorry, the the bottom bracket. It was just survival, so it was cutthroat. But you guys are, of course, in the finals. Now, who do you think your competition is going to be today? Is there any teams that you're like, oh, okay, this might be a little bit more tough?
No one really, honestly. Like we pretty much rotate so fast that we don't really interact with a lot of the teams. So pretty much just gonna be playing against the zone most of the time, honestly.
Not even Elite with their group stages?
Elite's definitely gonna be a challenger. Yeah, but I feel like everyone's gonna be, if not more difficult, or on the same playing field as everyone else in the lobby as well.
Yeah, well, you know, everyone wants to win. Okay, what's the game plan today? Is it to sort of follow suit or kind of, just wrangle in Monsoon the whole time? What's the plan for the team?
Land, loot, rotate, the classic.
That's it, land, loot, rotate, win. This is Fun FPS from the Sentinels. Best of luck to you today, Fun. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lace. I appreciate you doing that interview.
Walking and talking is hard, man.
It is. I mean, you even see him bump into somebody who's like, my bad, bro. But after that interview, did you get any chance to maybe get some extra stuff outside of the interview, extra good info?
I just got the vibes of the fist bumps from Monsoon. Like, this team is just energetic, and, they bring that into each and every one of their games. In our group stages, Sentinels were consistently top 10 within their first game. Unfortunately, it sort of dropped off in the next group stages there, and then they honed it in again today because they dropped like that banging 23 kill game, which basically brought them up. But they're champions. They've been champions before. I was chatting to Fun and I said, oh, is there anyone you're a little bit scared of? He's like, nah. But I was like, Elite? Oh, maybe. But, I feel like they've got that confidence and, that energy that's just going to carry them through matches. It's so exciting for Sentinels.
I mean, Elite has been playing lights out. Exactly. Wow. And you know what? Let's actually go into our PS5 story of the day because it is Elite Esports, the first place team out of group stages in Graceful. This squad, when you were talking about consistency, boy, were they listening to you because they gave us that insight.
I mean, they've been the most consistent team throughout this whole tournament, and this is why I said as well, undisputedly the best team going into this final lobby as well, from what we've seen so far. And the final say things can always flip, but I am expecting very big things from them, and that's why I said 8 to 10 games. I believe that these guys could definitely close this out.
Well, we got a chance to talk about earlier about some of the squads. I mean, BK Game is not going to be here, so we will be crowning a new champion. But there is a chance that there could be a team out there that becomes a 2-time champion at EWC, and it would be Alliance, Lace.
Yeah, look, in 2024, they won. They hit that match point format. We thought it was going to be the Falcons at that point, but they, like I said, they actually choked on their opportunity to win the game. So this is why I was saying it's super important. You hit match point format. Anytime you see that chance to win victory, it's rotation and make sure that you're there in place to be able to win it. And that's exactly what Alliance did back then. Look, I'll get these guys to sort of touch a little bit more on, I guess, maybe why it's not so consistent for them. But watching these first couple of matches, it was so incredibly tough for them. You know, usually you hear the name Alliance and you think powerhouses, but it was looking really grim until the final 2 matches in their group stages. And, you know, we got a chance to chat to Aku, where he said it himself that, you know, he's not a replacement for Effect, and he never will be, but he's a new dynasty. So, you know, hopefully we get to see that today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Hackets, right, from Alliance social media. They put him out there just making sure that he did the extra homework, and boy, was he able to do it, especially for the last day. The performance that they had, nobody, I think, expected them to be able to make it with how they started off in the first 2 days to the finals. But guess what? They're here right now. One team that did showcase that they could be in the match point finals from the get-go was none other than Team Liquid, and we had Zero. I mean, talking about choking earlier, he's not looking to choke anytime soon.
Yeah, no, this Liquid roster is finally hitting their stride at the exact time they need to. You know, I think there were a lot of questions about Zero and his IGLing when that Falcons roster first kind of blew up a little bit, and then he missed a land, and now they're here hitting their stride at the right moment. I love the dynamic of this roster. Sykes has taken a role of a support player, which he really hasn't had to do, and his ability to be a hybrid. You know, Sykes only picked up video games in general like 3 years ago. This guy is unbelievable. He didn't play any video games before Apex, really. So, unbelievable storyline. Panic comes out there, and I think he brings a whole new element to this roster. You can trust him to slay. Zero's really enabled him to be that main slayer that he has, where he doesn't have to, you know, carry his rosters because he has so much talent around him. And I think he's kind of pulled him back from making his own plays and making a lot more team plays to elevate the rest of his roster. And he said, you know, when he believes that he has the confidence to be one of the best players in the game, and you don't hear him talk that highly about players unless he really means it. And so for us to watch this roster who's been so dominant, so consistent, they have 3 wins, they've dropped absolute massive games. It's going to be really fun to see how they do, and I think this is the moment where, you know, he can pull that EWC win out and really cement himself as, you know, we can bring that conversation back between him and Hal again, you know, and that could be another rivalry. We've talked about, you know, Liquid, Falcons, and brought that up. That's been one of our rivalries or matches that we've been watching throughout this event, and I'm really excited to see that, and you never know. You never know.
Yeah, new dynasty.
I mean, the absolute biggest thing, though, that people haven't even, you know, thought of, maybe if they didn't rewatch the VODs for sure, is all 3 of them have clutched games. That's like the biggest thing that you normally don't see out of a whole roster. If we're talking about Panics, Rat clutch and winning that game, actually from the 3v3, coming out with 1 HP on the cannon and barometer, and then surviving and winning the game. Not everybody can do that. But the biggest one I would like to say is Sykes there for that moment, actually on the building in Lava Fisher, I believe it was. He was a Watson on the roof, holding off the second team in the last 3v3, holding off 1v2, cracking them, doing 1 billion damage, and they managed to close out the fight. The fact that every single role is so strong, able to take over any fight, is just scary. The rest of the lobby should really be aware that it's not just about the entry or anything. The whole team is on their guns.
They definitely are. It looks like all engines are go for that squad, especially when we got a chance to talk with Zero yesterday. If you missed that out, make sure you go back and watch it. But I want to actually switch the conversation to just players' performances, because I feel like when we talk about Wolves, that's what ended up happening yesterday, with No Name just stepping up in a big way, kind of giving them that confidence boost. So I'm going to throw it to you, Lace. Who do you think, which player do you think is going to end up stepping up? Is it going to be No Name again?
It's got to be. Like, he's just a powerhouse. And we saw it in one of the clips, right? They were there. He was kind of like let go on the leash and have the Kraber in hand. And he was the last left alive on Team Wolves when I think it was on the World's Edge map. And he had the ability just to hold it to his team. You know, we're talking about the Team Liquid, where they've got those solo players that can, in fact, just lock it down when the squad is not present. And that's exactly what No Name can do. But, you know, it does take this team a little while to get that ball rolling. But once they do, it ain't stopping.
Well, hopefully that ball is going to start getting rolling and rolling quickly, because as you can tell, the countdown has started. Match point finals is finally here. So let's get started.
Vamos time início, porra! Caralho, olha a dancinha, amor, vem minha dança! Vem cá, vem cá! Vai perder, vai perder! Vamos pra ele ali, velho. Tá tentando. Ó. Faz isso. O outro, velho. Caraca, velho.
Mesdames et messieurs, après 4 jours intenses de compétition, nous y sommes, les 60 meilleurs joueurs du monde, les 20 meilleures équipes. Ce soir, une sera couronnée championne.
Every tournament begins with belief. The belief that you and your team will be left standing in a fountain of confetti, clutching onto the trophy that you have so desperately coveted for years. But belief will only get you to the starting line.
Aujourd'hui, tout recommence. Toutes les équipes sont à 0 points avec un objectif en tête. Réussir à arriver aux 50 points et être finaliste. Une fois cette étape franchie, un dernier objectif. Faire un top 1 pour réussir à remporter la victoire, soulever ce trophée et gagner le WC Paris.
And so, for the final time, my name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the incredible Luti. And whether you are at home or right here in the Port de Versailles, in the heart of Paris, make some noise for your teams as they enter the Gadia City grids. Starting with Max, Tiger and Cinetic, they are For Fun Esports.
Ó, For Fun. Vindo da For Fun vindo diferente aí, né?
Drops the Kion there, GK Esports.
Ok. Aqui tem aí, mano. Ó, tiro, vamos de tiro, cara aí de tiro.
Lufka, Blasts and Zane, they are Gaming Gladiators.
Vayne, Cole and Kurev, they are Ninja in Pyjamas Esports.
Esse cara é da hora, velho. Esse loirinho aí é maneiro. Esse loirinho aí é carinho.
Blixer, Fun and Monsoon.
Sentinel, o cara farmando Áurea. Você viu o cara farmando Áurea? Calma aí, Elite vai aparecer. A Elite é o que tem o melhor player, velho.
Sinap, Justna and Hobley, they are Interforce 36.
Interforce. Não sei como é que os caras sobreviveram nesse campeonato.
Albralelli, Skittle Cakes and Sacred. They are Team
Mano, a Nemesis também, não sei como é que tá vindo,
Nemesis.
velho. O campeonato tá disparado aqui.
Zach, Loader and Carter, they are Team Vision.
Olha que legal, velho. O palco.
Euris, Arufa and Axis. They are Reject.
Mano, o Reject também. Esse é o cara que tem a mãe que chora quando o cara ganha. Esse aqui, ó.
Yulaviman, Exuvi and Peace.
O cara ganha, a mãe dele já tá no filho. Quem que é?
Mike, Satuki and Yuka F.
Esse cara tem a logo da Division. Olha que fã.
Haku, Hakis and Lucky, the Alliance.
Eu também não sei como é que tá com o vídeo no campeonato. Eu perdi um dia de jogo. Aí, mano, cara.
Deeds, Jelly and Duplex. They are Zeddy Esports.
Mas é de esporte pra mim. Os caras não tem nem uniforme, velho. Os caras tão foda.
Aguares, Nizul and Yania, AGAL.
Mano, os caras não entendem história. Aqui é um mapa. Todo mundo entra no mesmo mapa.
Sharky, Legacy, and Jesco. They are S8UL Esports.
Ô, louco, velho. Ah, é a Full Game?
No Name, Wentz and Crazy Kong, Wolves Esports!
Mano, ontem esses caras fizeram história, velho. História. É bizarro. Olha que legal, velho. Os caras fizeram até desenho.
Pricey, Easy Flash,
Olha
and
lá, a
Straight
Royal...
Flame.
Não,
They
Royal não é.
are RRQ.
RRQ, velho. Eu falo Royal porque tem
Zero, Sykes, and Panic, the Team Liquid!
Não, é Team Liquid. Ó, ele fez assim, ó, porque é Team Liquid.
Light, Kinda, and Henchman.
Mano, esse moleque é pica. Esse moleque aqui é pica. Não, é o outro. O outro moleque ele é pica, mano. Tô pensando pra ele. Pra mim é ele que vai ganhar esse
Kills,
jogo, velho.
Woozy, and Imperial Hall, the reigning club champions, Team Falcon!
Esses caras são muito bons. Eles ganharam a... Acho que eles ganharam a final, velho. Não. Ó, os caras tirando papel e tudo. Será que é irmão dele?
Nous y sommes, les meilleurs joueurs du monde sont ici à Paris. Qui marquera l'histoire? Qui repartira avec les $2 millions? Qui remportera le WC?
We've got $2 million on the line and a legacy that will forever be forged into the ALGS history books at the Esports World Cup. So it is time to put up or shut up. It is time for the match point finals.
Make some noise!
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and every sacrifice made to get to this point.
The goal is always to win.
That's what we're here for, right?
The game so far has been incredibly rough.
It's hard.
I guess we can just call it warm-up. Hopefully the warm-up is done.
We are like super confident in our team. Clueless people should not do tier lists and put us on lower tiers because we've shown what we can do.
The difference between having a good game from a great game is just those small seconds.
Obviously, there's a rivalry between us and Liquid, so it's always nice to beat them. But it's just a little ego boost, pretty much. It's nothing deeper than that.
There's definitely like big names not doing as great as expected.
I just want to apologize to everyone that have watched us. The group stage performance was not great. I'm going to definitely promise that we're going to be showing up on finals way better.
O cara pedindo desculpa, mano.
I haven't missed a final since Poland, which is almost 6 years ago. So I'm not too worried.
そうですね。まず決勝に上がってきた全チームが全力を出した上で僕たちが1位になれるように頑張ります。
We're super proud and we're looking forward to finals. Try our best and whatever happens, happens.
We got through the hard part, so now this is the easy part.
After 4 days of competition, we find ourselves finally on the final day of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at the Esports World Cup 2026. And if you're here in the arena, if you're at home watching, you're about to be a part of one of the greatest spectacles in all of esports. It's match point finals.
Everyone's going to be talking about it, and the big question is, how many matches will we go today? Could it be 7, 8? Could we go all the way to 13 or 14 like we saw last year, the Esports World Cup 2025? It always provides entertainment here, and we are globally represented in these match point finals as well. 9 from Americas, 4 from EMEA, 4 from APAC North, and 3 from APAC South. Every region is represented.
Absolutely love the fact that we have so much representation, showing that the Apex Legends Global Series truly is global. Now, 40 teams, of course, descended here on Paris, and we are left with 20. We have had heartbreak, we have had huge moments, we have had clutches, and of course, we have had that disappointment yesterday of having to send some teams home. But today is all about glory. It's all about becoming a champion. And when you look across this lobby, you look across the teams that are here, there are so many stories that are desperate for a conclusion.
We have the reigning world champions of Sentinels on the stage. You have the history of the club champions in Team Falcons on the stage. You have the up-and-comers, Team Liquid, who look like they could be champions on the stage. All of these stories converging together to create what is going to be an incredible match point finals. But it could be a long old road to victory here. It is not as simple as doing it in just a few games. We could go the distance.
Now, just to remind everyone, or if you don't know at all how this is going to work, a little bit of a change of format for our finals. Match point finals has its own special flavor. You've got to hit 50 points, get that on the board, and then you will become match point eligible. After you win a game, having become match point eligible, you will become champion.
And as I said earlier, we went all the way to 13 games last year. Are we going to find a similar distance, or could we even go further? I'm kind of having my fingers crossed that we will, because the more Apex we see, the better. Now, there are so many fans in the audience here, fans of every single team, and that's what's amazing. Every team on the walkout had someone cheering for them.
It's an amazing, amazing place to be, and if you are here, get behind the boys, because these teams have been fighting it out for 4 days to make it to this stage, to have a chance at lifting that trophy when we are all said and done at the end of today. Honestly, we've got goosebumps here in the caster booth, everyone in the green room, everyone backstage. I'm sure everybody who's sat in the seats watching right now is feeling the same, because we're heading over to Storm Point to kick this thing off. Paris Match Point Finals is live.
As we check in with the winners from the group stage, the #1 seed here, Elite Esports. Can they carry on their same trajectory from where they started and continue things into the finals here? Because Elite, we've seen this before on set, an EMEA team dominating throughout group stages, but then they fall flat when they get to the finals in the big moments.
It's a story as old as time. The one team to upset that apple cart, a team who's won the Esports World Cup before. Take yourself back a couple of years. Alliance in our match point finals have got it done at the Esports World Cup. What an opportunity that would be to call yourself a 2-time champion.
2 times champion that no one else has yet to be able to call themselves at the Esports World Cup. And now we've had some interesting zones when it does come to the ALGS so far this tournament. And starting here on Storm Point, are we going to see some similar ones? That's going to be the real question. It looks like we're going to be heading up north when it comes to where we're going to be finishing with this final circle. And the wall has been one of the best POIs that we have seen so far in terms of statistics, and Unlimit are going to be dropping up there.
Yeah, interesting. I was keeping my eyes on Alliance and AG Global. We saw that tweet before the action got underway today, saying that Alliance were going to be aggressive on AG Global, but probably not going to have the opportunity here, because the prio to this zone is going to be the most important. There is that zone. Wolves Esports are moving up to the top of the zipline building. And the fact that all of the wall isn't quite in there, this might be an interesting one. Wolves try to move into wall, Unlimited.
Deixa eu abaixar o som do jogo aqui rapidinho. Mano, acabou de começar, vai ser 8 jogos, não, vai ser 10 jogos. Peraí, deixa eu baixar um pouco o volume. Tô gritando aqui.
Unlucky is down, but Unlucky is brought back to his feet.
Vão ser 10 jogos e quem fizer a maior pontuação ganha 2 milhões de dólares, mano. São 20 squads de 3 pessoas. Daí dá 60 players aí na partida. E já morreu 2 já. Não, morreu um só. Já morreu um já.
As for AG Global now, they've already had their first test.
Foi da EG ainda.
They rue the day that they picked
Os favoritos aqui para vencer, na minha opinião, Elite Games, Elite Team, a Team Liquid, a Falcons e a...
It's AG Global who perhaps
E
stepped into
a...
enemy territory.
Well, I get the feeling that story's not going to end in this game. We've just seen the Reds coming
Calma,
in.
tem mais favorito para vencer aí,
AG Global will
dos
be back to
4.
full strength with Yanya rejoining the troops.
Tem a Falcons, Team Liquid, AG...
Bottom of the zipline building. They're going to have a little bit of a rotate a little bit later
Mano, que era o
on.
outro?
So many teams ahead of them. I don't mind them playing this
Ah,
area
Wolves.
and looking to hold a
Wolves,
few
velho.
teams out. One of
Wolves
the
é
teams
pica.
close to them is going to be Forefront Esports. They've got some barrels
Aí é
there
um
and
Battle
expecting push to
Royale,
come in.
igual o Fortnite, assim, e eles têm que ganhar, tipo assim, dá pra você ganhar muito ponto matando, mas tu ganha muito ponto chegando no top 3 ali. Então meio que os times têm que equilibrar entre matar e chegar no top 3 do Battle Royale ali. Mano, meu celular vai desligar, eu não vou conseguir postar o negócio.
Dropping over at wall, come straight to them. They have the pick of where they wanted to play.
Ô, meu, pega meu carregador aí, por favor.
And Alta is going to be the composition that they've chosen for this game number 1. Usually one which kind of works into Unlimited's game plan, which is to be a little bit more aggressive, to take a few more team fights. But having Pryo in this zone, they're not going to have the best defensive legends outside of the Crypto EMP to stop those pushes coming in.
Now Nemesis for me, quiet underdogs in this tournament. They've been going about their business, but you look at the composition, you look at how this team is built, the experience and the history of Albraleli against the sheer gun power of Skittle Cakes and Sacred. Definitely potential winners for me if they find form, but it is an if.
Peraí que eu tenho que marcar uns negócios aqui que eu não marquei.
Global saw them lose Yanya a little bit earlier, but they've got that reset now. But having to reset early on usually just slows down the rotate. We do see Team Nemesis, who was the team kind of poking from the green and white buildings outside of North Pad. It looks like the call is to try and maybe get up to purple here. A couple of Evo Harvesters being pinged as we take our attention now over to Cascade Falls. EK Esports and S8UL a little bit too close for comfort.
Now for GK and for Dropped in particular, it's been a history of always the bridesmaid, never the bride. A lot of second places. Can this be the team that finds him a first place finally at LAN? Even though it's a long old road, as we check back in with what's happening up towards wall, and this is Alliance trying to make a push in.
This is a really big fight. Someone's trying to force this.
Alliance já perdeu?
Package down, Alliance.
Nossa, mano!
A combination of walls.
A Gladiators é muito pica, velho. Ó, a Alliance já começou muito mal aqui, velho, porque eles foram o primeiro time eliminado, velho. Ou seja, os caras não pontuaram nada. Nada. Mano, isso aqui é muito ruim, velho. Muito ruim pra Alliance.
And for Wolves, what a day it was for them yesterday. And you remember the incredible second place finish we saw with the Kraber and the carry from No Name. Only losing in the end to a lamppost, but they've been able to get here to the match point finals, and at the moment, they are taking a little bit of a peep over towards GG, but I think both of these teams now, after eliminating Alliance, they can be comfortable in sitting in their buildings.
Throughout the years, I've lost many a fight to a lamppost, I will say, when I'm not paying attention.
Pronto, atualizei aqui, guys.
So I'm with you, No Name, but that was, I tweeted about it yesterday, it would have been one of this, what felt like the biggest single-handed carry from a player to get Wolves into that position and pop up for a win that we would have seen in the history of the Apexlegends Global Series. Wasn't to be, but still extremely memorable. As we take a look at where that zone is going, we are pulling hard in towards
a qualidade tá boa, o som
that's
tá
a good
bom.
zone read from Unlimited
Tá
to play
certo.
that backside of it, have their backs clear, and let the lobby flood in front of them.
One team I'd like to mention here is Team Vision on that northeastern side. Not only are they going to be in a good position
Cara,
to transition
aqui é o que a gente já esperava, né? Todos os times vão pegar o Crypto pra poder reviver, né, a galera. Pra quem não sabe, o Crypto é esse japinho ali, meio cibernético dos personagens. E é aquela composição de sempre, né? Crypto, Caos e a Alter.
You can see just getting pinched essentially by two teams who wanted to force that building.
Aí no segundo jogo, todo mundo bane Crypto, né? Que é muito roubado. Aí vai vir um monte de Watson, que é uma de choquezinho. Nossa, mano. Aiá. Aiá. Vai tirar a Elite nem fudendo, mano. Meu Deus, a Elite foi eliminada, meu. Caralho! Logo os caras que eu tô torcendo, velho. Acabou, guys. Aqui acabou o jogo. Mano, é muito inesperável, velho, o que vai acontecer.
When you talk about legend changes, you talk about compositions, running the right kind of legend, well, Axel is everything that AG wants.
Essa personagem tem um poder muito bom, velho, que ela cria um portal que atravessa a parede, assim, tipo... Então você tem um terreno que é, tipo, um terreno, sei lá, um piso aqui. Ela consegue atravessar de baixo pra cima, ela consegue ir de cima pra baixo. Ó, essa habilidade aí é do drone, que deixa todo mundo com a habilidade cancelada. Um choque elétrico. Aí, ó, tá todo mundo fritado agora. Eles vão ter que fugir pela zona, mano. Nossa, a Inter tá muito mal ali.
Right at the top of command center. Obley's down. Satuki underneath, just playing in and around the knockdown. Oh, seen that. Oh!
Nossa,
the armor swap, but it's not a great one. Oh, in the first Force 36 will go down.
Inter Force caiu, guys.
And it's going to be Zeta Division who will win their first fight. You did see a scan
a Zeta Game também, muito boa, muito boa. Os caras estão jogando muito bem. Cara, ó, Team Liquid, ó, agora que a Elite saiu, a gente espera que a Team Liquid vai pra final, mano. O Zero joga muito bem, velho.
As GK now holding out Team Liquid, this isn't going to be a comfortable rotation for them. Trouble is, if Team Liquid opt to go the other way, they're just going to go into Falcons, and actually, Falcons are hearing all this commotion, they also see the Mythic bin, and Falcons are starting to approach, so we're going to have 3 teams all around this Mythic bin now.
GK get EMP'd, or should I say that, excuse me, is their EMP, trying to slow down the push coming in from behind. Where that zone is going, though, we'll pay attention to that in a few seconds time, because that is going to upset the lobby. Wow, to say the least, that is where we are going.
Mano, a GK tá numa situação ruim aqui, hein? Ó, Team Liquid, que eles estão com... Mano, a Team Liquid, eles estão com 2 rastreadores, né? Porque o Crypto é rastreador também.
Sentinels also in the area as well. We know what an incredible zone heavy team Sentinels can be. The
ó, esse personagem aqui, ó, o negro de chapéu. É o Sir.
Initially from GK, but perhaps they're going to re-engage. Now they've not seen a third team. Falcons, they didn't see any knocks in the kill feed, so they back away. As those CQs now start to give a little bit of information, and of course,
ele joga meio que um raio que desabilita tipo, as coisas e deixa os caras marcados. É muito bom pra limpar, pra pegar a visão dos caras.
Cannot get those barrels out. Cannot use that caustic ult as we see Sentinels
tipo a flecha do...
The world champions were early in match number 1 and they had a great position as well. It's Ninjas in Pajamas who took care of their nearest threat.
A Soul tá fechando a Liquid. Quem tá batendo na Liquid, mano? Nossa, velho, a Soul acabou com a Liquid. Fênix tá vivo ainda. Nossa, tinha Liquid eliminada, velho. Nossa, que começo de campeonato ruim pro time americano, velho.
Outside of command center from the Spider Cave, SAUL looking
to
5
squads já foram eliminados já, hein?
And managed to do so. Come hither. So they will be healthy. As Falcons now going to start to hold out GK.
Falcons agora.
Oh, this is going to get ugly because Zeta Division also here in command center.
E a Falcons tá no mesmo esquema da Team Liquid, né? 2 rastreador e uma de movimento, velho. A Zeta eliminou a Soul. Acabou de eliminar a Soul. Cara, que roubada essa habilidade, velho. Errou. Quem que tá aí agora? Ah, é a Falcon. Meu, a Falcon tinha que virar os caras, pô. Falcon foi eliminada, guys. Já era. A Zeta acabou de eliminar 2 esquadrões, velho. Ó, ninjas em pijamas. Vambora.
Now this is the center of the zone. This is a huge fight to win. NIP have lost one.
Cole is down. A lot of damage, of course, done by Vayne with that car, but not enough to get the knock and even up the numbers. However, the portal from Kurev, huge, vital to get Cole back into a position where he can get res, but here comes Cinetic. Here comes the fun, and Kurev has to jump into the void.
Vai ser o Hypeee.
Vayne's not particularly healthy as well, but of course can go into that drone. Grab that death box potentially as well. There is still hope here for NIP.
Tá viva ainda, guys.
But Forfun have bullied them out of the building. Nemesis now taking a lot of damage. You can see that up on the high ground. Surprise, surprise, who's taking them out? It's going to be Zeta Division again. Team Nemesis will be eliminated.
Olha a reject.
The lobby is gone.
The cockroaches of the lobby in the moment are Zeta Division. No one seems to be able to take them down. Surely this is going to be their final fight. But now, even Reject are under fire as they started to approach. Satuki has gone down. And finally, after a valiant effort, Zeta Division will fall. But alongside from KP is now RRQ approaching Reject.
Mano, RRQ tá... Tá muito full, velho. Os caras têm todo mundo ainda.
Walking up to where that portal was. The damage was enough for them to try and take this spot away from Reject. Yuri still down and Axis barely with any HP himself.
Nossa, Reject tá morta,
velho. And RRQ are going to give an OXL over to Pricey on the Wraith to try and hit another.
É só os caras querer aí, hein? Se a Reject voltar pro jogo, mano.
Quickly find out how difficult it is to try and approach uphill. Sadly for Reject as a 2, there's too many eyes on at the moment. Wraith Portal is going to be the only attempt here.
Tá, vamos usar o portal pra fugir. O Bright, ele joga muito bem, mano.
Arcee still somehow alive, by the way. I don't know how. I'll limit now from that southern, excuse me, the northernmost tip of the wall. Have to force their way forward. Remember, they dropped over here. They thought the zone call was going to be a hard wall zone, but the pull away has really scuppered their game.
Oh, and the caustic barrels in the end do enough as Unlimit and Reject will be wiped away from this server. As Team Vision, I mentioned this position a little bit earlier from the northeast. They bided their time, they didn't overcommit, and now they've been able to slowly but surely work their way further south. And now they actually hold out the likes of Wolves and
GG. Devo ter umas 10 partidas. Mano, a Apex é muito foda, mano.
One of the best conversion rates that you could possibly ask for when you
meu PC não rodava, né? Mas eu acho que esse PC aqui roda. Aí eu tava assistindo os campeonatos e falei, mano, eu devia voltar a jogar essa porra. Ah, tô xingando demais. Devia voltar a jogar. Ai, a Gladiators caiu, velho. Que merda. Ai, a Wolves tá na merda também. Calma. Nossa, velho.
Easy Flash goes down though into 1v1, strafing Flame.
Que merda, ó.
Versus Crazy Kong inside
Já
the
era,
building behind the knockdowns. Swing comes in. Crazy Kong, he gets
Ai, a
down,
Wolves caiu
strafing
também.
Flame. With the biggest shots of the final
Um
so
dos bagulhos da hora do Apex é quando você cai e fica meio que um escudinho. Aí seu aliado pode tipo, se esconder atrás de você pra tentar ganhar uma luta. Véi, a Farfan tá numa posição muito boa, porque eles têm o Caos Kill. O Caos Kill controla bem a área, velho, dentro de casa. Você fica jogando uns veneno, é tipo o Timo, mano. Quem é o Brasil? Ninguém, né? O Brasil não passou. Eu acho que só tem um time brasileiro, que eu acho que é a Leviathan. Brasileiro não, né? Mas aqui América Latina. Mas a Leviathan não passou, tá ligado?
And you mentioned those conversion rates. NIP with a 33% conversion rate from top 5 to a win.
Aí aqui eu tô torcendo pra Elite. Porque tem um cara da Elite que é muito bom, velho. Mas a Elite já foi eliminada já. Mano, eu tô falando, velho, é impossível você prever quem que vai ganhar o jogo, mano. É muita coisa de azar também, velho. Nossa, a Nip já era, mano. Nossa, que posição de merda que eles ficaram ali, hein.
Safe was the wrong word from me. They certainly weren't. The nades just rained down from numerous teams. They've managed to reset once against the odds. Ninjas in pajamas in this game. Can they do it again? Top 4.
Ó, o cara tá vivo ainda.
Ninjas in pajamas, Zeddy Esports and 4Fun Esports.
Cadê o cara da Nip que tá vivo? Ah, ele tá atrás dos aliados.
Maybe you can find a little hidey hole to play here. Because perhaps Zeddy and 4Fun are focusing elsewhere.
He might be able to get a placement point if he's careful here. He also might be able to get a
já
death
era,
box
mano. Já era. Vamos matar esse cara.
Overflow, which means you'll get healthy nice and quick.
Ó, ele marcou. Filho da puta.
As Team Vision hold the most space, it's 4Fun and Zeddy that are stacked up on top of each other. Maybe not. Ninjas in pajamas will be eliminated. Kurev cannot get the.
Mas eles foram bem, mano. Eles morreram em quarto. Eles farmaram muito ponto aqui. Mano, a 4Fun, que não tava indo tão bem no segundo dia de campeonato, tá aqui na final agora. É muita coisa de se encontrar no jogo também, tá ligado? Porque o meta muda. O meta, ele muda dependendo dos bans. Ó, a 4Fun eliminada. A Vision Pro ganhou. Mano, é muito rápido, mano. Bizarro. Véi, chega no final, é muito rápido. Os caras só invadiram a casa e acabaram com eles, pô. Mano, eu queria encontrar a mãe do moleque que chora lá, velho. Ah, e o da hora do campeonato é que dá pra jogar tanto no controle quanto no mouse e teclado. Muito foda. Tem as duas opções. Aí você vai ver nas câmeras, às vezes tem uns caras jogando tipo com o controle aqui embaixo, lá em cima. Tipo, a Vision. As Sentinels, eles estão meio pato, né?
And the fact that it bounces back to that zipline building, a lot of those teams who had Prio inside of wall really struggle to leave.
I have a wry smile because I called the position from Vision right at the start when they held the northeast. And the reason they played that, I like to think, is because they could split the difference. They could transition to either zone if it pulled north or south.
Ah, foi a Zed que eliminou a Nip, mano.
Against Ninja Pajamas. Those nades were huge. And they were able to sniff them out, take them down, and then look how simple it was from here. They saw the fighting take place. Easy.
A Vision Pro nem fez nada, eles só entraram ali e terminaram o jogo. Os caras se mataram antes.
Because it certainly is coming true here. We'll have to see if they can continue though. We know that a good start is one thing, but we usually go a long way when it comes to match point. But getting that win early on, boy, did it do something.
Ó, daí a segunda partida, os caras já banam o Aí já vem, mano, campeão diferente já. Começa a vir
Nessie again just dangerously, tantalizingly close towards the crusher there. As those are the keys that will be crushed alongside the hopes and dreams of all these players on stage tonight. Only one will remain.
Ele monta umas barreirazinhas.
And Team Vision taking home the champion banner in that first game. Match 2 is just around the corner. We're going to go for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Da Team Liquid. Os caras vão fazer break.
Play is in our DNA.
Break.
Whenever we let it out, it
becomes
our superpower.
Deixa eu mandar uma mensagem aqui,
Imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Cadê o chat da live aqui, velho?
Look, I don't know if you've heard this, Pricey, but I was on broadcast yesterday.
Sumiu, mano.
And I looked deep in the camera and I said, I don't know if they're going to make it into the finals. And I have been saying it's a reverse caster curse, okay? Because you guys did so well yesterday for Apex South. Now, going into today's competition, do you feel like yesterday's performance is going to bleed into today and that you can maintain what you guys have already done?
We've been going into like, our last 2 group stages were bad. So yesterday and after every game, it was like a mental reset every game.
Então tivemos reset mental.
Right now we're like still on that like even level. We're not
E agora subimos o level.
Overconfident, underconfident. So we're just gonna play our game and see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching you guys from the side of the stage where you're kind of like cheering, even though you don't get the win in that match, but you know that you're getting those sorts of points. How has it been like sort of having Easy Flash come back in, because Strafing and Easy Flash have been such a dynamic duo? How do you feel that you sort of like slide into that dynamic?
Como foi ter esse reset aqui no estádio, ganhando alguns pontos? Foi muito fácil.
But everyone's all happy and cheery. Everyone does their part super well. So that's what we're going for today again.
Well, Pricey, I will never
Gostamos muito da torcida e é por isso que estamos aqui hoje de novo.
But guys, best of luck to you today. Do it for Apex South.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at Esports World Cup 2026. Match 1 is in the history books, and it's Team Vision who take the win. We also hear from RQ's Pricey. Big Pricey guy,
olha a fantasia!
Personally, I think he's one of the most experienced and celebrated players in Apex South. We love to hear from him, and I love his music choices as well, Dan.
Que isso, mano?
Music choices, I will say.
I'm sure he's a fan of the cosplay that we have in the audience as well.
Cosplay maneiro,
Excellent
velho.
representations of skins. As we look back at some of the highlights, and match 1 is done, and how many more are we going to have here in match point finals? I do want to correct myself from earlier. I said last year we had 13 games. It was actually Esports World Cup 2024 we had 13 games. It was 9 last year, so apologies for that one. But it was a brilliant first match, because like I said, the points were shared quite evenly across the top 4 teams. There was no one who really took the plaudits, apart from the obvious win from Vision and just a little bit of a lead from the extra points they were able to get from first place.
I forgive you.
Thank you.
That's
no problem. It was only an apology to you, just to be clear.
I did not correct you. Team Vision with a very, very simple end game there, but I think the most impressive thing there for me was how they cleaned out RRQ to clear that side of zone. Very important. You saw the portal down using the Nexus, using the Q from Alta to get down to that low ground and deal with the damage onto RRQ, knowing that they had the ability to portal up onto them should they be forced to later on with that zone closed. So just
Pior que ganhar a primeira partida, mano, a confiança deve subir lá no
what Zach is so good at. Now, Crypto, of course, a huge contributing factor to that.
Tu
Being
ganha
able
uma
to
moral,
be
né,
Crypto, being able to use that drone and see what teams are surrounding you and see what teams are also fighting. But now we move into match number 2. This is where the IGL stakes, I think, start to get lifted a little bit here. The value of a good IGL when Crypto is gone really does get on display.
And now, differently to yesterday's competition and of course the group stages as well, in match point finals we snake draft the maps. We will not see 3 in a row and then moving into the next one. Instead, we start on Storm Point, we now move into World's Edge, and we transition all the way through to E-District, and then we go back again. So we will have E-District back to back at 4 and 5, and then later on we will not see Storm Point once more until match 8. So for Team Vision, for example, if Storm Point is their map, if that's where they're going to find wins, perhaps when we get to match 8, they would be match point eligible and might have the chance to win.
Well, just to give you an idea of the standings and the points that actually came away from match number 1, Team Vision with 19 points. The 7 KP that they got alongside the 12 for first place puts them, no surprise, top of the pile. ZE Esports with 14 alongside RRQ. Zeta Division actually ended up in 4th place. We saw a few team fights that they won. 11 KP took them to 13, For Fun with 10, and then Ninjas in Pajamas with 8. We'll update you on the standings as we go through these games, of course, but it's all Team Vision.
It is all Team Vision, a 5-point lead, and 5 points extra, you will take them, but it's still quite a way off being match point eligible. Sometimes we've had game 1s where people put 27 points on the board and we're like, oh wait, they're over halfway there at this point. Well, Zach Meza thinks in 6, so we'll check back in with that once we get into match 6 and see where they reside and whether they're even match point eligible. Because how many times in ALGS history do we see a team win and then in the next one die first? So
very often.
We'll be keeping an eye on Team Vision here.
We'll see what happens. If they can get into the top 5, however, I'm expecting them to become champions again because they have a little bit of a knack of doing so. I will give a huge amount of credit, though, to Ninjas in Pajamas. Such a stressful
Esses
day for them
fonezinhos grandes que eles usam é só pra
alive
tapar
in
o
the
som, né,
tournament.
da
They had to
plateia.
make top 6, and they did it. Now coming into the first game of today, a good performance,
No
a
name
solid
número
performance. And after you've been through so many trials and tribulations over the first 4 days of action, I think it will just settle them down a little bit in this lobby.
I do like that you bring up Ninjas in Pajamas going into World's Edge as well. That's where they've had the majority of their points. In fact, the most
Véi,
points
ontem
we've
tinha
seen in this
cara,
tournament has come from Ninjas in Pajamas.
eu acho que ele era
They have had more
chinês, né?
games than others.
Tinha cara
To put it
chinês
in a little bit
que
of
ele
an
tava
equation for you, Liquid only got 4
tiltadaço, mano,
points less than
tiltadaço.
NIP on World's Edge.
Ele
Of
perdeu
course,
um
they made
game, mano.
3 less times on that map.
Nossa, velho, nossa. Ele já dava pra ver, mano, o desânimo na cara dele já, mano.
That you just
Bizarro.
gave to me and the beautiful people who are watching around
Eu
the
esqueci o
globe.
nome dele, mano, mas era da
Well, that's the end
DCG,
of
velho.
Storm Point for a little bit. We're heading over to World's
DCG.
Edge now. A little bit of a change of scenery, but the action will be just as fast-paced. Match number 2 is live. Your match point finals continues.
And just in terms of POI draft, the big winners for me, Team Falcons at Lava Fisher, that's been the best performing POI so far this tournament.
Vambora, guys.
E36
Começou.
over towards Overlook, and Vision at Launch Site, the third best performing POI
Gosto muito
so
desse
far.
mapa,
Winners
mano. Esse
from
mapa é da
match
hora.
one also have
Da
the
hora.
stats on their
E
side
tem
as
lava
well,
nele,
because
velho.
not only do they have Launch Site, they've been able to transition over towards Dome and double up in their loot phase.
Mano, que vontade de jogar um Apex, né, velho? Eu acho que terminando aqui eu vou baixar, velho.
It's only
Será que eu consigo jogar em live?
Zach Meza on your screen right now, who is doing a little bit of looting
Vou baixar um Apexzinho.
over at Dome. So everybody else is going to be. You
Sabe quem jogava
about
Apex?
the information
B2,
they're gonna be
né?
able to leave
B2
with.
jogava Apex.
It's quite something. They're going to have good Evo opportunities. They're going to have a lot of loot, and with the zone being pretty close to them as well. It's looking good for Team Vision. If you're wondering about the zone, let's give you that information. We are going out towards Harvester by the looks of things. AG Global, good news for them. Alliance, very good news for them over at Tree.
Nossa, ele tá muito longe da equipe dele, ele tá aqui embaixo, a equipe dele tá lá na esquerda, velho. Porra é essa?
Yeah, Liquid are going to be moving quickly from Lava. Siphon as well. Ninjas in Pajamas are going to be shadowing them. And actually, NIP watched Liquid hit the ring console, survey beacon, etc. Now
Mano,
they're going to
alguém
take that
desse
and get the same
círculo aí
info
vai
that
morrer,
Liquid have.
velho.
So NIP will be a little bit further behind.
Yeah, interesting as well. Sometimes it's best to let the team ahead of you hit the
Ó,
information and then
tiraram
you
o
can base your
cripto,
next decision
agora tem
off of it.
monte
Of
de
course,
Watson
probably
no
a little
game,
bit
mano.
early for that to be the most value that you can get out
Nossa,
of it. Usually if
velho.
you're playing Edge a little bit later on, that's a
Olha,
good
olha
thing
esse
to do,
time, como é que é
especially when you're
montado,
still
tá
looking to
ligado?
grab those Evo points.
É muito
Of
parecido
course,
as
the survey
coisas.
beacon and the ring console are going to allow
Tá vendo
you to
essas
do that.
cercas
So
aí?
Ninjas in Pajamas, they're
É
heading
a
evac
personagem
right
que
now
faz,
to
né?
over to Alliance who
Aí
went
quando
out
banem
first in our previous game. A tough moment
o carinha do
for them, but they
drone,
have
porque ele
fantastic
desativa as
play
cercas, todo mundo pega
onto
ela,
this
velho.
zone, and with Watson in the competition, Hackett on Wraith, and Unlucky on the Seer.
É tipo
Let's set
batata,
up for
tá
the long
ligado?
game here.
And I do think Alliance have to make these maps that aren't Stormpoint count, because Stormpoint is going to get ugly.
Porque
with
daí
the
ninguém
contest.
consegue entrar nas casas, porque a cerquinha da
That being said,
slow.
Alliance have been able to find themselves in a pretty solid
Pá, a
position
galera
to
fica
start with, as
eletrificada.
have many teams moving to the center of World's Edge here. And it is really about where you can find somewhere to call home and set up. The compositions have changed quite significantly with the crypto ban from match 1 as well. We can have a lot more Seer in the lobby.
19 Seers in the lobby. That's a lot of Seer.
Too much.
Interesting to see some of the racing essentially that's going
Olá.
on as well. You saw RC trying to get into that snake. That's already taken. A lot of these teams would have had a prior
Nossa,
position that they
irmão.
want to play on certain POIs should the zone pull there. But if you're just half a second late, half a beat late on your loop path, the time that you leave your POI, you'll find that spot is taken. Zaya Division, they fought their way towards zone in the last game.
E ele
This
foi.
time they're fighting inside of it.
Yeah, they fought excellently in the previous. And
Ai,
trying
ai.
to both teams hold their
Vai
snake.
tomar.
One of you has to go down here. You cannot both reside. You're going to constantly be poking at one another. And Sentinels, they do bite back a little bit, but now both teams say, I don't feel confident in pushing. So they will currently cohabit. But it's like a noisy neighbor. You just hope they move out soon.
Eu acho da hora que eles pegam, tipo, eles pegam um prédio no jogo, tá ligado? Aí sempre tem, mano, umas 3 equipes no mesmo prédio. Aí um fica embaixo, outro fica em cima, outro fica no meio. Aí eles têm que ficar, tipo, ao mesmo tempo trocando entre eles, tá ligado? Muito foda, velho.
They're a little bit further away from the action. As our Team Falcons, who look like they're kind of counter-rotating here towards Mirage for either a ring console or to hit the survey beacon.
And I was mentioning Falcons, I was mentioning Lava Fissure being the best performing POI statistically with its average points. I do think that Falcons chose POIs in the POI draft that have been performing well.
Interesting to see, you know, when you were looking at the stats, you kind of jumped out your seat. You're like, wait, there's a pattern emerging here.
Yeah, it seemed appropriate that Falcons would choose the best performing POIs, but I do think it's a risk. It's going off of the law of averages. It's going off where those rings have been pulling as well, because usually the points averages are kind of exceeded because of where the zones have been going. But it is a game plan, and, well, if it works, we're going to call them geniuses. Or one person in particular. Privacy will be called a genius.
Poor Draugr.
We already know Draugur's they're all geniuses.
Good save. Elite Esports inside a countdown right now. What a day it was for them. What a 4 days, I should say.
Cara, ó, o Light joga muito, velho. Light joga muito. Ele é muito bom de sniper, mano. Muito bom. Ó, esse cara aí, ele pegou um bagulho da arma que é munição infinita. Tipo, é um item raro do jogo, tá ligado? É hard de achar. Que é aleatório, né?
An average of points per game works for a very good game. 10 points per game. You're usually saying we're in a position to win a tournament.
Very happy with 10 per game. Yeah, you would be match point eligible by match 5. Now, we have had teams reach match point eligibility from match 3. Historically, match 4, we've seen it quite often as well. But with how tight these lobbies have been, I am curious to see when we get there.
Well, let's see what Team Vision's plan is. We've got a listening queued up. Let's jump in and listen to the boys.
Got a long boat across the map. Oh, we're gonna have to trade. Because I have no hop up.
Hey, make sure you guys have a fuck ton of nades ready.
Yeah, I do.
Because, like, on this fight, I'm gonna path the low ground. Probably. I'm gonna path the low ground and sky nade and tack into them, okay?
Yeah, just remember they have gen.
Alright,
how many ult XLs do you have?
I'm gonna beacon, okay? I have 2 ult XLs on me with a gen up. I'll make beacon.
A longbow on one guy.
I need to give you power boost still.
Oh my god. Did we just go over here? Where does this pole
Ó, essa máquina.
I feel like it's this zone.
Yeah, I think it is too. Yeah, I think it's
no,
they're building for something. Yeah, they're building for
yeah, but the thing is if it's not that zone and it pulls here, then we have to fight up that up. I'm getting aped. I'm probably good.
They're just running. He's on the rock. Huh? He's far, he's far.
I'm gonna bat.
Really good shot. We're rock. I see him. You're good, you're good. I got them.
I'm a little bit confused what zone this could be. So what I want to do here is I want to go for yellow. But what if we go for here instead? So that we can play for both. Because if we get stuck in this,
decidindo onde eles vão
we
jogar
have to go there anyway. Alright, let's just go here for now and then let's war room, okay?
Eles querem estar num lugar alto, eles estão evitando luta agora. Porque eles não estão com a armadura upada aí.
From the IGLs about where they think it could be going. Vision a little bit confused about that ring pull. For now, they're going to head towards train station where Nemesis currently
eles estão
reside.
num lugar muito ruim, né? Porque eles estão na borda do anel e eles não conseguiram entrar ainda. E já tem, mano, 3, 4 times marcando já. Olhando no minimapa ali.
I'm not quite sure where this zone is going. If I'm gonna hedge my bets, I think it's gonna pull over to the Harvester side, possibly on the hillside, but it's a strange one for sure. And I think a lot of the teams that have prior or Harvester are going to be looking at this and going, oh, do we risk leaving early here, trying to take a little bit of the space that's available on the other side of zone? Team Vision are kind of gambled now on this side. If it does pull to the other, they'll have to fight through the choke, and then they have the hillside to work with. So I actually kind of like the position of Team Vision. If they don't get the pull this side and they can work their way through the choke, then they'll be looking down on everyone else.
It's them hedging their bets again or not hedging their bets, excuse me, and being able to give themselves a secondary option just like they did in match 1. Now, Unlimit, under some pressure, under some fire, and currently within an exhibit, so they'll have to make sure they get away.
Creative routing coming in from Peace there to get out of the exhibit.
Farfã tá presa.
Teams that are outside of zone right now is interesting. You've got Unlimit, who we just saw.
Ó, Farfã tá cercado ali por 2 times, mano. Aí, ó, é isso que eu tava falando. É um prédio e tem 3 times no mesmo prédio, velho.
Which it looks like they're going to do. I think that's a very, very smart thing to do. If you're on edge right now and you can get the info on where this zone is going to be going, I think you're in a great spot.
And if they do get that info, they can rotate south if it pulls that way and be in one of the priority positions, that's for sure. Nemesis also in a great spot, but Unlimit and Fun still sizing each other up at the moment. No one over-committing to this fight, waiting for utility to be used, perhaps. But they are hurting themselves the longer this fight goes on, because there is a possibility of a third party. E36 having a little look at it.
Farfã tá presa, mano. Eles não podem sair daí. Eles vão ter que lutar por espaço. A Interforce tá do outro lado.
Still 20 squads remaining. No real engagements thus far.
Entrou. Mano, Farfã morreu, velho. Farfã morreu. A Interforce vai ver que eles já perderam um cara lá e vão querer entrar com tudo também, mano.
We know how dangerous Unlimit can be in these lobbies, in these team fights.
Ó, a Interforce derrubou o Nice da Farfã.
For so many teams in the lobby, the zone has pulled to the north now. And RRQ are bang center.
Olha lá, Farfã morreu, mano. Farfã foi eliminado. É isso que eu tô falando, mano. Tu erra um bagulho ali em um prédio que tem 3 times jogando, velho. Esquece. Impossível de sair. Impossível,
There's a lot of teams to get through as well. And remember, we don't have any Valkyries in the lobby right now. There's no one who's going to be able to send themselves up without an evac tower.
And now the positioning of Team Vision becomes a lot more difficult. Zone pulling all the way to the north. They are the furthest team from the zone, but are still inside of it. You've got Zeddy Esports and S8UL who are currently moving their way through the lava siphon tunnel quite far off.
Agora a Vision vai ter que jogar pra segurar o espaço deles. A Reject tá chegando do lado direito deles e eles não sabem.
Apexlegends gone down though. Lotus having a peek. Sacred trying to save the day here, but all 3 members of Team Vision are still up. And Carter's going to swing. Sacred has to queue back to try and keep himself alive. And it looks like advantage Vision here as Skittle Cakes is going to be taken down.
Trouble is you've got Reject now coming from the other
side.
Olha lá,
Reject e Nemesis agora lutando. Reject já perdeu um membro já.
They don't really realize it, but here comes Team Falcons. Oh no, Falcons portal back. It does give Vision a chance. Nemesis will be eliminated.
A Nemesis foi eliminada, mano. Mano, a Vision é muito boa, velho. A Vision é muito boa. Não tem que falar, velho. Zeta Games morreu pra Alliance.
They bullied their way through teams a little bit earlier, but not E36 inside of zone this time around. Synapse going to be able to be brought back to his feet by the looks of things, although there may be a cheeky
Olha, a G e a Interforce dividindo o espaço ali por uma parede, ó.
Synapse will eventually be brought back to his feet. And this is S8UL GG. And Team Liquid will also having a little look at this one.
Nossa, Soul tá mal aqui.
Get out of zone and they can actually find a position to play on this southern side. But there's just such a long route from this point, and this is where you as a team have to start considering how you're going to find points.
A GK tá marcando o ponto de entrada do anel.
E36 taking some damage from Unlimit as well in the kill feed. But GG
tá. A Soul vai ter que entrar, mano. Eles não tem o que fazer, velho.
Legacy gets the shields broken. But Lufka will be the first down. Legacy will also fall.
Da Soul caiu já. A Soul foi eliminada, mano. A GK conseguiu defender muito bem a entrada do anel, velho.
So now Vision have wrapped back round to take the fight against Reject here.
Ai! Meu Deus, ele foi trocar de arma, tava descarregado, velho. A Zed foi eliminada, a Reject foi eliminada. Beleza. Mano, a Reject foi eliminada pela Vision Pro, mano. Mesmo o cara tendo trocado de arma e não ter munição, velho.
of everyone else to look for a deathbox res a little bit later on. It was actually a Kraber shot from Pricey.
Yeah, they are going to be vulnerable from that right-hand side. You can see Zach.
Já era, mano. A Vision Pro não vai sobreviver aqui.
Letting them go. They are tag team at the moment, backing through this portal. But that portal is only going to last for so long.
Pode, mas fechou. Duas portas.
Looks like Vision might have done enough to stay alive here. And I'm still interested to see if they can hit that deathbox res.
They're trying right now.
Wolves down in the canyon.
Nossa, o Wolves tem que sair desse lugar aí, mano. A Nip morreu. Unlimited foi eliminado.
Zayn is relentless. Zayn is inevitable as GG pick off another team.
Nossa, velho.
But now here comes Alliance sending themselves in.
Olha isso, Alliance, Interforce e a G em cima, mano.
AG in the area as well.
Acabou.
AG up on high. Give me a lot of options for them. On teams they want to fire upon in a few moments time.
Ai, a GG entrou de lado, mano.
Coming in from GG and Lucky is down. And then above them
Nossa,
is
aí,
the commotion. And they sense the opportunity for some free KP. They peek down. Jaguares will find one.
And actually a member from both teams have gone down.
Ó, a gente derrubou a GG.
GG have lost two. Alliance also got knocked as well, but Aku replied as gaming gladiators after a
Vai
fantastic
reviver?
effort.
Ai! GK Sports foi eliminada, guys.
What looked like a fantastic position to play from. AG Global are dead. GK Esports will be out next as well.
Nossa! Royal! Defendeu! Defendeu o tiro!
The second shot, but the first one onto Aku is enough for them to really force Alliance into a difficult position here.
RRQ are holding so much space in this zone. Their major threat is going to be Wolves and Vision. Those
E aí,
two teams
Wirozão,
are in the
bom?
best
Salve, estou! Como é que tá?
also taking up a lot of space. Now we check in with Sentinels.
Tô aqui streamando a final de Epic, mano.
Against the wall here. By the way, Vision did
Muito
get back up
foda.
to a 3. All 3 players are healthy again. And they control.
Ó, a AG agora só tem um player, mano.
Side of this zone. E36, CNAP is up.
A Sentinels vai...
One going to be finished off on the low ground. But E36 not safe inside of this zone. They have to keep moving forward. Blinks is going to have to queue through this wall, and it's going to be blind.
They can take a little bit of a route through this snake as Vision. Zach's very low.
Calma.
They've been able to answer back to the damage Elite were doing here. This is an important fight. You win this on the west, you control the entire west side.
Look at the shoe coming from Carter. He says, come follow me. There's nobody down here. Sentinels have been eliminated. They can
Ai, a Interforce!
Elite now have to drop.
Nossa, a Vision pegou a Interforce, mano. Acabou, acabou. Elite foi eliminada também.
And now Vision are the only team who are not in the building at the moment. They have the most space. AG Global down.
Nossa, a Elite foi eliminada, eu nem vi, mano, ele jogando.
Although Alliance have just created a portal to the south, they're certainly going to be in a good position as well.
Ó, Interforce.
Wolves up on the high ground. No name. What a moment he had yesterday.
Ih, galera, olha o Wolves, mano. Eles estão muito bem posicionados, mano.
Price is having a look at this. He hears the fight in.
A Reject está entrando por trás.
Enter Force 36 will be eliminated. We have 4
Mano.
teams remaining. And there's a healthy Alliance up on the high ground.
Yeah, fantastic ball from Hackers to give Alliance this time.
Mano, a Wolves está muito bem aqui, velho. A Wolves está muito bem.
And now actually Vision, they're in a
A
tough
Vision
spot
Pro vai
here,
ter que ralar
because
muito
both
pra ganhar alguma
RRQ
coisa
and
aqui, velho.
Wolves are having a little bit of a look at them, as are Alliance. And to try and plan this one out is going to be very tough indeed.
Well, Vision will be a team that has to move first here. Alliance have all of the height on the high ground.
Véi, o jogo aqui é da Alliance.
Talk about making the most of the opportunities. That is what makes you successful in a match point.
O jogo aqui é da Alliance, na minha opinião, mano. Eles estão muito melhor, velho. Muito melhor. A Vision Pro morreu ali, mano. Os caras se mataram.
Most teams would have thought Vision would still be up there. Now RRQ, they say Vision, we don't want you here anymore, and they try and do some damage before they go back.
It's off the back of the Kraber shot.
Já era, já
Now
era.
Carter down, Loader down.
Vision Pro caiu, mano.
Barely any help to work with. Team Vision will be eliminated. Now the Kraber, so vital here. Wolves on the high ground, RRQ below them.
Alliance saiu de onde eles estavam? Ah, não, foi portal só. Foi portal.
difference maker. Hackis playing the off angles, playing the space. He's on rate, so he'll be able to queue back.
I love this though. You take an angle, you can add that little extra bit of damage, and then you just feed Unlucky and Aku. They're all going to play there, but now Wolves, they're going to be above them here.
Não, volta pra lá, Alliance.
Alliance make the
Não, Alliance.
They would have been vulnerable, having to move down, so they're trying to play this side cover.
Que ideia de merda, mano.
And now they're ticking. And now they're burning. And with Aku down, all of a sudden the pendulum swings the way of Wolves Esports. No Name's found one. Alliance now down to one. All three still healthy. No Name takes.
Mano, ó, a Wolves tá os 3 caras vivos. É o Wolves versus RQ, mano. E tá fechando o anel pra eles. Newcastle botou o castelo. Boa. Mano, eles vão ter que pular. Eles vão ter que pular daí. Se eles pular, eles morrem. Nossa, velho! Nice, nice, velho. Nice, mano. Nossa, RRQ tentou, mano. RRQ tentou, velho. Mano, a Alliance comeu merda, mano. Cara, como é que os caras pulam? Mano, como é que os caras pulam do ponto mais alto que eles estavam pra tomar pressão da Wolves e da RQ, mano? Os caras são burros, pô. Não é possível, mano. Não, tô puto. Tô puto com a Alliance, mano. Tô puto com a Alliance. Os caras tinham um jogo na mão ali e os caras decidiram fazer merda. Cara, eu não tô acreditando, velho. Que decisão de merda, mano, da Alliance. Os caras fizeram bosta agora. Os caras estavam no high ground, tá ligado? Os caras tinham visão da Wolves e da RRQ e os caras decidiram pular pra embaixo do prédio. Que merda foi essa, pô? Olha o headshot que o cara acertou, mano. E eles quase ganharam essa partida ainda.
Look at the reaction from Wolves. And to be honest, look at the reaction on the other side for RRQ, because they know equally how much points they just put on the board. They're only 1 point behind Wolves Esports. And right now, it is not about wins, it is about points.
It's about the race for points, you're right. It's the race to match point eligibility that matters for everyone in this lobby right now.
É o time da galera,
points
mano.
is the target. Get to 50 points.
Seria o Wolves o time da galera?
Efficiently as you can. Then you start worrying about winning games.
Time da galera, será, mano?
So the IGL is being put to work with some of these zones that we've seen so far.
Fazer uma enquete aqui, hein? Time da galera. Vambora.
As we look at the match results for match 2, Wolves Esports with 24 points on the board to send themselves up into second place. RRQ not far behind, an Alliance. A massive,
Quem mais pro time da galera, mano?
third place for them, putting 12 points on the board as well.
RRQ.
Look at Team Vision in behind as well. Good KP for them. They put more points on the board in game number 2. Elsewhere, with the big points being soaked up by the top of the teams that are leaderboard, there are not really too many points to talk about, to be shared
Time da
from the
galera,
rest
mano.
of the lobby.
Vou botar aqui também.
It's been a fantastic start to match point finals. As
Como é que eu
we
começo uma
always
enquete
expect,
no...
we'll have to see if that momentum continues after this break. Don't go anywhere. The LGS Split 1 playoffs will continue.
Barra time da galera. Wolves, RQ, Team Vision, Elite.
Now, I've just grabbed Zane off the stands. You know, he's
Ah,
trying to
tem a
chill
Nip
out
também,
before
né?
the
A Nip é da
competition
hora.
today. But of course, he's here to do a nice little interview with us, Zane. What do you think has contributed to your success so far in the tournament?
We've just been sticking to our plan, playing our game, and things have just been running smoothly for us. So hopefully it stays the same.
Duração?
And yeah.
Yeah, a man with a plan, Zane. I like that indeed. Now, do you guys think you have what it takes to win this today?
100%.
Vambora, guys.
This is the best team I've ever been on. My teammates, they've got close to winning like 2 LANs so far. So adding me to the team, I think we can make it happen today. Yeah.
Yes, I love those vibes, and I mean, today is the day. Now, since Effect hasn't actually made it into the finals today, do you think you have what it takes to be the best fragger for EMEA today?
100%. Yeah. Last LAN that I made finals, I top fragged. So hopefully we can do it again this time around. So yeah, 100%.
Well, you guys better be watching your screens today for Zane from Gaming Gladiators. Best of luck for you guys today, and that'll be those.
All right, I'm here in the stands. We just talked to Lufka. I'm here with Charlotte and Robert, Blast's sister and father. Guys, how do we feel supporting GG
Olha,
in the
mãe e o
crowd
pai
right
do
now?
cara,
Charlotte,
velho.
I'll go with you. This isn't your first land.
No, it's not. I've been coming to LANs now since LA, so I'm super proud of my brother. I know that he'll smash it, but I'm trying not to jinx anything, because every time I say that, then something goes wrong. So I'm hoping and praying that things go really well, and they deserve it.
And as someone who's watched these lands before, I personally feel this is the best I've seen them play in a while. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is the first time I've actually been nervous. The whole, like, normally on LANs, I'm an absolute wreck.
Yeah.
But I've actually managed to, like, somehow not have, like, palpitations every single day.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice. I've been able to, like, okay, they're doing well. I'm trusting in them, you know?
Now, Robert,
Ela falando que é a primeira vez que ela fica nervosa assistindo o irmão dela jogar, porque tô vendo a live do Hypeee pra pegar drop e tá tendo a Major do White Thunder. Que isso, meu?
Put it this way, right from
Hoje combinou, hein, Lucas?
school, I knew he was going to do something techie. He found Apex amongst other games, but this game just stuck out for him, and he's been devoted to the cause ever since. And he's gone just from progress to progress. He's soared, he's rocketed. He's going for the game, he's aiming to win, and I have every faith he'll do that.
Ele falou que o filho dele é muito viciado em Apex desde sempre e ele sofre o Grande e esse vai ser o dia dele mostrar pra que veio, mano. Isso aí. Vambora, vambora.
Let's see if they can keep up the momentum and take a win today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global
Mano, já foi
Series
2
Year
partidas
6
aqui de 10, mano.
playoffs at EWC
2 partidas de 10, guys.
2026. So far alone, we just saw Wolves pop off with game number 2 dub. I want to hear your thoughts back at home, guys. I want to know how long you think this is going to go to. This is match point finals for a reason, as we get to see Team Vision leading the way with 34 points already. The fact that this team has already 17 kills in the span of 2 games makes you wonder, are major moments a thing of the past?
They may be, because that team is looking incredible. The duo of Loader and Carter alongside Zach have been impressive, right? The fact that we've minimized all of our point losses there on World's Edge, it's their worst map, and they still were able to grab 15 points alone. As we go over to the back half, it's starting to look like Team Falcons, Team Nemesis, Team Liquid. Are we shocked to see them at the very bottom? This is the time for them to wake up.
Shots, maybe is it the ramp up? Maybe that's the ramp up. I mean, we've seen this happen before, but you know what we have also seen?
Olha o ursinho da Wolves, mano, eu quero o ursinho da Wolves, mano.
Originally on VP with Slayer and Lou, to getting the most wins in Pro League and now topping the overall standings. Team Vision starting off great, and as we've already mentioned, when it comes to match point finals, this is my favorite thing as we swap over out of World's Edge into Olympus.
Yeah, the cool part about Olympus, right, is that we really loved the left side of the map. So when you're thinking about that story of Team Vision, where did they prioritize? They grabbed 24th pick, Somers University. So knowing that we can get a lot of points early prior to some of those zones, but who knows, maybe we carve our path to the west. The majority of our teams picked this about, you know, their 3rd map pick overall. And I'm immediately looking at For Fun Esports, but my big question is, where will Elite Esports be starting? And that is at Oasis. Now here's the deal. Elite Esports, they were powerhouses in group stages, but they are getting run down here in the early match.
Mano, eu tô pensando aqui, né? São 10 jogos. Pra cada jogo vai ter um ban. Mano, vai chegar no 9º jogo, vai ter, tipo, papo de umas comp muito diferentes, tá ligado?
And for those of you guys who are new to our match point finals format, remember, a team has to achieve 50 points. And then after getting 50 points in a separate game, being those game winners to be crowned your ALGS Split 1 Playoffs champions. And ready with the way that Visions is playing, nearing almost 40 points. This is what you like to see. And then now Wolves ramping up
Olha o ursinho da Wolves, mano. Eu quero o ursinho da Wolves. Imagina o ursinho da Wolves aqui, ó, do ladinho. Cara, eu vou virar a mesa de lado e vou colocar uma prateleira e colocar, tipo, vários bonequinhos.
Falcons, the Wolves from Apex South are one of the most consistent teams across not only Stormpoint and E-District, but also Olympus. So rotating map to map to map like this should be in their favor. For Falcons, though, we talked about it at the bottom, and it's crazy to see that they are just, I don't know, Vicky, like, how do you think they're looking?
I mean, Hal looks a little nervous. I could understand.
Hal nervous?
Well,
I mean, Aku's staring him down. He's like, I may be the young guy here for Alliance, but, you know, we're warming up.
Very true. As we get to take a look at the Alliance fans in the crowd, they know how to show up time and time again, from the family to the fans who have been trailing the Alliance story to making it into this finals lobby. They know what they got, but it's about converting into
Mano, a Alliance comeu muita merda. O que a Alliance fez, né? Meu Deus do céu, mano. Fica burrice, pô. Será que é nervosismo, mano?
We're ramping up to go onto Olympus, everyone. We're gonna see with our teams getting ready within their POIs, but looking at the history and already talking
Acho que é o nervosismo, né, guys? Pô, é foda, né, mano?
NCR off the table, and it's kind of followed that suit. Looking at the way that the group stages played out, as well as that survivor stage.
Yeah, when you say that survival stage, typically we had that Mad Maggie in that third game ban. However, we did see Watson banned early when it came to Olympus. So my thing is, are we prioritizing the Watson? Because I personally think we need to. And if I confirm, Vicky, how many picks is Watson?
The fact that Watson and Mad Maggie are tied at 100% each, Tiff, you are on the money when it comes to these legend bans and how it's kind of adjusted a little bit going through our different game. Oh my,
Hold on, guys, this is groundbreaking. This is groundbreaking. We're going to the West on Olympus for the first time in the Year 6 ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Do my eyes deceive me? Am I in a fever dream? I'm rubbing them really quick because you gotta look at the teams who do go over to the west side of Olympus. I mean, even thinking about the POI draft.
Guys, estão falando que é a primeira vez que tá rolando essa área fechando na parte oeste, velho.
And with a lot of these other squads who will be able to get the ring console, they've gotten the memo early and they're already going in for a quick rotate.
Olha o tanto de abertura que tem no mapa.
The evac tower over at Oasis. Ninjas in pajamas with the utmost rotation out of there for everyone that's got the 20 picks on Watson. So everyone,
nossa, guys, olha a merda que vai dar, velho.
Esports are rotating towards Hammond Labs.
Vai morrer todo mundo em 1 minuto de jogo.
Truly are going to the west.
Olha isso.
Now for the teams with the longest rotations,
Caralho,
Team Vision, Somers, that one hurts a little. Back to Estates we go.
Galera, bem-vindo ao condomínio residencial Olympus. Onde a galera já tá se matando já.
Got the fans behind us ourselves, but it's going to be tough for Sentinels since, you know, they're going to have to rock out here with their POI, fully white AG2. Who try to start off strong already, seeing the portal play right in front of them and losing out Nizula and Hobladis as the next victim. Sentinels looking like they went in for a kidnap from Blinzer, who is on the Wraith. Now taking control over onto the high ground, and a little bit of revenge now is going to come out of the hands of Lufka, but a great way to start things off and getting this KP in early points.
The
best part about these buildings, right, is you have these crannies, but when Mad Maggie's prevalent, a riot drill will definitely hit a full for you. Good thing you can hit that death box recovery just a few more seconds, but incoming frag grenades are going to keep the Sentinels from being able to do that. Honestly, get in that tree right there, Fun. You shield cell up and let's get our Blinzer back.
Well, the fact that he was able to get that so cool.
Reviver o cara, mas já morreu já.
He was in the line of sight. We just spoke to the family of Gaming Gladiators, talking to the father and also the sister Charlotte, who has been able to be here to support her brother. And Gaming Gladiators have had one heck of a tournament run. AG, though, A team
Guys, que merda que tá
that also has been
acontecendo.
able to ramp up now down to a duo. Yanya's also
Que
on that
horror que tá
raid to combat
acontecendo,
that
mano.
with Blinks are being on the raid themselves, but with so many teams now moving up, there's a lot of space to share over by estates.
Yeah, it's been a slower start for AG Global for sure this entire week. They're one of our only teams that has not actually achieved a map win across our days here. So keep tabs on them as Sentinels are in the same boat. AG Global definitely looking to try and improve on this position. Portals galore to keep through the Watson fences, and we have not gotten Blinkster back just yet.
Yeah, Lopka now gonna be able to follow up here as soon as
Nossa, Sentinel foi eliminado, guys.
eliminated.
Meu Deus,
Number
mano.
3. It's a tough one here, Tiff. But it's going to be a cleanup with so many teams now trying to farm this KP. GK not moving from their spot, happily sitting underneath these buildings. And with the amount of Watsons, every team having a Watson, this is what you can expect as RRQ also from within this building, trying to find an opportunity to try to get a kidnap and protect this portal with the Watson fences.
And that's the thing, right? With so many wraiths and altars in our lobby, it's making these holding the vicinities difficult, right? RRQ have the wraith, so sure, they can't pop through a floor to go. They have to go in through the fences as GG last alive here. Next to the pylon, fences are up, going for the res. RRQ trying to get up there.
Guys,
Uh-huh.
Do we full send this? No, there's too many teams here.
I mean, with
Que horror que tá acontecendo aqui,
by the way,
mano.
this has been one heck of a
Que
tournament.
desespero, velho.
Is going to be able to go back, and they get the finding strafing flame on the other side of that portal. Curve was ready for the suppress fire just in case, and you saw those Watson fences lined up to try to block out the mouth of that portal, but Vayne gets caught as the riot drill does more than enough since he was literally 1 pixel of HP. With 19 squads left, though, it's literally just a drive-by with these teams just poking from afar, but the missile, once again, the drill just drilling into the team underneath that. Oh my gosh! The finishing blow to find Vayne, and now we get to get the Deathbox res on their side.
And Gaming Gladiators with 5 kills so far in this game alone. Just need Zane back, our fragger. But if you keep those riot drills frying into the other teams, whittle down their resources, however, those pylons are going to keep... Meanwhile, we need a replay of this.
Nossa, a Alliance foi wipada, velho.
Alliance going out early once again. Better looks here for Unlimit to scoop that up on an isolated fight. Over onto the north side on the outskirts of Oasis where there was a ring console, right? So you could have gotten that information. Team Lucan are going to be
Mano, a NiP caiu de novo.
Out of the north side is RRQ, not letting NIP breathe for a second. Remember, they sent out that nade that landed at their feet before. They can't catch a break with another Deathbox res that we saw too in the feed. A strafing flame. Hopefully he's going to be able to get these shields up as you see GG now move up. And that's the side-by-side highlight actually.
Oh, Sentinels caiu.
This is their POI. That's how they fell a little earlier. But the live feed is on the bottom left here as AG do get a knock.
Ai, a NiP caiu, mano.
And it was with a portal push to find NIP.
Ninjas in Pajamas also eliminated during that skirmish as we tune into Enter Force 36. Obli is down and Synap and choosing to play around the pylon. Currently open with multiple options for teams to stare at them here. But Reject, also another team hailing from APAC North, were the ones initially dealing that damage to them before deciding to back away.
Os caras estão querendo trocar e não tem nem...
Team's not trying to get involved in the pile up here. Reject trying to clear this northern side closer to that evac tower. We see where E36 is situated over onto the choke on the north side that exits where Unlimit had taken that fight earlier against Alliance. But a lot of teams playing on the edge because this is going to be a Southern Estates pool.
Ooh, that's going to be crazy because we don't actually pull straight towards Dockyard. We bring up the map. You can see right there Zeddy Esports holding just on the outskirts of that rift. Team Falcons there. Team Nemesis back in their home of Dockyard.
Olha time Soul, velho.
Reject just ahead of them, but you have to start thinking about where we are going to approach that next circle and what information do we have. The ring console there at Dockyard will be able to get hit by the Watson from Team Nemesis, and they'll know exactly how they need to approach this. It's not going to be easy considering we have about 8 or 9 teams playing around the estates area, and of course that little pocket with the 2 survey bins outside there. Ooh, that's going to be tough.
And it's going to be great too, to at least being able to hold on to the high ground if they clear that southern side of the zone. It really depends on that pile-up that we will eventually see against Zeddy as well as
Nossa,
Team
eles não vão deixar esses caras passar mais
behind
nem
them.
ferrando,
But it's a
velho.
side-by-side with Falcons. mention having a pretty rough start. Tiff now playing off the Southern choke themselves and playing it safe here, while E36 not so safe themselves. They do lose out on Synap in the process, thanks to Rufa, who catches him with the Hemlock.
Yeah, Synap plays a lot of these movement characters as kind of main IGL, and is just getting caught out on some of those entry moments. Obli and Juzna now kind of pulling together, playing behind the knockdown, under fire. Wolves from the back end, though, shooting towards Reject, could allow E36. No, just kidding. We got Unlimited in the mix, and Enderforce 36 go down.
Unlimited is seeing them over in front of him, just scooping them up just for themselves.
Unlimited já vai pôr dois times já, pô.
Other side of the wall once they get through that choke. And as you see the nice flyby of where everybody is, this is the real estate that we were talking about with the dive up of a lot of these teams that are essentially coexisting with one another, but other squads who are still playing.
A AG tá com um problema enorme aqui porque eles não têm quem controla o terreno.
If they have any opportunity, because they were lacking on meds. I mean, you don't even have a med kit if you're Nuzul. He's got the shield bat and only 3 shield cells. He's out of this fight, and I'm worried about that ammunition he's got for the alternator.
Yeah, it's not like you putting Alter here. You've got the race. So you're not going to be able to use Alter's passive to kind of loot the boxes around you, and we haven't taken an actual fight and finished it and had the chance to slurp up a lot of that loot. We do have the Maggie Ball in
Não, eles tinham que vazar daí, mano.
But the issue is you pounce on one team here in the States, you're getting full send. Back to S8UL, a little bit of a slower start for them, though, as they're rotating.
Hold on, some Aussie on Aussie violence real quick here, because the Legacy and we saw Zero getting knocked from both sides, but S8UL get a little bit of revenge. And Panic trying to back up Zero in the process. We're going to have to see how that's going to play out, because on the other side of that choke, it's Vision moving up behind Falcons, who want the Mythic Pin. The team that comes out on top of this fight will be able to have priority over whether one of these teams will get the Kraber. We're going to have to see as Carter moves up. Looking on the other side of the lip, though, it's still this other fight happening against S8UL and Team Liquid, so it's this pile up as Vision has to be careful because the 3P is behind them from Zeddy. Before Loader is going to be able to try to get this res, but you know that Zeddy's right there.
Team Liquid take out S8UL and Vision.
Nossa, Team Liquid wipeou a Soul, mano.
Here comes Dupe, and they immediately make their presence known. Deez with a play, he knocks Loader.
Ai, a Zed entrou no jogo.
Team Vision is out.
Caramba, Zed tirou, velho, a Vision.
Making them fall in 15th place, and it's kind of great to see how Falcons see them now. Vision gets eliminated, they get the Mythic Pin.
Eles estão ali ainda.
And Team Liquid, who took out S8UL, will be able to get involved themselves with a possible 3P.
You mentioned the Mythic Bin, right? And there's a Kraber in Hal's hands. Now, from this side of things, we can walk up into that next circle. The issue is it's incredibly open, so that Kraber is going to be needed to open up these engagements for those quick fights. However, we just saw Zeddy 3P up onto Team Vision, who are still needing to come out of the tunnel behind Falcons.
Eu nem vi a Zed atrás da Vision.
And that's why with so many altars too in this lobby, you got that portal to just reset if you need off the Void Nexus. Unlimit though, who have been able to
Ninguém vai matar esse cara da limit.
For this team. Slowly but surely, with round 3 closing in behind their backs, they gotta start moving up, and it's Reject waiting to gatekeep them here as they move up themselves off the portal to try to get onto the high ground, but trying to mix it up too. You have one, and you go have the other to then pull it yourself up into the left side of the high ground, but you bait them. You see the Wrecking Ball coming in from right behind them, and this may be their opportunity. Oh, off the what?
They dropped the Void Passage.
Meu Deus!
There we go. Peace is able
o cara da Reject entrou no portal e o portal fechou.
Diving throughout your Reese.
Can we talk about the positioning of that Void Passage to get the abduction while Reject do get eliminated?
Wait. They really just said hold this frag. Really do. Elite, though, one of the best teams here on Olympus, with the majority of their points coming from this map in particular. Good to see them still here fighting to climb up the leaderboard. Back to Estates
a Reject, ela...
Wolves, who's in second place, tied with their Apex South neighbors RRQ at 30 points.
Oh, and they get the res on the death box too. Unlimit. After clearing this northern side, coming out of the fight that we saw earlier from Alliance to get the death box res, Zeta Division are neighboring them. Now they're looking behind them and having to be careful. Zeta Division hear this happening.
O Limit conseguiu reviver o cara. A Elite tá meio perdida ali, mudando de casa.
Dropping below. With these resets that we're currently seeing from these teams that have just completely taken over this POI.
They are just poised and ready. It's a shame they're still on all blues, but they just really haven't had any good fights yet, right? 0 kills, 13 squads remaining. And as they keep tabs on where everything is going, they are on that northern side. You mentioned Limit, Zeta, Team Liquid, teams that are ramping. But from the south, things are going to get difficult. Zeddy immediately finding pressure from Skittle Cakes across the way. And RRQ and AG Global can hear this.
We saw them take out Team Vision. Now they've been able to hold onto the high ground that we were looking at before. Team Nemesis are looking at them, but Zeddy are going to be able to move up into that next zone where they really don't have to worry about Falcons, who were isolated in the compound over to the south side of that choke that we saw earlier with the Mythic bin, while Unlimited now move up. Looking at Team Liquid, for those of you wondering, they took a huge roundabout rotation, and now they are looking dead at Unlimited as Ulari Man taking some shots off this G7, yeeting at the Wrecking Ball, but looking behind them is Elite, who want a chunk of the action. Team Liquid now moving around.
É um limite wipe pra Team Liquid, mano.
Unlimited get eliminated in the
E a AG foi eliminada pela Nemesis.
Team
Meu
Liquid
Deus.
starting to heat up here in Olympus finally. Just takes to map 3 and we've moved up to 15th overall on the leaderboard. Riot drill is happening.
Nossa, agora a Nemesis está lutando pela vida.
Home out on the rock, let it eat, intercept all, but Dupe still the health ticking down as they work to stabilize.
Nemesis is trying to stabilize. Oh no, but Sacred can catch a break. At least he's going to be able to hide right behind the gen, while Nemesis are looking to get the Deadbox Rex onto Albert lately, but having to be careful because Eddie being right here is Duke. Now tries to fully swing on him, but Skittle goes down.
Já era. Pra Nemesis, mano.
Now enemies. As Sacred now tries to swing, playing off the knockdown shield, and look who tries to involve themselves from the
Tá 1 a 1. 1 versus 1. Ai, velho. A GG desceu pra acabar com eles. Meu Deus! Ah, não, velho. A Wolves terminou com a Nemesis. Que loucura, mano. Que loucura.
And into the void passage we go. The Riot drill to try and finish off the damage.
Kinda jogando.
We've got no wingman, we've got plenty of bullets, and we're just gonna let it rip.
Dude, kinda.
A Elite tá querendo pontuar, galera, porque eles não fizeram nada no jogo até agora. Só sobreviveram. Galera, meu Deus do céu, mano, que foi esse jogo, mano?
This is going to be difficult for them to make this next rotate because it's only Wolves, For Fun, and Liquid in this next zone.
But the moment they move, that doorway gets opened up, and the Thermite, it's just proving to do so much damage to them. And we have little time. We're going to need to use that Maggie Ball for the rotation. Yuka still on the ground, Mike full health. He's trying to get the res before they roll, and Elite Esports has been eliminated.
I'm sorry, but no name is the only name on my mind.
Olha Zed, mano. Zed foi eliminado.
Final player. Onto Zeddy here as Deets goes down and Drop moves up, but he's literally one shot. Takes a part off the left side. He didn't mean to do that. He gets stunned. He gets slowed in the
Tentaram, mano. Tentaram.
RRQ, so consistent, almost into the top 6.
Zeta Division foi eliminada. A For Fun tá aí, mano. Ai, a RRQ perdeu, mano. Aqui é Falcon, For Fun e Wolves, mano.
Falcons on the opposite end of this final zone with Liquid on the north side. Falcons taking away 5 total KP in their pockets with these remaining 4 squads, and with the Mythic bin, Hal has the Kraber, he's got the gold R9, and he's looking at the teams like For Fun that will have to move out of these buildings on the opposite side from Liquid Wolves Esports.
The best part about that is
a Team Liquid está viva lá no fundo ainda,
mano. Kraber on the ground. He's probably going to use the rest of the bullets, pick up the L-Star for endgame. Falcons are going to do so much damage in a little time once this circle collapses. But Wolves are the question on everyone's mind. They need 12 points to hit match point.
Wow. So close to the way that Wolves have been playing. How? Kraber in hand with just 4 bullets. Not going to have the infinite ammo. L-Star in the other before backing away. Not having that amp is actually huge. I mean, look at this. They are starving in terms of ammo. Walt C2 with the gold hemlock, it looks like, with Wolves now taking their time and looking at For Fun.
And we have to talk about Team Liquid as well, right? On the other side, like you mentioned, they're going for a 2-1 split. The job of the solo is to keep Team Falcons from moving north and not rotating towards the east. Wolves and For Fun at some time you're going to have to hit these ults.
Cara,
with
sai
the
agora,
belt
Wolves.
on
Sai
no
agora,
name. We
mano.
know they like to take to the sky to see where everyone is and slam down at the end.
Wolves.
Meu Deus.
For Apex South now with 38
Sai primeiro,
points
guys.
alone after taking game number 2 on World's Edge with double-digit KP to destroy or
Sai
attempt
primeiro,
to
guys.
destroy the Watson. Spence is here backing away. The nades on No Name's feet. He doesn't have the Kraber like we saw just yesterday, but we know he's so quick with it, but have to deal
Não,
with
não sai
Team
por aí
Liquid
não,
on the
mano.
other side as they take this slow. Final zone closing behind their backs.
And Team Liquid give up the 2-1 split. They pull together and Wolves cross, make it straight onto 4Fun. Tyler down, but a nade rips into the Wolves.
And Rex goes down as Wolves go out in fourth, but they got a huge amount of KP as Falcons move up.
First one perdeu.
It's Falcons versus Liquid, but Falcons with the high ground. They take game number 3 on Olympus.
Não acredito, mano.
We talked about this moving into Olympus.
Não
Vicky.
acredito,
What
mano.
was that going to look like with Falcons
Calma, Zero.
and
Calma,
Team
Zero.
Liquid at the bottom of the leaderboard?
Tamo ao vivo, cara.
And both of those teams, first and second place in map number 3. They recognize
Nossa,
there's a
galera.
scramble to get to that 50, and if we let it go for too long, our chances dwindle each and every moment.
And let's not forget, Tiff, something that you pointed out. Falcons and Liquid were literally in dead last in this lobby before this game.
Yeah. It be like that sometimes, Vicky. It really do. But we've seen crazier things.
And the fact that both of them, by the way, with Falcons taking the lead over Liquid because they take that dub, but both of them got 7
The Hal
KP
jerseys,
as we see the CEO fans in the crowd.
That has to be just a sigh of relief because it can be such a momentum-based game. And you have to remember, Team Liquid, Team Falcons, these guys advanced on through the group stages. They didn't play through that 10-game gauntlet survival, so they had a day off. In a sense, those first 2 games they played,
Nossa,
warm-ups.
galera.
We're just getting started.
And they had some time to sit back and look at how the action played off here. As we get to see the fans, Team Falcons, they rise up.
Cara feliz que a Falcons venceu, hein, mano.
We do come right after them.
Eles
16
precisavam,
points for
precisavam,
this
né?
team, but it's so difficult
Ai,
to ignore
dinossaurozinho.
what Wolves has been putting on as a masterclass, man. Like, are you
Não,
kidding
por que
me?
tem um dinossauro em todo lugar,
Right
velho?
behind it with 37. I mean,
É tipo
this
meme
top
dos
end of the
caras.
overall standings, after just 3 games alone, is already looking to build its gap across the rest of the lobby.
Look, I tell you, that's just why I wear sunglasses all the time. You saw me down in the metro, popping the sunglasses. I'm just trying to be like Strafing Flame, okay? But he hasn't had the capability to net a win just yet. But if you guys remember, we're here for match point finals. We don't care when you win. It's as long as you've got 50 points and you close it out with the win, that's when it matters.
It's almost like storyline too to see an estates ending like that, right? Olympus showing face with a completely whiplash of a zone pool than what we're used to seeing here. As we take a look at your match day results, Falcons do take the dub with the 7 KP. Liquid to follow right behind him, that 2nd place finish. But the story of what Wolves and Team RRQ have been able to put in, being able to get the placement points, the KP on top.
Mano, que raiva da Wolves, mano. Eles saíram, tipo...
Because that is their POI.
Eles estavam num
Olympus
ponto
and how
muito
they were able
bom,
to try to
velho.
hold things down
Por que
in
eles
that middle
fizeram isso,
building.
mano?
We know that sometimes it could be a little difficult when everybody's staring at you in the lobby, but I'm hearing that we got an interview with one of the members of Wolves.
Ó, vamos ouvir os caras, vamos ouvir os caras.
3 maps into the match point finals, and I have got Crazy Kong here from Wolves. Listen to the crowd go crazy. I love that. Anyone can say anything about this tournament, but what they can't say is that Wolves Esports haven't played their game. You guys have been incredible. You guys have been taking space, getting aggressive.
O Play tá jogando muito bem o jogo, ele tá
Play.
ganhando
Now,
muito
I just want
espaço,
to
tá
ask,
jogando
it seems like you guys are really comfortable
muito bem as partidas.
today, even in this atmosphere.
Você pode dizer que tá muito
Does it feel that
confortável
way?
aqui com essa
你可以看
atmosfera.
出今天你们战队就是手感火热，就是进攻性也打得非常非常的好，然后今天就明显你们状态好像今天非常特别的出色，你们是否也感觉如此呢？
对的，因为我觉得今天我的队友们的状态和自己就是
A gente tá muito feliz de estar aqui. Conseguimos boas colocações, estamos confortáveis com a plateia aqui falando com a gente.
It's not just us being in good form, even our mental state. We are in absolute tip-top form, so we are very confident in going all the way here today.
É exatamente como eu falei, velho. Exatamente. Vambora.
Entirely been plain sailing throughout this tournament, but focusing on today, have you guys made any adjustments given the level of teams that are in this league right now? And also, just to kind of back that question up, map 2 was super impressive, winning on World's Edge. Is that your comfort map?
A partida 2 foi impressionante, pode dizer que fez o seu mapa de conforto.
也不算是完全顺利的，也是有碰到一些挫折的。但是今天明显感觉出你们这个。
Caralho, mas o mandarim é muito grande, né, velho?
比方说，当时图2你们已经成功的获胜了，那是因为那张图那张地图对你们来说是最顺手、最就是发挥最好的一张图吗？
其实也不算吧，因为我们是
posso dizer que aquele é o mapa de conforto, jogamos muito bem, eu consegui acertar minhas plays, eu acho que meu time tá muito confiante em mim também. E é isso.
I wouldn't say that the second map was like our best map, but I would say that the journey over here up to this point, every single loss that we've had, every single
toda a jornada que tivemos aqui, toda a partida, percas que tivemos, fez o time evoluir. E isso permitiu que a gente estivesse aqui e tivesse nosso melhor aqui agora.
Now let's touch base on that match 2 win once more. Did that boost the confidence and give you some momentum to think that this dream can now become a reality that you
deu boost na sua confiança?
你们刚才第2场的获胜
fez você jogar melhor,
也给了你们这种信心、这种动力，来让你们坚持冠军呢？
我觉得会的，我们一定会往最终的目标去冲。
The map 2 victory absolutely has, and right now our targets, our aim, our sight is aimed towards the grand champion.
I love that.
Tá, o mapa 2 com certeza aumentou a nossa confiança e é isso que vai fazer a gente ganhar esse campeonato e chegar no top 1.
Because we got another interview lined up. It's Rain Day with Zach.
That's right. Major moments redefined. That's been the last year for you, Zach, and Team Vision, of course. Loader and Carter, how has it been? I want to walk through that last game. You were a little upset. You and Hal were exchanging words on the stage because you thought you had the game-winning spot.
A gente tava trocando palavras aqui no estádio.
We knew we were making a really good play. And we knew we were much closer to purple armor than the team in front of us. We knew it had a free walk-in and, I mean, basically a free game. And the Mythic spawned on them, which forced us to fight them early. We got third-partied, and we were the ones that died. And, you know, it's a battle royale at the end of the day. Sometimes the luck doesn't go your way, and that's what happened. Happy for them that they won, but, you know, I feel good that I still had a really good game plan, and I got to see them win a free game. It worked out my way. Different story.
O Battle Royale é assim mesmo, às vezes a gente não consegue, tipo, boas posições pra jogar, mas
you did have success. You were the first team to jump out and win that game. What was, I guess, the environment of your team, knowing that, hey, guys, it's match point, we're performing going into game 2 and game 3, saying if we just keep this up, we are going to be on match point?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we feel really good about it. We went in today feeling individually like we're favorites amongst, you know, Apex fans we may not be, but we're really confident in our abilities, and after we won that first game, it really like validated that feeling, and
estamos muito confiantes no nosso jogo, ter ganhado a primeira partida deixou a gente muito confiante.
It was a great game plan ruined by an unlucky Mythic, and I don't think there's going to be too many more games.
Okay, you said if this game goes 9 or 8, you've done something wrong. Just expand on that very quickly before we head out with this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on 35 points. I'm 15 off match point. We just finished game 3. If this goes to 9, that means that I had many chances on match point and I failed, and I'm not going to let that many get away from me, so...
Tá, ele disse que ele matou muito nesse terceiro jogo, mas só que eles acabaram perdendo e ele não vai deixar isso acontecer de novo porque ele é um bom player e ele não vai perder essa chance de chegar na final de novo. Warframe tem 263 mil pessoas assistindo. Ah, mas só que é evento importante, né, velho? E o War Thunder é evento nichado mesmo. Enfim, as perguntas ali do Caster foram... como eles estavam se sentindo depois de ganhar a primeira partida, como eles se sentem, tipo, terem perdido, mesmo matando muito na terceira. Nossa, mó alta. Mano, os casters, eles são muito bons, tá ligado? Tipo, quem faz as entrevistas ali, eles perguntam uns bagulho pica. É difícil, mano. Eu já vi entrevista muito ruim, velho. A VK não conseguiu passar da fase de playoffs, mano. E eles que ganharam a última, mano. Ó, galera, o cosplay aí, hein? Pra quem gosta. Ué? Aí eles estão falando da Soul ali. Tô entrevistando o co-creator da Soul Gaming, mano. Ah, Soul Game é da Índia? Que porra é essa? Algumas palavras de encorajamento pra Soul Game? Eu só quero falar que vocês são muito grandes, a gente é muito apaixonado pelo jogo. E tudo que eu posso dizer é que vocês têm que ganhar pra voltar pra Índia como reis, mano. Vocês têm que ganhar pra voltar pra voltar grandões, mano. Grandões. Engraçado, velho. Engraçado, engraçado. Ó o Wolves em primeiro, hein? Coisa linda, mano. Coisa linda. Ó, a Team Liquid ganhou umas posições, hein? Agora eu tô impressionado com o Wolves, mano. O Wolves tá top, mano. O Wolves tá top. Será que eu viro o Wolves Player? Wolves Player, mano? Wolves Team Leader? Mano, será que tem o bichinho da Wolves? Wolves. Cara, sabe o que eu acabei de descobrir? Sabe o que eu acabei de descobrir? Que é o Wolves é um time de futebol. Oh, que da hora, velho. Eles têm um time de futebol, velho.
Yeah, the team that was actually able to perform really well in group stages, coming out first place. Elite Esports not having one of the hottest stars here, Lace, as I mean, right now they are just not looking good alongside with SAUL, sadly.
Yeah, we were all, you know, obviously the group stages showed us something completely different for Elite. They were able to come out swinging and maintain those high points, high kills as well. Nothing is happening for them at the moment, which is a little bit of a crazy sort of feat for them. Of course, you know, with 3 games down, with a few more left to go, no one's on match point 4, like finals yet, so it's not out for them, but why are they not showing up right now?
Okay, Lace, I'm gonna say this once, I'm gonna say this twice. First off, scrims, lies. And then onlines, lies. And now we're on group stages, lies. So we don't know if they can keep up the momentum or not. They haven't gotten it started, but I mean, we'll have to see. So far, it seems, though, a lot of these experienced players coming out and really showing up why they were once at the top and they can reach top again.
I mean, talking about elite players, right? One team that is also down there towards the bottom, NIP. I thought maybe the experience that they got out of survival, we were going to be seeing that momentum carry over here, but at the moment, Snipe, that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, they've only been improving throughout this tournament, and for them to start off slow is a bit of a surprise to me. I thought they were going to carry that momentum forward with everything that they've been doing, but I mean, we just watched 2 teams in 19th and 20th end up top 2 in that last game and propel themselves forward. So we are still early in this set, but we heard Zach, he says, you know, if it goes 8 or 9, then something's going wrong because they're starting so strong. I really think that we are going to continue to see teams elevate themselves. We might see Elite win the next game. We have so many amazing teams in this lobby that, you know, it's anyone's game yet. We don't even have a single team on match point yet.
I mean, just to quickly touch on that, we saw it on match 2. They made that crazy rotate into zone, but they had difficulty bunkering and holding it down. So it's, yeah, definitely NIP might need to do something like a little bit different from that. But yeah, I mean, they're getting into that position, but they were getting peppered in match 2, which, yeah, they're finding it difficult just to keep that building and stay in there.
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing is that the map is changing all the time. You don't really get to set your footing. So this is the most fun part of every stage of this tournament. It's very different. Is that you go from we're playing 10 games in a 3-2-2-3, and now you're going to swapping maps constantly. You have to keep adapting, and that really goes to show why these teams are that strong and why they keep coming up ahead is because they're so adaptable.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about that last game specifically was, you know, Estates ending, we had Watsons and Maggies. Every team was getting peppered by the Maggie Qs in the drills, and the teams that really dominated that game were the ones playing the edge and not putting themselves in the center. All the zone teams, the NIPs, you know, we saw Sentinels, everyone just getting blasted in the center of the map, yet Liquid had all the space around the edge. Falcons had so much space, and that was interesting to see how much the comps come into play when it comes to this.
That's right. I mean, with Wolves only being 12 points away from hitting match point in this last game, I know the crowd's going to be going wild. So it's Tiff and Vicky, because this game 4 is going to be insane.
Thank you so much, Seven, because the arena is heating up. I mean, the fact that we are already 3 games down as we transition onto a different map. Falcons are soaring now up from the bottom end of the leaderboards now to the top, and we hear the confidence from Zach. We hear the confidence from Wolves when it comes to leading the pack, and currently, Wolves are leading the pack with 38 total points. I love hearing the insight, too, from Zach Mazer and how they really wanted to prio that unfortunate spawn of the Mythic bin, but specifically that lot. But now you have to make this adaptation when it comes to match point finals, because no team is on that 50-point threshold.
Yeah, exactly. And as we move over to back-to-back maps on E-District, you have to start looking at the teams that focus on E-District to get the most points. You mentioned Wolves. Well, guess what they grabbed in their POI draft? Humbert Labs, a big contention point because we've seen a lot of draft point. We've seen Humbert. We've also seen Energy Bank and the Rogue City Hall, in which Team Nemesis is landing in. But a lot of teams that are still at the top of the leaderboard that could eclipse 50 points here are RQ. 38% of their points from the past week come from this map. It is their best performing map throughout our series. And if we have 2 maps back to back, let's say we eclipse 50, do we go in win condition and win it on E-District? But here's the deal, they haven't won a map yet this week.
Ooh, that's actually crazy to think too. As we take a look at the fans, but you have to keep that in mind. I love that insight, Tiff. Yeah. Because it's the back-to-back E-District that we are going to have for match 4 and 5. So it really depends on how a lot of these teams prio that when it comes to their POIs and how we're going to see if some of these zone pools pull, because it's kind of been a very similar situation, right? When it comes to predicting how these zone pools have been on E-District alone.
And we were also kind of wondering, would we see a Mad Maggie ban? Would we get a Watson ban? We actually get the Watson ban on Olympus here, so we could see a ton of Mad Maggies come through yet again with that Riot drill, bullying a ton of our teams in these buildings. I looked at Alliance, who are landing in Street Market, and we did get some endings in that vicinity, which honestly, for a team like Alliance that's kind of further down on the leaderboard, you want to traverse more space. You want to have to fight for that position, to rack up those kills, to jump up the leaderboard. And like you heard with that interview, looking at the head-to-head, this team on your screen, guys, 0 there, second place in the last map.
Achei.
We saw a 1v1 earlier in the group stage, but we're tied on kills right now. But you know what? Could one of these guys break a tie?
Achei, guys.
Flip a trophy at the end?
Maybe when they aren't taunting yet, right? You gotta wait to the very end.
Would you fight Waltzy in like an arm match? Like an arm match?
Girl,
Bro can put up like what, like 50, 100 pounds each arm?
Dude, his biceps like the size of Hal's head. It's actually
it's
actually crazy, dude. Like, what? I mean, this is the way you start elevating the vibes and the morale of the team. You already know, and you're looking ahead as we get started here on E-District.
Yo, RRQ there just for a brief moment as they get ready to get into the arena. Honestly, I can't tell right now if the Wolves fans, RRQ, or the Alliance fans are the loudest. Because Zeta, they're throwing some shade up there too. They're so wild.
Vou ter que tirar o fundo disso aqui, mano.
That's what I like to hear in the crowd live from Paris. The energy is unmatched when it comes to our Apex Legends Global Series. Energy in the crowd for our lands.
There's nothing quite like an ALGS LAN. So the fact that all of you are here in Paris to witness all of the action live just goes how much to show. You guys are dedicated to Apex Legends. You are dedicated to the players. You are dedicated to the community. So why not get into it? Let's move to E-District.
As we move in, and we got game number 4 on the horizon. We've said goodbye, by the way, to Watson as she was tied in our legend picks together with Mad Maggie. Imagine just getting drilled from afar when it comes to playing inside these buildings, especially when it comes to teams that will be using the Void Nexus off these altars that you could absolutely expect going into E-District.
All right, now as we look at match number 4, Legend Select has occurred. Is on Caustic. A ton of Maggies throughout, so there's a good chance that we are going to witness a Maggie ban with a 100% pick rate. Altars are 16 of them in the lobby, which means Wraith only 3. Definitely going to be using the Altar's Void Passage a lot more to navigate all the different buildings throughout. But here's the deal, guys. That Caustic, it's going to be really nice when you think about hitting ring consoles and where you have to go. Information is critical, and to the north we go. Team Nemesis just there, hovering at City Hall, popping an evac tower. They don't have a ring console, right? So that's going to be difficult for them because they may look to grab any kind of information with that catalyst.
Agora é papo de time esquisito, tá? Caos,
That's really important to note too, with the way that a lot of these teams
Max, que vai ser banida na
maybe trying to get that insight with these survey beacons too, but now trying to play a little bit behind while AG Global do move out of resort.
É muita
After getting
casa,
that
mano.
survey beacon and just trying to wait things out. They do
mapa
have 2
aqui
evil
horrível.
harvesters on the outskirts of where the zone is going to be pulling, but once again, it's kind of been that City Hall zone whenever we see these zone pools.
The preference of Sparrow as well for the survey beacons, and being able to use the arrow to not actually have to get on the beacon is quite nice for Wolves. Over at Humbert did have a ring console, and with their catalyst have already moved just to the south of Energy Bank. But S8UL was hyped on the desk, and for now trying to poke at Sentinels, our former ALGS champs back just a few months ago in Sapporo. Linkser, who hails the Canadian American, is an absolute savage when it comes to here. But it seems now for a disengage.
And being the first team to go out in that
Mas
last
tem
game
nenhuma
too is
Valkyria
tough,
nesse
but this is
jogo,
a
né?
team with great vibes with the way that they could just reset and have a good time. Talk about having these slower starts while GG right alongside them. Do hear him actually getting control over onto this light arsenal, and thankfully with that portal play that he also put down just for some insurance, he does manage to back away. Blinkster is locked in right now too. He is able to also get the scan onto the crate, dropping down from above. Get some more of this Evo charge too before looking ahead of the teams who may have found themselves up in the high ground by that building, because we know coming out of City Hall, there is that high ground that we see a lot of these end zones end up pulling towards.
Just imagine what would happen if they hit the back-to-back. That would just go to show how good of an IGL Blinkster is and how fantastic Monsoon and Fun are. But back to Wolves, who only need 12 points. How many times have we witnessed over this past week, not only No Name going crazy, but Crazy Kong and Wen alongside them? Some of the most fantastic endgame plays.
Love hearing a Crazy Kong too, ramping up with the rest of Wolves. After dominating Pro League in Apex South, now looking to dominate the overall standings as Wolves now move up. And a lot of these other teams have found themselves around these chokes. Falcons neighboring that of Liquid, by the way, where Liquid do want to get control over that.
O cara tá segurando de cabeça pra baixo, velho. Meu Deus.
Together with Wolves now wrapping up on the southern side, though, as they go through this highway. Nobody in the vicinity other than Alliance who will be coming out of Blossom Drive, where there is a ring console themselves.
And they've had 3 wins, 3 second places, and if that doesn't define consistency, I don't know what does. RRQ is right there with them, and that's why they're in the top 2. However, just a few points separating our top 3 as Zach with Team Vision, 35 points, and Team Nemesis looking to get some, but through the void passage, Ninjas in Pajamas go with their great escape.
You know how I feel about this character here, Tiff, the legend that is Alter. Bandit solution when it comes to allowing these teams to get this reset, to get aggressive before diving down. Even bigger when it comes to utilizing that void.
Eu acho que é melhor banir Alter do que
young legend who we have highlighted so many times in the Split 1 playoffs. Being on the Maggie, having to be careful too with the drill. This is what we were expecting when it comes to these teams trying to coexist inside these buildings.
And Sacred, who spent since 2019 wanting to be a pro, wanting to be here on a main stage alongside the people that he's looked
Ela
up to
consegue criar
for
portal
so
que dá pra ir e
long.
voltar.
But back to GK, honestly, Vicky, they've been kind of floating under the radar this week, right? They kind of just get in there in a nice spot. Knocked though, already out. Keon and Drop trying to get him back.
Slow here too, and with Drop feeling a little bit of pressure. Triple take. Sniper to his back, trying to see if they can at least get knocked back. But now when you talk about the catalyst, a lack of catalyst at that too, the wall's coming up, and Wolves, the team that we just interviewed, have now yeeted out the wrecking ball, playing off the other side of the piercing spikes too, after looking at the team who's been playing Sparrow, trying to shoot at the dark when it comes to this wrecking ball, but playing it safe inside the corners of the bathroom.
But the reason this is important is a 12-point is an above-average
Mano, o Wolves
game,
tem
right?
que sair
So
daí,
being able
velho.
to go on to win condition after this would be key. Give you as many games in your pocket to convert before other people eclipse 50. So every fight, every shot is gonna matter. You have to be perfect this game.
And a lot of teams are noting that, right? Hearing those interviews, imagine how that fuels some of our teams and trying to cut off these rotations when you know off the POI drive what that rotation may look like. As we see a flyby with RRQ being another one of those teams, but they're going to be hanging out over the middle part of Energy Bank. There is no team around here. I mean, they're just going to get the information off the survey beacon, and the ring console, so they're just going to be playing objective, but it's that big pile up that's happening.
Mano, eu queria bicho de começo da Elite agora.
And it's a little more of an aggro comp for them, right? The Mad Maggie, Alter, Sparrow, they're focused on getting kills, throwing down damage, and completely assaulting whatever team lies in their path. Brief check-in with Nemesis, still in the building, still holding it down. You've got Falcons on your screen, your most recent map winners, who have now gotten further up the leaderboard, not quite where they want to be just yet, but into the top 5 they are. For that circle, just a bit north of where Team Nemesis are, so that's going to favor Team Falcons. But my thing is, where is Team Vision? Based on the interview with Zach, being able to outline what that game-winning fight is it against Falcons? Do they see the same thing? Are they going to move against each other? Because here comes Team Liquid from the north as well, and those 3 powerhouses keep hitting against each other early.
And I just really love the insight from Zach Mazer, noting that if he would have controlled that building first, it was unfortunate with the Mythic bin spawning there and encouraging Falcons to also situate themselves there. I mean, what would have been that endgame, right? If they had found that spot first and not gotten third-partied. I like being able to see the what-ifs here as Vision now take a roundabout out-of-zone rotation to come out of Resort to play off the back end of where Falcons is. They did hear that evac tower power, by the way. So Falcons may now look behind them since there's 16 altars
Eles não tem bichinho de
in this
pelúcia pra pôr
lobby
também,
that
mano.
allows a
Aí
reset with the Void Nexus.
And there's something you have to think about. Falcons are the only team out of
Pra
Team
mim,
Vision,
eles tinham
Team
que ter, né,
Falcons,
mano? Uns bichinhos de
and
pelúcia.
the team we were talking about that have the caustic, right?
Yeah.
So they can get ring consoles. Everyone else, you have to realize, hey, if there's a team by me that has access to a ring console, there's a good chance they have that information, and we play off them. But Interforce 36, meanwhile, have been going through it. Juzna, the fortress, the gas fortress.
He is pretty safe, even if he is a solo. You can see just the caustic traps settled all over that bottom floor. Now, it really depends on how E36, though, as just is forced to move. How he can try to get away. He's trying to dance around them, though.
Not
he can't get around the corner because the 30-30
Interforce, o que você fez, Interforce,
as the
mano?
first team to go out in this lobby.
Those 30-30s, the moment you hear it, it's like second worst to those Kraber shots. You just know.
You clench.
You're like, oh man, it's coming for my head at this point. But nice job there for Nemesis to use their high ground and those line of sights to grab kills, because they haven't left where they've been for Team Vision, like we were talking about, right? Using Sparrow, Alter, and Mad Maggie similarly to RRQ to go aggro. Their objective right now is to eclipse 50, and that is all that matters.
Oh, wait, hold on. Crazy Kong going down.
Calm,
The
guys.
All-Star, the nades in
No
no-name
name.
direction. He gets knocked next. This is so hard. Wenks, he sees the TP from the other side. He's trying to play around it, being on the other side, but he can't stay alive. Getting great. Elite come out on top, and they clean that up so quick.
And that's what a fight looks like when you don't have Watson. Let's just put it that way. You don't have the pylon to intercept those nades. You don't have the perimeter security to break through. And even with the catalyst, the piercing spikes, the reinforcement of the doors could not stop the onslaught that Elite brought to their door.
It was a very nice clean fight too, right? They did it very quickly with the nades that they were able to put right at their feet. After going down now as our second team, though, this opens the gate for a lot of other squads to try to... Oh, a little cheeky portal there. At least we're just trying to move forward because there is a team
Ganhar uma partidinha pra nós, né,
Elite Vision, though, remember we talked about how
Só
they were
fazer
able to take a
montagem
evac
nessa
tower
grande
to
novo.
play on the edge of resort side.
All right, look at this right now. Zero's out towards their left in a 2-1 split for Team Liquid. They rip Carter down on the front lines, and this is where you have to stabilize, because Team Liquid, once they smell weakness, do descend upon it. And Zero on the altar with the movement capabilities to make it happen, but they're being smart about it. They're not going in with their blinders on. They pick the knock. They know the reset's coming with Alter still in the lobby.
Literally, like just having that Void Nexus. Once again, it's like the insurance that allows these teams to get these free resets, but Liquid not overextending, hold the side of zone. While on the other side, though, for fun, looking like they're not having a lot of fun, because Team Nemesis are taking a picking out of them. Let's see as Tyler tries to jump down. Sees Nags, though, on the back end side because there's a player on the other end of the stairs. And now moving up, I believe they're pinging to the possibility of a third party, forcing Tyler to back away.
This is not good. The Mythic Bin is just south of this fight, and Nemesis, Ninjas in Pajamas, all send for fun.
Mano, tá
That's
todo
what
mundo
I'm talking
querendo
about, the
pedacinho de
distance,
carne,
these
né?
angles that you can have in E-District once you get
A
to this
Zeta
area
foi
of the map
eliminada
on
pela
the buildings.
Elite.
We're still not in the circle,
Mano,
right?
acho que a
So
Elite
get all the
encontrou
loot that you
mapa,
need
hein?
here for Ninjas in Pajamas and
Tá
focus
cedo pra
north.
falar
And
ainda.
the third party was there, but it was a duo of GK where there is a replicator on top of Team Nemesis and as well as a Mythic Bin. So now GK move up, try to harass that one solo of Team Nemesis who is on that Mythic Bin, but Skittle Cakes has the high ground. It's like looking to see if he can give him suppress fire.
It's definitely a Hunger Games cornucopia.
Cara,
If you're
Team
going
Nemesis
that kind
tá
of
num
vibe,
lugar
like
muito
you're
bom,
like,
mano.
oh wait, I get my teammate back and I get a Mythic Bin, but Nemesis, they're not gonna let you have it. Sacred eating with the RE45. I'm gonna need you to get some energy ammo and feel a little better as we move to circle. But just one more player left of GK.
The fact that Monsoon too also finds Lift Up. Action non-stop. Sacred. Every time I'm looking at this player, man, he's always got the RE45 in his hand, and with the Mythic Bin in their favor, having a lot more walking away from this building because they will have to start inching to the north. Where
a
we'll be
Nemesis já tá querendo
not
limpar
towards
uma
the
área
marker where
ali.
we've expected time and time again, but on the bridge, on the
Elite
north
só
side of
em
City Hall, where Vision, Zach himself, called it out on this rotate, where Liquid was neighboring them.
Well, they're going to have a big fight later with AG Global for that power position on the west. Elite Esports on your screen on the south side. For Falcons, who have just rotated in, find a spot, and Guild getting the caustic barrels down, immediately covering their path. and they start looking back, right? The riot drill, the nades coming.
A Elite sabe já dos caras. Eles vão ir atrás deles, mano.
Throws out the Maggie Ball to try and prevent the slaughter, and through the void passage we go.
Especially when it comes to that Stinger Bolt, the direct counter and trying to deal with so many caustics in this lobby. Alright, he sent out that Nox grenade from very far left field.
So 2 ults down.
A Vision que só tá com 2 players vai ter que lutar contra a AG.
Zach is going to be able to pop this ult up. Just so that way he can get his own Stinger Bolt, but with the Deadbox res, they bring back Loader. Nemesis are still farming and IP, by the way. And now, as they're going to be able to get the trade-off too with Skittle, looking to see if they can get the res, because it was the caustic nades, and IP do get eliminated, so GK, that's going to be Legacy picking that up onto Kura.
And the battle of the South is not over by any means.
Alô, câmera.
Actually trying to make their presence known as Reject move in on Team Nemesis.
Caras já,
have a lot of angles down there. As Team Vision still keep tabs on AG Global.
A Elite derrubou alguém da Reject.
And this is what we're seeing up in the kill feed, because Nemesis are down to what looks to be a solo. It's just Sacred hiding behind these knockdowns. It's Elite moving up, but there's a 3P.
O Kaida tá sem dó nos caras, hein?
And you have to be careful as Reject actually may allow Team Nemesis to try to survive until that very moment and pick that up. Do not allow Reject to take that KP away from them. Team Nemesis now get eliminated, and AG involved with Team Vision, who move up from the low ground into this building.
Niazul's full. Jaguares on the ground, and Yanya right there. Thanks to Sparrow giving us the information, tracking him where he's going.
Tadinho do Yanya, mano.
Eliminated.
Tadinho do Yanya,
finishing blows.
And with Team Liquid looking at how that fight was going, they wanted to time a 3P, but Vision had timed that themselves really well with the way that they took over the building from away from the AG, and Liquid took that KP.
A team that's in contention for 50 points. Rather silent here is Team RRQ all the way in the north. 2 teams north of Team Liquid. For the Falcons, however, the south side is going to be kind of difficult with S8UL and Sentinels on the horizon, but through the Void Passage we go. What does that look like? But I wanted to see the north, and here we are.
And trying to control the bottom side of this bridge is RRQ, one of our teams who've been fragging out. See the opportunity. Oh my God. Jelly sliding in.
Nossa, RRQ foi eliminada, velho.
Top heavy teams in some trouble, minus Vision. RQ won't be able to boost themselves up. This actually opens a gate for Team Vision. Liquid clawing their way up. Zach, by the way, picking up the KP onto Hockeys. 11 squads left. Zach is fragging out. He finishes off Hockeys. We heard the interview. You hear the confidence. And now they're going to be able to take this Void Nexus back.
Still a lot of heavy hitters in the north as we lose Unlimit. Please remember, S8UL and Sentinels are still in circle, and everyone's vying to get there.
Vision are currently at 40 points total. They need 50 points to be at match point. As Reject do get eliminated, Sentinels have been farming as well. Monsoon being on the Mad Maggie does find playing off the low ground here. As Elite looking to get this res, but Vision has been harassing these teams in the right side.
Well, you have Alliance also in the vicinity. They are some shooters, we know that. So Loader and Zach are going to have their jobs cut out for them. They are the furthest out. We do have a Maggie Ball. We do have Zach, but with your altar down, movement is going to be tough. Carter needs to be rezzed here. The reset, critical to their game.
Oh, that was so scary right there. Zach is also in the middle of healing, but it's fine. He manages to get away right behind Zach while he pops the shield battery.
Mano, a Vision Pro tá jogando muito, mano.
Reset while Alliance are looking down
a Elite resetou também.
Falcons lose out on their Mad Maggie now. Forced to play things out as a duo, looking to see if they can at least reset, but it's the wrecking.
Ai, mano, eles vieram tudo.
See Vision, the beaming, it's up to Zepto, playing up the but there's too many people.
Team Vision foi eliminada, mano.
As Vision are the next to go, and Elite get to see another day.
And they reset. They reset.
Ai, não. Ah, velho, Elite pegou a Elite na merda, mano.
Reset, but not for very long, right? They attempted it here as Zero moves up.
Corre, mano. Corre, Kaida.
Playing off the other side here of the middle console. They get eliminated. 8 squads left, though. Looking
Kaida.
Another team up on the high ground that were harassing Elite before.
Zeddy Esports in the mix here as well. So
Kaida tá vivo ainda.
teams. And Zeddy, with the timing, you have to think about this, right? They could just throw down and third party this with ease, but Team Liquid has to stay healthy in this engagement, and here comes Zeddy.
Zeddy now engaging against Team Liquid with Alliance still alive here as a duo from the other side. They get taken out, and so
eliminado,
last 5 squads now, as Falcons are still in this lobby.
Caralho, a Falcons tá viva ainda.
Match 3, your Titans climbing the leaderboard. However, they're just a duo, and Game and Gladiators
É a Falcons versus a Sentinel? Não tem a GG ainda. Fudeu.
It's a 2v2 and Hal swings.
Side by side with Guild,
Ai, Sentinel.
the drill peppering into them. Gotta give a nudge over to Dia for that.
A Falcons foi eliminada, velho. A Alliance tá viva?
With the Kraber in hand, finding Hal, finding Guild, last 3 squads.
Não, a Alliance tá viva ainda. Meu Deus, não scope.
Legacy, who is so consistent with this weapon.
Cadê a Alliance, mano? Onde esse cara da Alliance tá, velho?
District, 8 kills for the team. And
Ah, ele tá ali no cantinho?
Connecting, and here's the deal, it's infinite ammo. We can open up these
Ah, não, ele tá ali escondido, ó.
Nice,
nice, mano. Fica.
We've seen him play Wraith as a solo in end games. We get as many placement points as we can. But
O cara tá sonhando, mano. Vambora. Minha torcida vai pro hacks aqui, mano.
Alliance, we've seen this before. Staying alive, waiting for the 3v3 of Sentinels and S8UL with Sentinels.
Os caras sabem que ele tá sozinho, né?
Positioning on
Tem
that
7
slight high
players,
ground.
viu?
Legacy pinging on where to rotate. Feeling the drill though, and the pressure with Kraber now in his hand still. Peppering in also the caustic barrels to
fechando o
at least
anel,
give him
velho.
the space.
Respawn for Alliance, a full reset. Welcome back, Aku and Unlucky. Now it's
Voltou os 3.
Here comes the Maggie Ball. And despite getting them back in, this causes chaos. Could Sentinels win?
Sentinels now move up. This is over.
A Alliance eliminou os caras, mano. Caralho. Palmas pro hacks, mano. Foda. Hacks tem minha torcida agora, viado. Esse cara... Mano, palmas. O cara conseguiu reviver a equipe inteira e ainda ficar em segundo lugar, mano. Parabéns. Parabéns, mano. O cara fez a boa agora. Foda, mano.
And that was with them going out first in our previous game. Let's not forget what happened on Olympus and now turn things around to get the win.
That was a good game from them, right? When you start to think about it, they started in Canal Plaza. We're going to the north. It's such a quick rotate for them. They're allowing themselves to set up in Godspot. But not only that, they defend all
Mano,
of the
parabéns pra
sieges
Sentinels
towards
também,
their
né? Fez um bom jogo, velho.
They are our ALGS champs from Sapporo, guys. There's a reason they are this dang good. And you've got to give it to S8UL, right? Sure, 3rd place in that match. But what they did, they had the caustic ult. They were poised on resources and abilities for that endgame fight. But Alliance Hackers getting that reset as we kind of dive back to our top 5. This is where you see Falcon swing the duo of GG.
Alliance, mano, conseguiu matar a Soul.
Coming down, because that's what he has to do. They see the res go off, they're going to jump on it, so Hackers goes up to put the pressure on them first.
The bait is insane. I mean, the fact that they even lost that fight, allowing Monsoon to wrap right behind the man to take the win. I mean, we'll take that any day. S8UL, they were hungry. They wanted to dive onto the res. Hockey says,
guys, já volta aí.
Quick to get second place, and Sentinels just clean up on aisle 3. And we even saw Blinked a few times get a kidnap, as he's usually known for, to kind of kickstart this momentum for them on E District. You love the energy in the crowd. You love that Alliance, by the way, slide through into a 2nd place spot for game number 4. And again, we also have to mention that it is the back-to-back E District.
That's right, we're going back. Honestly, it's kind of crazy. The Sentinels literally throw 1 Mad Maggie ball and 7 bullets and clean up that fight. They're like, yeah, you'll take these 12 placement points. Let's see how many kills we got. 9 kills, a 21-point game. Do you know how good that is to get you back into it, right? And for Zach, who was saying, like, if we're still going to game 9, I made a mistake. They just needed 12 points. We got half of that. We got 6.
They're getting close, though.
They are. They're incredibly close. Alliance there with an 11-point game. If that is kind of our floor, our dud for a game, going into the top 3 as a solo and bringing everyone back, it's a little unfortunate that I only got 2 kills from that. But it's Team Nemesis who started in City Hall. Yes, they went out in 14th, but if you're going out in 14th with 7 kills from your building, that just goes to show you how good you were defending everyone that was full sending you. It's just not quite enough. We need a 20-pointer. We need a banger.
And even trying to take a safer rotation, right? Until we saw this collapse of a fight. Taking a look at some of these highlights of the end game here with Team Liquid now having to go from the under part of the bridge. I really do like this zone pool too, because then you have to mention Sentinels who were clearing their back end of the POI that they have been, and then ZE2 making a mention as in these last 5 squads. Walty had gotten down earlier, but with the Mad Maggies in this lobby, Tiff, it was a bloodbath with that drill. We won't be seeing her anymore. No more with the Warden, as I like to call her, and S8UL. They wanted the shiny object of the res before their eyes, before Sentinels. It was with the Wrecking Ball and a nice strike to take that game.
Ooh, and with Mad Maggie gone, does that mean Gibby coming out? Does that mean?
Oh yeah, 100%.
We go and see our Gibby boy, but there it is yet again. That end win for Sentinels, dominating the fashion, timing it to perfection. Guys, we're literally just getting started here at the Year 6 ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC, and I could not be more excited.
I know, right? I mean, the fact that we are going on to game number 5 after hearing our interviews, after hearing how confident our IGLs are feeling, but now you take a look at Sentinels turning things around, and after getting that win alone brought them up to those 21 total points, with Alliance coming in 2nd place. That could make a difference. We heard it from Lace too, as S8UL kind of starting off slow, ramping up here. They didn't get that 2nd place spot or that 1st place finish, but it was the 9 KP that they at least got in their pocket.
And that is a big deal for them, right? Because sometimes with S8UL, yes, they can net themselves the win, but maybe it doesn't have enough kills to go alongside it. So if you're getting the 7 placement points and 9 kills, a 15-point... Wait, hold on, timeout. We pause for this.
Jeez, that was so crazy.
Yeah, you're nasty, Legacy. You're nasty. We love that. For overall rankings, guys, remember the key number is 50. That is what we want. Teams that are 12 points away, I'm looking at the APAC South squads of Wolves Esports and Team RRQ. Team Vision, you guys heard it. If Zach did something wrong, if we go to 9 games, well, blame him, I guess.
Well, you know what's also scary too is with Wolves and RRQ going out a little early in that previous game, the fact that they're at 38 points nonetheless is a few points away from overtaking Vision in this 1st place spot. We could easily welcome, what, 3 teams here at match point, depending on how this rolls out for game number 5.
And we went how many games last year, Vicky? You were there. 13?
It went the distance. Gauntlet. It was crazy.
Worse than a survival stage. But you know what, with match point finals, my favorite thing is one more game.
It is. We got some more Apex on the horizon. I mean, this is the fact that you even see the Kraber shots. The 2-in-1 deal will absolutely take that. As we see a nice little flyby of our pros and what this means and how these teams were now able to turn things around. Maybe a slow start for some of these teams, but with the back-to-back on E-District, it sets the likes of even Sentinels to take this momentum and roll into Game 5 with it.
Ooh, I'm ready to see it. And we got the Wolves fans. That's actually such a gnarly fan right there. Like, how cute is that? It looks so fluffy. Well, the Wolves fans, they have the most intricate things. If you look behind, like where our studio desk is over there, did you see like the anime-inspired Wolves fans? There we go, Monsoon Riley, yeah. Hey, that's actually sick.
I love the fans and I love the signs in the crowd, guys. Get ready because we got E-District on the other side here. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs here at Esports World Cup 2026, and we are closing in on our first team hitting match point. The match point finals has been fantastic so far, and with those three gentlemen on your screen, Sentinels getting their first win, things are starting to hot up here.
You know, Sentinels, one of the best performing E-District teams we have in this tournament. They now raise their average to 10 points per game. 50% of Sen's points have come from this map as well, so I'm not surprised that they finally put that win on the board and put themselves up there.
Interesting though, this is the team that I want to focus on. This team right here from APAC South, criminally, and I am taking the blame for this as much as anyone, underspoken about. One of the most consistent teams in the Apexlegends Global Series, and when we talk about E-District, Dan, which is where we're going back to now, some of the most stand-out statistics you could possibly ask for.
And you saw what they were able to do, getting into that final circle, putting points on the board. They are the best E-District team that we have in this tournament, averaging 12 points per game. Again, 50% of their points have come from E-District as well. So S8UL will definitely be a focus going into this next one, as will Elite Esports and Reject, two more teams that have been able to put on a lot of points on this map.
Well, let's see who continues their form, or if someone is going to jump up and make themselves known as we head back to E-District now for match number 5. The match point finals continues.
We are so close now for one of these teams crossing that match point threshold, but it is still not guaranteed. Vision, 9 points away from getting there. Wolves, 12. RRQ, 12 as well. If those three teams exit early, and similarly to what we've seen so far, some of these lower scoring teams finding points, finding wins, maybe we go all the way into further without teams getting to match point threshold.
It always feels like when we're close, you're like, oh, it has to be this game, and then another game, and then another game. Even teams on 49 points, Sentinels being one of them, back in Sapporo in January, could not get that single solitary point they needed to get over that match point threshold. However, it didn't end up too bad for Sentinels. They went on to win the whole thing.
And what a booster this is for Sentinels' chances now as they close in on halfway to match point threshold. Well, you wanted to see different zones. We're going to be heading to the southwest now of the map. Enter Force 36 in prime position for this one. For Fun are moving very quickly from draft point, and Alliance are going to have priority too. Remember, Alliance did get to that end game, and currently they sit in 8th position, so they're also putting a consistent amount of points on the board.
Yeah, second place, if I'm not mistaken, for Alliance in that game as well. Somehow out of the dropship,
you saw the POV
of Aku. No mags, no problem. He was hitting every bullet and then unlucky cleaned up the pieces, denying S8UL their chance to win that game and opening the door for Sentinels to close out. But Viaduct is looking pretty, I would say, spicy when it comes to where you want to be positioning yourself. But a lot of teams actually heading to the street market side here. Yeah. We do see those deep Viaduct pulls, but I'm wondering if some teams are thinking that maybe they want to hit a little bit more info, see where everyone else is.
Vai repetir o mapa.
Teams that are kind of look a little bit lost on where they want to play here.
Well, Enter Force 36 are playing the baby comp, and they have opted to go away from their POI. And as you mentioned, maybe to build up that Evo, just get a little bit of extra something. They dropped at Viaduct. They are currently hounding Alliance, by the way, and kind of shooing Alliance away, saying, we don't want you to take this western side away from us. So Alliance have respected them, backed off a little bit, but Enter Force 36, they are currently relentless with their push.
Yeah, just looking at compositions, it's actually an interesting conversation to have, because now with Maggie being banned, we did have that joint 20 pick aside, by the way. We'll go back to that in a second, because Jelly from Zeddy is finding some Wolves players in front of him. This is down on the southern side of the zone, and this is very close to where the end game will be taking place. And it looks like a little bit of an engagement ends with no harm, no foul for either side. Everyone's still healthy for now. But going back to composition, the fact that Maggie has been banned, now we are starting to see Gibraltar, Newcastle, and the baby comp start to come through. The counters aren't there that were previously available, so teams might be looking to play this one a little bit slower, build up to purple, get those purple perks, and then make the most of the composition.
For newer viewers, baby comp has been defined as Gibraltar, Newcastle, and Valkyrie, because Valkyrie kind of carries the two through the air and slams to the ground, or because babies can play it.
Bandeira Mad Max, aí agora
we are going to see
os caras podem jogar
in this game because we do have
de escudo,
15,
né?
so going into match 6, there will not be a Gibraltar, and the full baby comp will not be available. As up into the sky, there's a charge rifle available for Deeds.
Deeds, one of the best Newcastles in the game, and I feel very, very confident in that statement. Very well adept at anchoring the team, and making sure that he's in position to drag those teammates up when they need to. Now, speaking of dragging teammates up, Falcons might need to do that right now, because the breach charge from Jelly is going to take down Waltzy, who's going to be playing Fuse. Interesting composition, actually, from Falcons in this game. Alter, Catalyst, and Fuse. Now, Jelly has just found himself down. Deeds does his job to pick him back up. That was a beautiful Skynade coming in from Guild.
Bubble goes down as well, just to protect themselves. Breach charge goes out. And Zeddy are going to opt to back away from this one. Probably an intelligent one, considering the position that Falcons find themselves in. And Falcons just have that advantage on the damage they've been able to output at the moment. But you mentioned it. I love this composition. I think Catalyst is going to be integral the further we get into this tournament as well.
Fuse as the counter comp, you could say, or the counter pick to a lot of the Gibraltars that we're seeing.
Cara, eu gostei dessa menininha do drone, velho.
Firing a couple of those knuckle clusters behind those mobile shields certainly does make you uncomfortable if you are running that legend. So Falcons choosing to try and play against what they expected to see in this lobby with some counters. Unlimit, they're being very aggressive. Look at this competition. Strafing Flame is going to be trapped inside of that room with nowhere to go. Easy Flash has just been taken down as well by Stuvie. Well, when you're choosing Sparrow, Alter,
Legal.
Axel, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That says we're going to play
Macetando RRQ.
It's never too much fun if the Gibraltar's the last one alive, usually, but ever since the changes where he can run a little bit quicker now, he's not as bad, even though the hitbox is still pretty annoying.
They added some fast twitch fibers to this, man. I'm convinced of it.
But Pricey has been playing excellent, and RRQ very much deserve their position in third place, but an early elimination suddenly allows everyone else in the lobby to start to play catch-up. Now, I mentioned Elite Esports. We saw how incredible they were through the group stages. This was the map where they found so many points. They dominated so many games, and they need to find more here to put themselves in contention of getting to match point threshold.
Yeah, 20 points on the board so far. It's okay. It's decent enough.
Middle of the pack.
But like you say, the fact that this is the last time we'll see E-District for quite some time as we snake back through our map selection. Got to make the most of the opportunity where you've had those successes. Ninjas in Pajamas, not the greatest of starts for them. 18th position overall at the moment. Just the 11 points on the board, and most of those came from game one.
They did, but they are another one of those teams that could potentially
Caralho, eu ataquei, filho.
still being hunted down.
Já era, a RQ perdeu, mano. Acabou pros caras.
I think in a match point finals lobby with the talent on display, a 1v3 in that situation, unlikely. No,
Duplex caiu, velho. Tadinho.
No problem whatsoever. Gets chased down by Zeddy Esports. As they will find those kills. That's completely isolated deep in zone at the moment, Zeddy. As you can see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, they're just outside of stadium. Where the zone is going, though, we are pulling down towards the south, down towards the back of Viaduct, where I was expecting to see teams start to converge upon.
Cara, eu gostei das compras aqui, mano. Tá bem diferenciado, velho. Tirando o fato que tem, mano, todo mundo jogando de
and they've moved all the way around the west,
hit the north,
and they were bullied away initially by Interforce 36, and now they've been able to scuttle themselves to the north. They will also be playing the baby comp that we were mentioning earlier. They have the Valkyrie available. I think that we've learned a lesson through group stages. Some of the baby comp teams who did have zone pull towards them really struggled because they weren't able to capitalize on the composition they are running. So instead, you go, you get your evos up, you get as much weapons and utility, and then you slam down into zone later and destroy one of these teams who is not quite as built up as you are.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get that skyward dive up to purple, get that perk where you supersonic into the skies, and also get the triple defensive bombardment, which I think really is the key to damage output for a lot of these teams in the end game. It's worth just taking that counter rotate away from zone to collect that evo to make sure that that composition is as powerful as it can be.
So we briefly checked in with Team Vision, our lobby leaders at the moment. 9 points required. Could they be the first squad to reach the match point threshold?
É o nosso mano Gibraltar, mano.
So they have to do it right here, right now in the kill feed. Yanya's just gone down to the ring, so AG are also taking their sweet time. It looks like he's been picked back up as Team Liquid. Going for a very interesting rotation on the south here. They're actually so far off the map. They weren't even on my feed, but they've been able to sneak in behind enemy lines.
Yeah, full wrap towards the southern side here, and this backside of Viaduct is going to be very precious to a lot of teams. This is where the zone usually pulls away from the main kind of crane structure that makes up the POI. So sneaking your way to that southern side is going to be very, very effective if they can survive towards that end game. A team who's very close to match point, Vision. We've got Interforce 36 inside of Street Market right next to them, as you can see from their POV. Only 9 points away, Team Vision. Oh no, Lota goes down.
Véi, estão caçando os top 5, hein? Estão na caçada, moleque.
And Loter extending to see that things went badly, that they could get back into the game. Now Wolves Esports taking some damage, and it's going to be the rat from Team Liquid they weren't expecting that's cost them crazy comp.
Yeah, Team Liquid have just really created a lot of uncertainty here on the South. A few of the teams starting to get involved in this fight, thinking maybe we could pick up some KP.
Cara, por que o Wolves preferiu ter alter do que
Wolves are going to really have to try and battle back to get up to a full 3 here, with 1 being down. 2 will at least be okay.
Será que eles estão jogando pelo
There's
conforto?
Hypeee also in the area and also noticing Team Liquid. Now GK
Meu Deus.
arriving, and this is what happens in this game when we have this many Valkyries. Everyone's going to start to arriving.
Já tomou o HS-zaço já? Ai, meu ursinho caiu, velho.
Team Liquid decide that they don't feel comfortable. Wow. They're going to go up into the skies here. Now they have managed to get up to full purple, so they're going to have all perks available. They're going back. And I don't mind this too much. I think it was just a little bit too busy for them, and I think the actions of the teams around them, who were just being kind of a little bit too aggressive for their liking. They want to re-enter when the space is a little bit clearer, or maybe those two teams do start to engage with each other.
I mean, during the toilet break, I heard Zero shout at one of the other teams, "Why are you inting me for?"
Doesn't sound like Zero.
And he probably feels like they would be a little bit vulnerable to some
No name,
aggression.
sai daí, no
So
name,
Liquid
porra.
reset. Falcons also on the southwest. Wolves still struggling at the moment. It's going to be down to just crazy.
Ah, no name, qual foi, viado?
And it was GK who have wedged themselves between these teams, who are causing a real problem for Wolves right now.
So look at the kill feed. Alliance
gênio,
and
né,
Nemesis
mano?
having a little bit of a scrap. Ninjas in pajamas inside a zone will be safe for quite some time. Also, you can see S8UL picking up a knock onto Mike from Zeta Division. Crazy con, by the way. He's got a Moby.
Just need to find the gap, thread the needle.
He's got both of the banners. He's got himself a catwalk.
Oh no!
But he might have forgot that there's 19 other squads available. It would have been very, very impressive to get that done. Maybe not right now.
Yeah, For Fun aren't going to allow that one.
Perhaps.
And he's spent the Dark Veil, that's the problem.
836 are fighting. They've just been taken down by GK. Crazy Bomb's dead. Wolves do not get the res off. A valiant effort though. So close.
Ah,
Mere moments away
Wolves,
from
mano,
getting
meu
this unlucky. He was
Deus,
happy
mano.
To sacrifice himself. Well, now we have lost 3 teams, and 2 of those teams were in 2nd and 3rd.
Tô puto com a Wolves
It opens
agora,
the door
né?
for Vision to take a little
Que
bit of a
merda
lead
que
here.
fizeram,
As we check
velho?
back in with Sentinels now.
Kidnap.
They're able to kidnap them.
That's a kidnap. Wow. Yeah, not much chance of getting back through the portal that time, especially with Sheila staring at you now. Alliance on your screen, 2 EMEA powerhouses. Close enough that they can smell each other, and somehow Hackers has found himself a Kraber already in this game. Mastiff in his hands as well. The fuse ult though, the Motherload is burning. They have to play behind the Newcastle wall here. Look for this res. Bubble's going to go down. Unlucky will be able to drag Aku back to his feet, so should be okay. But Elite are just waiting here. And as soon as that bubble goes down, these frag grenades are going to hurt.
He's got frags, he's got arc stars, he's got everything you could want here, but there is still other teams in the area.
That's
so Elite,
GK again.
they cannot capitalize. Yes, you get the damage.
Kinda actually finds one onto Hackett, so that nade does its job.
Nossa, mano, a Alliance tá muito fodida, mano.
There's still a chance for Alliance to survive.
Nossa, mano, a Alliance tá muito ferrada.
To clear this, to finish it off. Everybody is firing down, and now they bubble forward. Aku has to hold the line, but all of Alliance just got up.
He actually knocked Unlucky with the Thunderdome, by the way. Hackers gets taken down by Sentinels. Alliance are just being too
Alliance
focused.
morreu, mano.
And they'll fall in 17th place. That's another team in the top 10 that's gone down. And this is how match point finals goes sometimes. Just when you think teams are starting to take a lead, those that have been struggling start to pick up the pace.
Well, it's a Motherload coming in from Vision here. They want to try and push this. Remember, they only need 9! A Loter through the fire and the flames of the Motherload jumps forward and deletes Waltzy.
Just like that, they only need 8 and a placement point on the horizon if
já
they get to
joga,
the top
tá?
15 as well.
Now, this is a really big fight as well. Guild actually does a good job of the rest of Falcons to retreat through a Void Nexus, because this endgame position will be huge. You can see where the zone is going to be pulling in 30 seconds time. And if Vision can clear this side and find a place to play, The 8 points they now need becomes a very, very viable option.
Yeah, Falcons had to be a focus for them because Falcons are going to hold them out. On the other side of Falcons is Team Liquid, by the way. Suddenly we're starting to see Hal and Zero get into these end games, which might be concerning for some of these other squads.
Não pegou.
NIP still very much a feature in this one as well. As you've just seen Gil get finished by Yanya, so it's just down to the CEO himself here. And sadly, Falcons will fall in 16th, so now we will have 15 teams. One more placement point for Vision, they need 7.
You can see the exhale from Hal, though. I think he knew what his fate was about to be. But for Vision, they're going to be safe on this bridge.
Mas se eu fosse a Vision, eu ficava quieto aí,
Next to them is going to be AG Global. That's where the focus of attention is going to be for Vision for now. You can see that Zach is just kind of trying to wrap behind Vision.
Oh, it's AG Global.
Excuse me, AG. And see if he can force them away. If they can deny them stepping towards this side of zone, then their focus can just be straight ahead to the north. Big Liquid got to be careful here. Knuckle Cluster goes in. Car takes a little bit of damage, as does Zach on the cross here, but it does force the bubble. Motherload will follow up. Vision playing tight, making sure nobody oversteps and gives that first knock away.
This is a huge call from Vision to try and force Liquid away, and they've done exactly that. They've claimed it. Liquid say, actually, we'd rather stay alive. We need points as well. Live reaction of Hal complaining to his teammates. Not really too surprised with that one, but Vision have now been able to take one of the better positions on the map. Rejector arriving as well with the Skyward target. Reject arrived to the west. They become a threat here.
Just landed on their height.
Tá sobrevivendo, mano.
So Reject on the height now. Vision have to play bunker down. They cannot peek. They cannot take the fight with Liquid. All of a sudden,
olha onde tá a Reject, mano. Olha onde tá a Reject, mano. Ele sabe, ele sabe.
Team seems to be stacked inside of the main structure of the POI and has to leave. This is going to be an absolute battle on the northern side.
Vision under a lot of pressure. RC have taken prime position.
One more potential point for Vision, by the way. Logan just got the knock onto Blinzer.
If it gets finished, that's going to be the real question.
Eles não tem nenhum escudo, mano.
Maybe they sense Vision a weak here. It's a great answer back, though. 2 are down on the side of Vision, and Carter has to stay alive.
Oh, the charge rifle is going to get him finished off, though. Excuse me, it was actually, I think, a shot from distance.
Tá voltando. Vision tá voltando. Soul vai matar a Vision, mano. Não matou. Matou. Sim, Liquid acabou com a Vision, mano.
It's a brave fight from Liquid, but this could be a huge revive for them as well. Bubble was down, they get back into a 3. Now you need Sykes to get that bat off as Team Liquid will hold.
Oh, the double bubble!
Calma.
Arufa tries to poke from RC up on that high ground, using the valve to drop down, deal that damage, and pop back up. But the main story here for Liquid is they have reset.
Mano, Team Liquid tá bem aqui.
Healthy, and they will be able to participate in this endgame. Now, Sentinels looking for a back-to-back. 2 shots left in the Kraber, make it 3. My maths still not on point. Hopefully Blix's Kraber will be.
Bota a cabeça aí, vai, Cole. Você vê o que acontece.
Still somehow 13 squads alive in this final circle, by the way. The most we've had so far in seasons for fun under a lot of pressure. And one of the key factors here, 1st, 2nd and 3rd are out of this lobby. We still may not see a team reach match point depending on who takes this victory here. Nemesis go down.
And it might be GG next.
Nemesis caiu pra Zeta.
Very, very close to them. Void passages coming through from For Fun to try and see if they can peek on the damage. GG have to force that bubble. They have to expend the bubble. And they're going to be vulnerable when that goes down.
Gibraltars are very much the main players in this final circle as Vayne has fallen. Power amps are plenty, I'm sure. GG's still alive. They've still been able to use this little nook and cranny to stay in a successful position.
Well, NIP and GK is now a 2v2.
NIP derrubou a GK.
In fact, it's going to be GK who win that one.
A NIP morreu, mano.
GG's still alive, by the way, and a combination of GG and Elite will delete For Fun. It's a Mia on a Mia on a Mia. As we now jump back to the America. Zeddy on your screen right now. Half the lobby has been eliminated. 10 squads remain.
An opportunity for Zeddy, maybe. They're at 37 points. A win here may just send them over that match point threshold. And the position they hold could be a perfect one. It is another KP that goes in their favor. As you can see how close these teams are now for reaching match point. Liquid, Sen, and Zeddy is all eyes on. Can you do it here on E-District?
Well, Zeta Division bangs center of zone behind a Newcastle wall. Sentinels getting pressured.
Quem tá naquela casinha ali à esquerda?
Esports as well inside of their little hut they call home.
Quem tá ali, mano?
GG now the play
Nossa, GK, mano.
Look who gets the clip. Zane sends in the motherload. Zone is closing GK down to 1 as Blast will find another in the feed. You can also see Zeddy doing some damage onto AG on the low ground.
A GK tá no teto, mano. Fudeu.
This is going to be one of the most difficult end zones you've ever seen to stay alive. It's all down to bubbles, castle walls. And maybe, just maybe, there's something you can throw in. There's ramparts there in the lobby. Don't forget a catalyst there with a dark veil as well.
And Elstar will certainly help.
Elite foi eliminada, mano.
Zeddy looking to punish RC behind this.
Nossa senhora, mano, olha a guerra que tá rolando, velho.
Next the solo will go. RC now versus Zeddy. Zeddy are trying to send this on the high ground. Rejector out. Gaming Gladiators also out. We're into our top 5.
Zeddy find themselves 7 points away now from the threshold. But Jelly's just gone
Ó,
down.
Sentinels tá vivo ainda.
But another bubble comes out. They should
Revive,
be able to
revive.
get up, but the zone's creeping
Revive.
in. You've got to move.
Well, there's
Ai, caralho.
doing his job again on
Tô
Newcastle.
entendendo mais nada, mano.
Down in front of them all of a sudden.
Team Liquid caiu.
Liquid will fall. Everybody is in front of them.
Meu Deus, olha a Zeta.
There's Zeta Division. Zeddy will fall.
Zeta ganhou.
Send them for back to back. But it's Zeta Division. Who come
Que
through with the
porra.
win for
O que acabou de acontecer, mano?
Yuka on land. Could we see the man who has been chasing
Mano, o
that
que
victory
acabou de
for what feels like
acontecer,
forever?
velho?
As no team crosses the match
A
point
Vision não tá
threshold here in
seguindo,
match
mano.
5. It has been the tightest ALGS tournament we've
A galera da
had in
Zeta
quite
Game
some time.
felizaça, mano.
Zeddy touching distance, Sen touching distance, but neither were able to cross. And it is Zeta Division again, time and time again this tournament. They just creep out of nowhere and slam a win on the board and put themselves in contention.
They just managed to avoid the attention of the majority of the lobby. They were playing down in a little corner on the low ground. Everybody else was just a step above them in each other's eyesight. It allowed them to go unnoticed for long enough that when the final moment came, they just had to pull the trigger.
Zeta Division put 22 points on the board from that game, 10 kills, which is the same number Sentinels also found. 10 points for Sen, which actually puts them only 5 away now from that match point threshold. Our reigning world champions trying to go back-to-back with LAN victories, which is not something many teams have been able to achieve. You talk about the greats, you talk about the dynasties that we've had in this competition, the likes of Dark Zero, the likes of TSM. Could Sentinels be another name added to that list?
Questions that will all be answered at the end
A
of
Gladiators
today.
tá ali,
The
mano,
one team
acabada,
lifts that
velho.
trophy, but the fact that we
A
still
Gladiators tá acabada.
do not have a single solitary team on 50 points means we get some more Apex, and that's what we love here in the Apex Legends Global Series, knowing those games are gonna keep rolling. Here's your match results. Dan, take us through.
Zeddy also giving themselves a fantastic chance with the 12 points they put on the board. They are actually the closest to match point threshold, as we'll see later with the series
Os
results.
caras fizeram 22
Liquid with a
pontos,
big
velho.
12 points through kills alone.
Como é que pode?
The way they were
22
able to hold
pontos,
the
pelo amor de
southwest side
Deus.
of that zone was perfect. But then some teams still struggling a little bit down towards the lower half of the leaderboard. Big ones would be Ninjas in Pajamas, for example. Our #1 team coming out of the Americas region during Split 1 Pro League are in 19th place. Enter Force 36 are in 20th
Oxe, minha
place
internet
at the
tá
moment. They
horrível.
just haven't been able to get going.
Ih,
Here is
TV
that
Net,
game from
mano.
the
TV
POV
Net.
momentarily of Zeta Division. You can see the carnage, the defensive bombardments raining down from the sky, nades, bubbles. It is
Nossa, dá pra
absolute
entender nada,
chaos
mano.
inside of that final moment. You can see fun at the end there. Comes down, I think he might actually die to zone.
I think the last player actually Valkyried up into the air at that point and avoided all the gunfire. You were quite right when you pointed it out that they just were able to get away from everyone else, which sometimes as a Valkyrie, that is your job. You talk about those final circles, you talk about Gibraltar getting the bubbles down, Newcastle using the shield. As a Valkyrie, it is survival of the fittest.
Survive they did, and as the games keep rolling.
Fofo, mano, fofo. Era a galera da Zeta? Pode ser. Guys, pausinha pro almoço. Vai perder os drops? Não, mano. Não, navegador não? Guys, já volta aí, hein? É pausa do jogo agora. Tinha que ficar 3 horas na live do War Thunder e acabou já? Mano, voltou já, mano.
Talking about in terminal, they kind of playing that balcony, but Hal's got a little bit of license here on Alta to try and finish off Pricey.
Guys, voltou muito cedo, mano.
He does 3 KP for the CEO. RRQ are eliminated second.
And it has been quite an up and down tournament for RRQ, hasn't it? You think of day 1, how much they dominated. Day 2, suddenly they fall off, they look lackluster, and then they find themselves in match point finals through an incredible survival stage. But now, at 38 points, they fall here in match 6. So again, they'll have to sit back, watch.
Mano, voltou muito rápido,
too
guys.
many teams cross the match point threshold, because realistically, one should.
One thing that sometimes has let Falcons down a little bit.
Eu tô esquentando comida.
Watching scrims and watching a few pro league
Eu ia
games.
fazer uma pausa pro almoço, os caras já querem acabar o jogo já, velho.
When the zone is closing behind them, they have to worry about a few things when it comes to that. We'll get back to that in a second as we see 4Fun and GK engaging with each other. GK just get wiped pretty comfortably.
Nossa, mano, o GK eliminou a 4Fun eliminou a GK, mano.
Falcons, like I said, a little bit of that Achilles heel has been just teams wrapping behind them.
Quem que foi banido
They're going to have a
dessa
couple of
vez?
teams potentially do that. And of course, the ASICs have actually left, but they still have
Quem que
team
tomou ban,
vision.
guys?
They still have reject
Vocês
on that
viram?
southern side to worry about.
This is also an interesting point in the tournament where some of the lower teams start to play a little bit more aggressive. They take a few more risks, they take a few more fights they perhaps wouldn't. That can be very frustrating for the middle of the pack that is trying to play a little bit more zone central, avoiding said risks and trying to survive to put those points on the board. And that dynamic can be a very frustrating one if you're on the receiving end of one of these pushes. One of those teams who do need points, NIP. Again, a difficult tournament for them, but they were delighted they at least find themselves in the match point finals. Will they come to life here today, or are we going to see them just fall off a little bit in these final matches?
Remember, a win puts them right up there. That's
it really
the thing.
does, yeah.
It really, you know, we're so early. It feels like in this match point finals, that one win can really put you back in contention. 7 points the difference between being match point eligible for Vision and having to watch another game slip through their fingers here, though.
And the only reason why it feels early is because no one's on match point yet. How many times have we been in match 6 where 5, sometimes 7 teams, I just really didn't want to say 6, 7, by the way, 5 or 7 teams find themselves on match point, and it feels like you've got so much to do to catch up, but because no one's there, it does just give you that little bit of extra on the clock.
Forever saying 5 to 7.
5 to 7.
5 to 7. It's the safe spot for
6
us all.
has been forgotten.
Well, Team Liquid down on the low ground now. Playing the bunker position underneath Alliance, who are playing this height. Alliance will be safe for quite some time up there, but it's about what you do after that. It's going to be interesting for a lot of these teams. A couple of Valkyries in the lobby. One team that does have it is Alliance, so their options are pretty vast when it comes to how they want to actually approach the end game here. RC under fire here from Elite Esports, who are holding them out.
Elite Esports have not necessarily found the same form that we saw from them in the group stages, but again, they do still have time, and it is their best map that we're seeing in Olympus as RC are forced back into the zone. Elite Esports were able to really apply so much pressure, and it's going to be an uncomfortable rotate for RC now. As looking at the zone, it does continue to pull a little further south. Sentinels are very much set up shop, by the way. Look at the amount of space they currently hold. And then 4Fun on the northern side could potentially pick up quite a bit of KP of those teams arriving through the turbine area. Alliance and Liquid may be passing each other shortly.
He just saw Sentinels portaling out for a little bit of loot. I think they would have rotated as essentially as quick as you can from Estates. That's their game plan, right? We saw a tweet from Blixer last night saying, got draft again, because they got all their central POIs.
I feel like everyone says that.
But it's what works for Sentinels. And now having that rate in the composition, even though they rotate quickly,
alguém caiu?
all the time it's at the cost of being able to loot efficiently.
Galera,
so
eu tô tentando entender qual que foi o ban da partida, mano. Eu não faço a menor ideia.
A little bit stronger. Team Liquid on your screens right now. Still playing below a lot of the main structures that make up where this end game is going to be taking place. But the fact they got up to purple from here, I will say, is very impressive. That's damage output. It's having a good pathing towards where they wanted to play here. And I kind of like the comp. I'm going to say, Sparrow Bang. We know how good Zero is when it comes to Bangalore.
Será que eu volto pra
I like
ver?
the aggressive nature of what that composition can offer.
I'm enjoying seeing the amount of teams that are switching over to Catalyst as well. Vision have done it, Wolves have done it, Falcons also find themselves on Catalyst, as do Nemesis and NIP. They know the importance of not just that Dark Veil, but the piercing spikes.
Deixa eu ver aqui.
Points by winning game.
Ah, foi o Gibraltar, mano.
well. But it's just whether you can get there.
Gibraltar ban,
Zeddy Esports, another team that will be wanting to get there, of course, but
Uma
they
boa
could
escolha,
find
mano.
themselves on match point threshold just through KP here.
Que isso, mano?
You wipe out one team and get into the top 15, it's job done.
Good news for Zeddy is they're not feeling the nerves. As you can see, they hit purple on Marvin. And now Falcons have been watching their back. Falcons are sending it. Good damage done initially by them, trying to avoid that Dark Veil. Halgosu does more good damage. Guild will capitalize. When's going to be
Nossa,
down?
Falcons vai acabar com a Wolves, mano.
Guild just making sure that he can protect their side of that wall, and now Falcons will send out their own Dark Veil to try and clean this up.
O cara tem que meter o pé, velho.
And they're just going to make sure that there's not any other teams that are starting to look at it. But yeah, I was about to say Vision are starting to approach, and Falcons may be sensing that. They turn around, they flip it on a dime, and instantly they're going to force Vision away. So great awareness from Team Falcons there. You said it, in some scrims, maybe weren't watching their backs enough, but it does seem like they're a little bit more locked here in match point finals.
Yeah, it's a very boring job if you're given that responsibility, but it's one of the most important, and certainly one that you get blamed for first. If a team does wrap behind you, Wolves still alive, with only just overflow here for No Name, but no knockdown shields to hide behind. Wolves Esports will be out next.
And that's more KP for Sentinels, more points for Sentinels as they find themselves now only 3 points away from that match point threshold, and they are in prime position. Yes, the zone is going to move a little bit away from them, but where they currently reside, a lot of damage can be done. They have a lot of sight lines of some of these teams that are going to be moving in. One of those teams in particular is going to be Elite Esports, to Sentinels West as well.
Eu acho que tá na hora de novo líder do CV, hein, mano.
For this end game and to get the points that they need. Now, this is a big moment.
Pega a visão, irmão.
To wrap the position of Sentinels.
Pega a visão, pega a visão.
They do have Alta as well in the composition, which means they can
Tá na hora de novo manda-chuva, hein?
Sentinels were pinging it though. They do know Elite Esports are there.
Enquanto isso, esquentei arroz doce. Bolo.
They're not going to get caught off guard, but for
Estilo festa junina, né? Já volto.
Not looking as healthy for them, as Panic is using his abilities to portal through that wall. A little bit of a damage exchange, but Tyler's actually going to get the first knock onto Panic. Zero has to retreat. Can they activate that Void Nexus in time to drag Panic back? Just about, but where does it go?
That is a nervy moment for Team Liquid. It does take them out of zone, and remember, zone is closing in 10 seconds as well. And For Fun not the only team in the area. Alliance also kind of watching over things. There's the lay of the land in the top left-hand side of your screen. Rejector starting to take a big dive into zone here, by the way. They've just hit information, it seems. Team Liquid are back up to a 3, so it might have looked a little bit dicey, but at least they're alive.
Well, Reject have landed in zone and will be safe.
Will they?
Well, I say that, and I've just seen in this that Euresis has gone down to a Kraber, which I did not take into account. Aku, gets queued up on. And the beautiful shots coming through from Stubby means that Alliance's height position has become compromised. Team Liquid also decide it's their time to go up to the height.
Yeah, this has opened things up for Team Liquid. Again, great awareness of what's happening around them. Unlucky and Hackett are going to be alive. Aku's back up. It's a full 3 here. Actually, Unlimit are going to be the ones who lose out.
Ninjas in Pajamas somehow also looking at this. Panic's just found a member of them. It's an absolute pile-up as Unlimit will be taken out of the lobby. And Alliance have somehow reset, but the armor disadvantage is notable for everyone to see. All blue here for Alliance. On the other side, Team Liquid all in purple.
It's great stabilization from Alliance, but this is where you need to look towards your fraggers. Unlucky and Aku. This is your time to put Alliance on your back and keep them in this tournament.
Liquid's climbing. Panic gets good damage done. And with Sykes taking down Aku, and Alliance losing Unlucky to a Ninjas in Pajamas player as well, Team Liquid will seize the high ground here. And now find themselves just 9 points away.
Hackett did get away though, so it's not all doom and gloom just yet for Alliance fans.
Blinker in the kill feed just finds one, by the way. That's going to be a kill confirmed. That's going to be a point on the board. And that's going to be Sentinels hitting match point.
Could Zeddy be next? They're back up and they're healthy. There's one more. Zeddy now just 2 away.
Pior que esse tempo mesmo teve troca. Os caras fizeram merda de roubar carro com a rastreadora da polícia, aí depois da operação aconteceu, eles trocaram de empresa de Nest, caralho.
by the skin of his
O
teeth.
Lucas sabe muito, mano.
Manages to get up.
Das
By the way, Blixer on the
operações.
Kraber's going absolutely crazy right now.
Well, now the job
Triste,
is for
Lucas,
Sentinels to
triste,
take
mano.
as many points away from the rest of the
Você
lobby.
podia ter
That's
uma opção
exactly
melhor
what
de
they're doing.
internet,
They
né?
win
Ou uma que
another
funcionasse,
fight. They're
pelo
up to 54. They deny E36. Our reigning world champions will be the first team to cross the match point threshold.
Over to the south side, where we see Elite taking down How and finishing him off. Waltz is going to have to pop this med kit.
Vamos Elite, hein?
As 11 squads find themselves alive here. Vision are just waiting to pounce on this. By the way, look at the kill feed. Deeds has just gone down for Zeddy. Now it was, I was going to say it was from distance potentially, but that's 2 kills from distance as the Kraber's in use as well.
Oh, no.
And Zeddy, who just need 2, they need Dupe, and they need him bad.
It's never fun to be in this situation as they go down. Zeddy will not cross the threshold. Eyes turn now to Vision as S8UL are the team they're able to put that final nail in the coffin. Liquid also under fire. NIP, Falcons all losing players. And Zero trying to stay alive!
Zero! Ninjas in Pajamas will be down next as S8UL.
For fun, ninjas de pijamas vazaram,
Now
velho.
Falcons down to 1, Falcons down
Nossa,
to 0.
que
The
isso,
knuckle cluster from Vision
Elite.
flushes them out.
Vision at 49. Those kills put them just 1 away. Now they could just try and play for placements typically.
Galera, vou
And
abaixar
because of the
pouco pra vocês
position they
verem o
hold,
placar de...
surely they get to 50 here. They're the
mortes,
only
mano.
team on the south. They just need to wait for other teams to go down.
By the way, Blixer is going wild in the kill feed. I will say, we need to stay here there on Vision to see how they get to this one point.
Ai, a Elite caiu,
Esports just been
velho.
eliminated in the meantime. Team Liquid now trying to force their way towards zone. They only need 4 points.
It's a bit more difficult for Liquid looking at their position. They're at the northwest. They're going to have to go through Alliance, who I
Lucas.
think just
Foda,
got back
mano,
up,
foda.
by the way.
Complicado isso aí.
Win a fight, and that'll be good. S8UL are out. Liquid sense danger. Liquid sense opportunity. Alliance trying to reset here, but the shots are coming in from so many different angles.
Nossa, a gata pulou aqui de cima, mano.
It's Sentinels again. It's Blinkster just having a field day. He's at 6.
He's got infinite ammo on that Kraber.
Gata doida.
And like you say, 6 KP already for the IGL of the World Champs.
It is worth noting as well, with only 5 squads remaining, that does add placement points to Vision. They will also cross that match point threshold at 51. And Hackis,
Roubando as baterias
he
do
was
poste.
out. A little bit of extra salt rubbed into that wound.
Liquid in 3. 1 team fight for Liquid, and they are good. They will hit match point as well. And Panic is just trying to find a victim, but does he know that across from them is going to be Sentinels? And do they know that Blinkster isn't missing with that Kraber? Elsewhere, you can see that AG taking damage to Vision.
A Elite perdeu, a Wolves perdeu,
Well, you put an L-Star in Panic's
a
hands,
gente
he can
torce
do
pra
some
Team
dirty
Liquid
things.
agora. Vambora.
Smoke's going down as well. Alliance just been eliminated. The final player cannot survive. Aku will fall as Team Liquid
Alliance
starts to take
caiu.
damage. And those 2 points seem a long way away all of a sudden as Sykes will be down. Panic says, I'm going to try and do what I can here. Sentinels, you will not fall either. Liquid come up short. As now AG try and swing behind Sentinels.
AG with a last gas push as well to try and send themselves closer to the top. Sentinels, after a valiant effort and doing their job, will be
Mano, a
eliminated.
Sentinels foi eliminada.
AG on the hunt. They want to cross match point 2.
Que tiraço, mano! Meu Deus!
1v1!
Surely not.
For match point here for Neozul. Can't get it done, but Team Vision.
Meu Deus, mano!
Well, Zach said 6 games. Maybe it was 6 games to cross that match point threshold, as we have our first 2 teams who will get the opportunity to win this tournament in match 7. Vision, one of the best IGLs that we have seen in Zach Meza in recent times, against Sentinels, the reigning ALGS world champions. Match 7 is going to be absolute cinema.
We win these. We win these indeed.
Galera, vocês viram o plano de jogo do cara, mano? Olha o plano de jogo do cara, velho. Cadê? Plano de jogo da Team Vision.
ALGS world champions.
Vambora, velho.
Vambora,
vambora.
We win these. We win these indeed. Big moments.
That doesn't mean we're going to get done here in
Plano
match
de
7
jogo
because
dos
there are
caras,
so many
vamos
teams
ganhar
hunting
essa.
down match point eligibility themselves,
Go.
looking to try and put points on the board, and all of those teams who are still down at the bottom of the leaderboards, we have some huge names that can definitely find wins. Alliance, GG, S8UL, Ninjas in Pajamas, like, these teams can definitely keep us going here in match 7.
Well, something to note here is usually it feels like we have one team hit match point first. Everyone in the lobby is aware of where that team is going to be, where they're likely to rotate. Now it's very interesting. The fact that we have two teams hitting match point together, that makes it a little bit more interesting. That gives the two teams who are on match point right now a little bit more cover and a little bit more anonymity when it comes to those end games and the mid game as well. This is going to be a very, very interesting dynamic that's being added here in our match point finals.
And now you start to get into the territory of, do we switch things up? Do we play differently now? Well, for a team like Sentinels and Vision, who play a very particular style, they should be fine going into match 7. Sentinels who love a zone-heavy rotation, Vision who like to kind of pick their zone, pick their spot, and we heard the listening earlier of how they approach things. These are two teams who are certainly capable of winning it in this next match, as there's confirmation of the points from match 6. And again, some of these teams that are at the bottom that didn't find points, they're going to be desperately looking for them going into match 7.
Neil's heartbreak for him in those final moments. I thought he was going to just maybe reload the Kraber and just no scope someone to hit match, but that would have been absolutely ridiculous. But did everything he could to try and force AG over the line. Weren't quite able to do it. But this is how things look in the overall rankings. Now, a reminder, if you're watching Match Point Finals for the first time, if Team Vision or Sentinels win the next game, the tournament will end and one of them will be crowned as champions. For everyone else, it's still about hitting match point, getting a 50, and there's still a long way to go, you feel. But for now, that's going to do it for the games. We're going to go down to the stage here because Barney's with a member of Zeddy Esports.
Thank you so much, boys. Zeddy Esports just barely underneath that match point finals, or that match point threshold, let's say. Jelly, thanks so much for joining me over here. Quickly, just want to touch base with you about today. Today, you guys are absolutely frying. You're putting down loads of damage. Deeds is cleaning up the kills. The synergy looks like it's on point. How is it feeling for you guys over there?
Honestly, like, our synergy with me and Deeds is like, I don't have an off switch. I'm always on. Like, he will just call me back, and he knows when to call me back, and that's just how we roll, you know? I'm always in there, but if he calls me off, I'll call it off. I trusted my teammates to do that, and they trusted me to frag and do what I do, you know, and put a lot of damage.
I mean, coming into this today, obviously, you're trying to put down as many points as you can. The frustration is clearly there. We've got a couple of points shy right now of match point, but look, dude, you're 18. You've got all this incredible, you've got such a bright future in this esport ahead of you. How are you staying composed? I'm guessing Dupe is keeping you guys focused, because how are you staying composed when you're so close and you can make it happen?
Honestly, for me, it's like nobody believed in me, nobody trusted in me, so I have like no expectations, right? Everybody doesn't believe me, so for me, like, I have nothing to lose. I only have something to gain, right? And that's people's respects. So for me, I'm really just trying to prove people wrong and just frag out. You know, I've been called an onliner so many times, you know, and this is just my opportunity to shut them down, you know?
Dude, being here at this point in the competition, playing the way that you are, I tell you what, if other people don't, I believe in you, man. Jelly, appreciate your time. Thanks so much. Go back, chill, get your brain composed for the next game. We expect you to be in that match point threshold. But for now, we're going to head back over to Rain Day. He's got himself an interview with one of the boys from Sentinels.
Well, we may not have a defending EWC champion here. We do, in the ALGS circuit, have a defending LAN champion. Blinkster from Sentinels joining me. Blinkster, you guys are one of the first teams in our history, obviously, to win a championship. You did that a few months ago. And now you have a chance to be one of the only teams in ALGS history to go back-to-back, getting on match point with Vision. What's going on in your mind right now?
I mean, not much, to be fair. You know, it feels good to be like in this position to like go back to back. I know like it doesn't like happen often, but we're ready like for it, and I think we're looking to do it again.
One of the things that has been talked about for you guys is your team synergy, but it takes more than that. How did you feel about your draft coming into today? Because that was a big conversation amongst a lot of guys, getting to the zones that are pulling this tournament. How did you guys go about that? Do you feel good about what you have?
So right, our draft, you know, we play hard zones, so we have Jurassic, we have Canal Plaza, we have Landslide, the worst POIs in the game, some people might say, but we love it, and I'm gonna say again, it's God Draft, best POIs in the game by far.
Well, you guys are getting to zone. You're doing the right thing. 65 points. This game could be over at any moment in time. Since we may not get a chance to talk to you, before you lift the trophy, I want to give you a chance to say something in French.
Écoutez, merci tout le monde d'être ici. La foule est incroyable. Vous êtes beau à voir. Sorry, vous êtes beau à voir tout le monde. Merci beaucoup pour l'amour. C'est ça.
I love it. He did the no-no. Can't take my mic, but you might take the championship. Appreciate you from Sentinels.
O cara metendo francêsão na massa.
Studio for more here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 26.
Body was built to move.
Da hora, velho.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular
Os
posture.
caras estão lá na França aproveitando a vida, pô.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
E aí, tia Camila, como é que você tá? Que porra mesmo? Ele tem um bigodinho francês, mano. Vambora.
It's beautiful.
Nice, mano. Quem teve essa ideia aí merece um aumento, mano. Minha mãe já foi pro aeroporto, tio. Já foi embora, já.
I've managed to grab Clara here. Perfect time to talk to because we are 3 matches in now. And we have Vision within striking distance of match point eligibility. So talk to me a little bit about that and the crowd that we've got going on right now.
Well, the crowd is absolutely insane. They need to get us some more seats here at EWC because we got people sitting in the stands. Like, it's insane over here. But no, Zach woke up feeling today so confident, and all the boys feel really good, and they got the best coach ever. So I'm locked in. I think they got it.
I mean, coming out the day with the win to start everything off, that's got to be a good way for them mentally, even just kind of get into the rhythm of things, because we know how chaotic match point finals can be.
Yeah, I feel like when you start game 1, like, I know the boys. If they win their first fight, they're feeling really confident, they're feeling really good. So especially winning the first game, they're out there for blood.
I mean, I love it. Any expectations
Tava tudo
outside
linkado,
of Team Vision
Lucas?
for how everything could go today?
Cara, deve
Is
ter...
I did have some
Deve
non-biased answers,
ter...
but then they
zoado
exited
por
the
causa da
tournament.
internet,
So
pô.
now I feel like I shouldn't say anything. So give you the bias. I mean,
Beijo,
Falcons,
vó.
of course. We all love Falcons. I got the
Te amo,
Alliance
vó.
fans over here behind me. Like,
Beijão.
of course I'm going for Alliance as well. So yeah, those would be my bias answers.
I love it. I love it. Well, Clara, thank you so much for chatting. Enjoy the tournament.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Hi, Mom.
Hi, mom. Hi, mom.
We have 2 teams already in match point. This could be ending in the next match. Sentinels, I mean, what a turnaround. 2 lays, because this squad, if I'm not mistaken, they were in 19th place. Shout out to Snipe because he's the one that told me that before. After those first 3 matches, they have turned it around.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you heard Blinks say, yeah, not much is going through my head. You know what's going through his head? That his MVP trophy from Champs still hasn't been delivered, and he's apparently blaming me for that. So yeah, we might need to fix that, because obviously they're looking incredibly good right now. Blinkster is like not only managing this team, IGLing this team, but you've of course got Monsoon and Fun as well, who actually flex roles and change and adapt no matter what map that they're on. So this team is really showcasing it and telling us why they've won Champs, and look, they might even do it again.
Yeah, I feel like we might have even another underdog story. Even though they won the last land, I feel like a lot of teams did not give them credit. And to go first, second, third in back-to-back games, to jump from 19th to all the way up here in the top 2 is incredibly impressive. We always mention how no team that's got on match point first has won the tournament, but now we have 2 at the same time, so more odds, the merrier. And it's very awesome to watch the team, especially Blinkster, and how amazing that they are doing. The power of friendship continues to perform here at EWC.
And one team that we gotta talk about as well, it's none other than Team Vision, currently sitting in first place. I know you guys were watching the multi-view.
Quem que vão banir agora? Vão banir essa menininha.
What were the comms looking
Demônio.
like?
Dude, the comms were juicy. Zach has never been more on point than he has on this LAN, I think. So I mean, like, he's one of the people everybody has always rooted for because he's funny. He's had his Mazer moments. He's had a lot of fun things. But this LAN, he is on a different level. When I hear him hold back his teammates when they are literally just screaming to go, 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 he's like, no, slow down, slow down. And he's at every single angle, even that specific bridge fight as well that we saw in Edish Rig, he's right there. He knows what's happening around him. He's aware. He said we needed to push this fight. When they fell short, he was like, we should have closed out that game. He still knew exactly what went wrong already before he did, and he's just right there.
Yeah, shout out to Multiview because we've been watching a lot of teams this whole tournament, and the communication and honestly watching Zach Mazer control the emotions of every single one of his teammates. He's got a young team that has not performed to this level before, and to be able to have so much chaos going on. We got questions about Zach's IGLing in the past of trying to do too much, you know, contesting teams when they shouldn't. I got a chance to talk to Loader in the cafeteria. He's never been more confident. Zach was so confident. And honestly, Grace, for example, how important is it to have an IGL that while there's so much chaos going on, you're able to reel your team in, talk about just the ability to control emotions, not just after the game when it's over and you go back and you think, oh, well, we did this wrong, but in the very moment it's happening.
I mean, really, it's all
O cara
about
derrubou o cara, só tacando bombinha.
everybody else is
Que doideira.
flourishing those emotions at the highest because you're at the highest stakes of the tournament right now.
Nossa, velho.
600K
Sério
on the
isso?
line if they were to take this home. And of course, people are going to be really excited to make plays. However, playing too much and people might third you. So it's really good to have somebody
Vision Pro
mature
talvez
like
ganhe isso
Zach who's
aqui,
been through
guys.
thick and thin of these tournaments to really have your teammates back in case you do need
É
to slow down a little bit.
é sobre a
boy,
Vision
so
Pro,
far,
mano.
they've even been triple split if you guys saw in that match win as well.
Tem o ursinho da Vision Pro?
Split
Vamos ver o ursinho
three-way
da Vision
to
Pro.
where
mano.
two people are playing a
Tá
2-by-1 and he's just like, okay, you guys can go. No, wait, come back, just make sure. Okay, you guys can go back. He's everywhere right now. He's on point.
I mean, you can tell right now on your screen how good both of these squads have been playing. They're currently tied. They have hit that match point. If any of these two squads win the next game, they will be crowned the ALGS at EWC 26 champion. But talking about plays, talking about mood, talking about all that stuff, how the players are feeling, I think we expected a lot more out of Team Falcons too. And at one point, we actually saw Imperial House just chewing out his teams.
Yeah, well, you obviously, you know, we got to speak to Privacy, and he's sort of giving us that play-by-play, saying Falcons are doing it at 8, and obviously, you know, we're not at that sort of sense yet, but we talk about this sort of mentality going into it. There's so many expectations on top of Falcons' shoulders right now, and we're seeing that kind of reflect in their gameplay.
We'll see if hopefully in the next couple matches, I mean, they got to make sure they stop Sentinels and Team Vision. Now, talking about those two squads, right? You already hit match point. I want to go get into you guys' brains, Graceful and Snipe. I'm going to go with you first, Snipe. You already hit match point. What is going through your head in regards to, are you going to be changing your game style? Because it could end up backfiring.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are obviously doing everything that they can right now. The win is in Vision, for Vision, and Sentinels already knows what it's like to win a tournament. So for these teams, it's just continue doing what we're doing. Obviously, both these teams have now performed. Vision wins at the beginning of the series, they win at the end of the series. They're the team that I think has the best chance to win games, as they proved that all throughout Pro League, being the most winning
Também
team
concordo, mano. Eu acho que se eles continuarem jogando como estão jogando, mano, eles vão ganhar isso aqui.
Don't let it get ahead of themselves, but at the same time, don't slow down. Keep getting the kill points, keep getting the KP. Make sure you stay at the top of that leaderboard, because no matter what, that's good. Obviously, the win is what you want, but make sure you stay at the top. Don't slow down and continue with everything that's happening.
I mean, from what I've seen so far out of them is really the macro decision. Like, they've all been playing kind of half speed for now, where they come in zone 3 a little bit late, instead of just opting in early. A lot of these teams have gone in almost too early, got punished for it, and we've seen a lot of teams are being proactive. That means people will take fights here. I think Alliance is a great example. They go in a little bit, immediately pinched by 2 teams. Zach and the boys, and also Sentinels as well, have been playing on their own pace. They don't care what the lobby is doing. They're playing their game, and it's really, really giving them the results that they're looking for.
I'm glad to hear that, especially with the way Zach is playing. I know everybody's truly very proud of the way he is playing. Now, talking about those two teams, if you had to pick one, Team Vision or Sentinels, I'm going to put you on the spot right now, Lace. You have to pick one, or...
It's got to be Vision's then. It's got to be. I feel like Zach deserves his moment.
He deserves it.
I think we all agree. You know, we saw the passion when Monsoon, you know, then the Team Sentinels won their moment after such a long, you know, series. Yeah, I got to say Visions.
How about you, Grace?
Yeah, the Mazer Laser has to come out. I'm rooting for him. Is the greatest guy.
Yeah, comeback story. Zach missed the last land. I know that was heartbreaking for him as he just, he's been such a passionate player, and I think that this is the team. He has a team that trusts him more than any time before.
Ah, mano, a Wolves caiu demais, Wolves.
There's no better team right now, I think, than Vision.
Well, they got to make sure they hopefully close it out within those next matches, because if not, Team Liquid...
Mano, ó, Team Liquid, eles devem ter ursinho. Ela falou que tá com saudade de você, também tô com saudade dela. Acho que eu vou pra São Paulo amanhã, daí a gente se vê, né?
Yeah, I mean, this team has been flying under the radar the entire weekend. I feel like no one talked about them. They were one of the weaker teams in the region, and for them to come to this event, I guarantee that experience with Deeds is huge. I got a chance to talk to Dupe and Jelly upstairs, and they were just laughing. They were giving each other nicknames, and it's like, I feel like this is the same kind of Sentinels thing where it's just the friendship and the trust within each other. There's no egos on any of these rosters, and it's incredibly impressive to see them this high up in the leaderboard and performing this well.
I think they also have the benefit of not being the first team to hit match point, because that's been a curse in a lot of the tournaments where they're not really able to close out the game. So we'll have to see if they can do that now.
Well, I think we will be finding out as the match is ready. The crowd is ready as well. We're going to be going into match 7 with 2 teams at match point. Let's send it over to Vicky and Spider Tiff.
Thank you, 7. We got 2 teams at match point. The legendary moment that can shine as we go into World's Edge. Pressure on the backs of Team Vision in Sentinels. Tiff, imagine the story if Zach clutches up, but we can't taunt it yet because the end is in sight. But we heard the confidence from his interview earlier, and this could be that gift wrap moment.
I mean, look, he was confident earlier on stage. You see the smiles right there. We heard from Clara just how confident they woke up this morning. Back just a few days ago on Media Day, I was back in the room for like 6 hours talking to a ton of different teams. And when Team Vision came in, Zach only had positive things to say about the up-and-coming Carter and Loader duo. He's like, here's the deal, guys. Yes, I'm the IGL. Yes, I can say where I want to go, but those two get creative. It's like, yes, he makes the calls, but he IGLs through them, involves them in those creative decisions. And you're gonna have to get creative because Team Vision has not won a World's Edge in this tournament thus far, and neither have Sentinels.
Oh my goodness, noting that too and how this game is gonna play out. It's crazy too. Before we go into World's Edge, let's not forget, right, what that game number 8 is looking like, because they will be Stormwind. But that is to say, if we even get there is the question, because you heard it from Zach himself. If it goes the distance, he feels like he failed as an IGL. An IGL, by the way, that has insane micro IGLing play from the very beginning within the Americas region, and now being able to shine on the big stage.
Knowing there are 4 teams at the back within just a few points of eclipsing 50. This is Sentinels and Team Vision's game in pocket to close it out. World's Edge, it's one of our oldest maps in our map pool here for the ALGS Split 1 playoffs, but you're gonna have to lock it in and get crafty.
Lock it in, we do. Everybody, are you ready? This could be a wrap, or we could even see more Apex as Vision. This team right now rocking out with the Altar, which to highlight, Altar is the most picked legend in this game, so she will be banned after this. Young players here as Sentinels looking for the opportunity to get the back-to-back. Since what, the TSM and Dark Zero days? The real ones, remember, that would be beautiful with this squad.
And there's some stark differences here when you look at the legend compositions checking in with Team Vision and Sentinels. But the one thing that rings true is both of them are running Catalyst. They're focusing on getting ring console, getting that information. And as we pull it up, you immediately see from landslide, Sentinels pop the evac and go straight to the north. Now these circles tend to be incredibly difficult because you think of how open things are post that tunnel, where Zeta Division is already starting to walk up on those train tracks. Now, one of the teams is going to have the longest rotation there is our other match point eligible team, Team Vision, down in launch site. They will have the longest, but that's okay, because keep tabs on not only them, but Falcons. Every match that we've seen thus far, Team Falcons and Team Vision have wanted to play from the same side of things, but Team Falcons are over in Lava Fissure. They have information, and they're immediately diving up to look towards Trials.
And that's really smart to try to rotate over onto the north side, because then you look at Skyhook and there is a survey beacon, but you also have to consider Elite Esports, who also split with Trials and Skyhook West. But with E36 in dead last, with teams already managing to secure themselves in the match point team format, it's beautiful to see. As Wolves in the distance, Sentinels in hand, is looking at a team coming out of the choke. I know Sentinel's also going to be able to be on that side, having to be careful with Wentz. He's going to land some of these shots.
12 points needed, and they have been stuck there. But to Geyser we go for Ninjas in Pajamas and GG. GG also kind of one of those teams that was favored to come in here and do really well. NIP. The triple take in hand here for Cole. Some of you may know him as McLovin throughout his years in ALGS comp. He's like, no one remembers me as Cole now. I'm just a new guy, right? No, he was McLovin.
Wonder why.
That's such a cool name.
It is a cool name, but he really likes his name. And you know what? Cole is cool too. And now NIP looking ahead to try to at least get some points themselves. A lot of pressure here on this team now, chasing down Gaming Gladiators over by Geyser, but let's also not forget who's over by Big Mod. It's S8UL, who are looking to 3P this. And with these teams now feeling that pressure, they need all the KP. They need to grief the teams who are sitting in the match point format.
And S8UL was incredibly consistent during the group stages, but haven't found that form here in match point finals. A lobby in which the match bans have gone relatively similar in the early matches, but are now deviating. And with the Dark Veil up, Lufka on the Sparrow, trying to use the tracker dart for information. We invest even our ultimate and let it start ticking the information, and it puts a thorn in NIP. Now we even have to bring in the mother load from Vayne.
I mean, they try to cut off the Gaming Gladiators rotation, and they actually pay for it with Cole going down now. Curve wrapping up right behind him. They're one of the teams that don't have the altar, and it's unfortunate here. With so many other teams that are, Curve waiting for his left, Luca's going to be able to try to pick that up for free. Curve literally one shot is trying to get away, but guess what? Who's waiting for NIP? The last member is S8UL. As GG want to scoop that up, but Legacy has other plans. He finds him in the process, and on the other side is going to be Vayne, who thinks he can get away, but it's Team Liquid, who are a point away from also being at match point.
And I love that we get on a Team Liquid here, because not only have Panic and Zero been really incredible for this Team Liquid roster, don't talk enough about Sykes. Sykes has actually been crushing it as Anchor. He's been flexible on all of these different legends, and it's really allowing Zero and Panic to kind of unlock that next potential. They've been in full form, but 1 point away from 50. And GG's at the top. Sure, not the best armor on GG for them for now, but Team Liquid have to be smart about this, knowing where they are.
Especially when they're so close, Tiff. Having to be careful with GG could wrap around behind them. There was a survey beacon too. They're going to be able to prio that if they haven't already. GG now backing away. Looking at the Evil Harvester, making sure everything is safe. Team Liquid match them though on the other side of the tunnel. Splitting ends as S8UL go through the choke that exits out of Geyser, but it's a huge pile up over on the northern side of where the zone is pulling on the outskirts of Skyhook East.
Very true. GG now rotating away on Triple Blue. Checking in here with Team Vision, one of your match point eligible teams, hitting the replicator, grabbing the evac tower. It is time to leave stacks with our information in tow. But knowing that the Northern World's Edge, Vicky, is one of the most difficult zones to play from. There's not a lot of space left. And Sentinels, you can see Blinkster on the Wraith must portal back to the building that Sentinels took such early on.
And that's why they're going to play this safe. You mentioned it earlier when you took a look at their composition. Settle down here. Blinkster, by the way, has gotten cheeky with some kidnaps back to back. And it's also crazy to say that Sentinels, after 3 games, were literally almost in dead last and now have elevated themselves as we get to take a look at Falcons. It's versus GK here. Isolated fight over by Skyhook West as How moves up here, sends out the nade from a distance.
13 points needed for Falcons to eclipse 50. And a Skynade past the Dark Veil to see if we connect. We hit for minimal damage in the void passage through the wall. Through the bottom of the entrance we go. Up.
Nossa,
Zip, possibly no.
os caras vão atrás, mano.
Watching, showing the presence. Keon on the Valk can cover multiple angles.
Eles estão atrás dessa GG,
Here's
mano.
this fight right now. Who wants the invite is Elite Esports, and so is RRQ. Now, GK actually back away because, again, with all the ultras in this lobby, why not with the Void Nexus, the Band-Aid here, to help them? And Falcon, seeing that they wanted to go back, means that could be an indicator with another team being right behind them, being Elite, who are trying to get this KP.
Elite need this KP. They don't want to get dubbed a group stage warrior. And 18 points, it's easily doable in a game considering how strong they were. They've already crushed 6 keys and they really want to do the rest. For RRQ, they just need 12 points that they've been striving to get. Same situation as Wolves.
Breaking keys. Draven Flame taking a note out of that one as Falcons now looking at the team ahead. It's getting congested here as GK come right back after utilizing that TP out of Countdown where Team Nemesis want to go in for a 3P.
And GK just holding steady here. Bruiser on the longbow. You can really do some damage up there in Skyhook. And it's going to be one of those calls where if you don't have the information, you play the wrong side. And Team Liquid, 1 point away from match point.
Wait, if they can finish off Blast, they will be at match point.
Every kill matters. Every kill matters. And Team Liquid hit 50.
Another team, welcome to the Match Point Club. Welcome Team Liquid, our third team. Falcons.
Vai, Team Liquid. Vambora, vambora.
Once again, getting a little bit of deja vu while Reject now show face over by Skyhook West. Zone closing in behind their backs in the next 7 seconds. They're trying to break through this door, especially when you have to deal with the Catalyst.
It is really difficult. You are 100% right. That reinforcement, the piercing spikes, but Falcons, they disappear for the time being. And GK move back to their building thanks to the Void Nexus. Hal on Altar. A little stare peek to stay safe. Have moved into Diner, but you have to think, we have to go through the chokes. Do you take Tunnel? Do you take the Sky?
Olha o Wolves ali, ó. Torcedora da Wolves. Vambora.
Calm before the storm here, because they know once they start moving up, they heard the shots in the distance. Team Nemesis are on the choke that would lead you from Countdown to Skyhook. You even get a scan here in the distance to highlight the teams that are still on the outskirts of this next zone. But it's going to be a difficult rotate because so many other teams waiting for them outside of Skyhook who didn't have access to either a ring console to get that in or even the survey beacon.
So here's the deal. Keep your eyes on Team Vision right now, just on the south side of Epicenter. They hit a ring console before they decided which area they wanted to rotate in on. Is that fight with For Fun that's brewing maybe one for the win of the game? Team
A Wolves só precisa, mano, marcar 20.
Run into each other. They've been calling
só isso,
end games all day. For the teams that got to get out of Skyhook West, good luck, have fun. Team Falcons go Countdown for the rotation.
This is going to be so tough, as you can see, Carter.
Nossa, mano, não tenta isso, pelo amor de Deus,
right
Vision Pro.
It's going to be Nags, as he's waiting to see.
Eles vão, eles vão.
Eles
querem pegar esse cara,
mano. To the other side of the rock. Unfortunate because they wanted to try to get up on the high ground after hearing that player right above them. Together with a void passage too, so now they have to kind of backtrack here, take their time.
Keep your tabs on AG Global. Just heads up. They are getting and waiting for Mythic Bin in the south of Team Vision. Likely going to have a Kraber, a couple of gold weapons. For now, Team Vision are safe, but big fights are brewing. For the Falcons who went through Countdown, it's not going to be easy. Reject has taken a ton of space out here. You can see one in the tower.
Cala a boca, Hypeee querendo fazer montagem de novo da cadeira, velho.
Fact that they're in 16th with 21 total points if you're looking at Reject. Rufa now jumping down. It's going to get congested on this side of zone because SAUL are ahead of Reject on this rotate. And Team Nemesis will show face right behind Falcons, who are trying to pressure them out because there's an Evil Harvester on the outside of the tunnel that leads you out of Skyhook as Hal now gets onto the high ground.
Olha Falcons,
missing
mano.
out some of these shots with the Hemlock. Doesn't have the extended heavy mag. It's fine though. But Jesco actually takes that off of Axis, utilizing the nade. And now Falcons still not being able to pick up that KP.
And you see exactly what's happening. Reject drops their portal on their Wraith player and tries to get ahead of SAUL. All this is doing is delaying the inevitable and opening up which side the Falcons would like to rotate in on. For now, Team Sentinels hold the building in circle with the survey beacon, and Reject are down to just Euris.
This is just gonna allow Falcons to walk up through this choke for free. S8UL taking advantage of reject. Well, now they wrap up behind S8UL, but we have to take a look at Vision, who now have pulled up on for fun. Backing away, Carter, one shot. Reject do eventually get eliminated, a second team out of this lobby, but it's up to Vision to stay alive.
And it's gonna be tough. I like that we've got Zach on the fuse to keep the knuckle clusters going. We have a mother load in the back pocket should we need to expend it for the fight, but managing these cooldowns to navigate that opened end game is going to be critical.
Especially when he's got
Oh my God.
Through the walls, through the floors. Oh my goodness, that sky nade.
To the walls, to
Best
the
nade I've seen in a
walls,
minute.
to the windows.
Onto the feet of Zach. Looking behind him to make sure that
Cara,
no
esse
team
mapa
wraps
de
up
gelo
on
é
the
hard,
other side,
mano.
because who can do that is Team Liquid, as you mentioned, Tiff. Trying to neighbor that together of Team Vision, mirroring the way that they rotate. As Carter looking behind them, they do have that portal nexus set up just in case. They move up to the other side. Elite do get eliminated. Team Nemesis to join them.
Elite were in 10th place on the leaderboard, 18 points outside of 50. The next teams that have the chance of eclipsing are Zeddy and AG Global. Zeta as well. Zeta, who's in endgame across the street from Sentinel's building here. And GK, they've come knocking on the doors. You have to look at the resources of what you have to be able to lay siege to a building reinforced by Cat.
The fact that Sentinels have called this circle pool over to Grandma's house. Victor's here to serve you up with some cookies as Wolves get eliminated in the feed through the window. Sentinels are looking at victory in sight. They are primed and ready. 15 squads left. And as you mentioned, with AG being so close to being in the match point team, but Zeddy are even closer with a 1-point difference.
AG are going to have a big fight in the Southwest Alliance, but this one has been brewing. Carter down, Zach Mazer, shields ripped off him. Loader and Team Liquid have moved in. The Young Gun panic, too much damage. Team Liquid have
Caralho, Team Liquid, mano, tá vindo, mano. Tá vindo, velho.
There was a team on the horizon as Panic. The young player coming through as the kill leader. Synetic does take onto the high ground with Team Liquid. They want to be able to secure
amigo dos caras, cresceu junto.
This game.
Exactly, their job is done. They've reached 50. They can int everything. Their job is to get it one more game.
This means the door is wide open for Sentinels to possibly take it. And Zeddy do end up getting onto the match point club. They are at 52 total points.
They win the fights in the north at Survey Camp, and they hail down, as this is one of the most open rotations we're going to see. Teams coming out of tunnels, Unlimit, Interforce 36, and AG trying to get away from Alliance, trying to find a space to play from.
But they're getting desperate. They want to finish off the players who are knocked right before their
Pronto,
eyes.
consegui linkar, mas a gente se bloqueou porque eu tinha esquecido a senha.
To S8UL, who were fragging out in this
Boa,
game, do get
velho.
eliminated.
Problema de cada
Really
vez, Lucas.
unfortunate for a team that needs every point that they can get. They had 5 KP before they fell with 6 total points.
Sorry,
One
morreu,
esports
guys.
go down at the hands of Zeta, who need 4 more points to hit 50.
And the chaos and the collapse as everybody moves outside of Epi. E36 look at Zeddy. And Sentinels with Blinkster still holding onto the longbow does find that pickup onto Unlimited. Zeddy now move up, Duplex playing out of his mind. He follows up to find Stand-Up and Jelly to find Oogly. But Sentinels are not leaving from this building, which plays into the composition that you highlighted earlier, Tiff.
And Zeddy finds Juice.
A Inter caiu, velho.
36 is out. Falcons, GK, Sentinel still trying to lay siege over here in this building.
Guys,
Who
a
lays
Sentinels
claim?
tá muito ruim aqui,
Keon
mano.
underneath with Knocked. And you have to keep your eyes like, look at the floor. We are piercing spikes galore, reinforced on the left. They're like, dude, keep out. You know what it's going to take? It's going to take a
Team Liquid foi eliminada, mano.
AG Global is out, and Alliance are in trouble.
Zed Games, velho.
Unable to clutch out while Sentinels are still alive. They deny themselves the opportunity to
Esse lugar lembra bem dos
the extra
Warframe.
that they need since they rotated here so early, but they bunkered
Nice.
down. You mentioned the piercing spikes, but the floor is lava. As GK, who are right underneath them, do have the Ultra. Remember, Ultra is the most picked legend. They have to watch out for the way that these
Nunca
teams
vi
are
o mapa de
pushing, which is why
Venus
they're also
do
running the
Warframe.
Catalyst.
Depois eu dou uma
This is
olhada.
insane. 50% of the time, Sentinels get into the top 10. They go top 5. That conversion rate for
Pela
the top
neve
5 into the
derretendo,
win is
pode crer.
12.5, but they still haven't taken a World's Edge win. Could this be the first? Could this be the back-to-back?
Sen City trying to perform the back-to-back. They're settling
Chama
down as Zeddy
Fortuna.
move up.
Vou dar uma olhada
Looking
no
at
mapa
Zeta
Fortuna.
as Zeta holds on to Pride Rock. Because in the jungle, Mike now looks here. On the fuse, he finds the
pegou.
crack.
Quem que
7
pegou ali?
squads left, and they're a point away from matching that in the match point club. Avoids the nade, by the way, from a distance. Takes the portal down. Flying by, though, with the skyward dive, as well as a missile storm. Mike tries to get the knock. He looks behind him. He's getting whiplash. He gets out the piercing spikes with the melee, but there's only one away. They don't
Zeta foi eliminado,
They
mano.
make it as Eddie greets them.
They're out at 49 points, 1 point away, and Sentinels are in the top 5 as we lose GK. I said a
GK morreu também?
12% conversion
Caralho,
rate.
a Zed Gamers ficou em primeiro lugar, pô.
Who can take
Não é possível.
them down?
Sentinels are primed. Nobody's behind them.
Everyone is on the eastern side. Team Falcons, Team RRQ, and
Ai, a Zed foi
Unlimited
eliminada,
as
mano.
Zeddy falls.
The possible back-to-back is here. Blinkster being the top fragger.
Ai,
in this
me pega no
lobby
pé, mano.
from your MVP player at Champs. He shows off the consistency. He's
Unlucky,
so many of these
Sentinels e
standouts off the race.
RRQ, mano.
Who can stop them?
RRQ.
What do we have? Falcons and Alter, a Catalyst and a Bangalore. Do we have the Rolling Thunder? RRQ brings out the Sparrow. Oh, but they're fighting.
Only team that Sentinels have to look at is a limit.
Que isso, mano? A Falcons tá viva ainda?
Unlimit could send this, but they're up on the top. They have the amped covers. They're using the coverage. They could break out as Sheila and do some damage if they can find them.
Sequestrou o cara.
Flames said Hasta La Vista. Last 4 squads here. How knows? They need 2 more points. They're getting beamed by a longbow. That's probably the hands of Blinkster. Backing away and dancing around the void.
The Void Nexus is available. You have to dodge all of the Sparrow utility, but we're opening ourselves up to the left from
Meu
Sentinels.
Deus, mano. Olha o nível da competição, velho.
RRQ, strafing and easy flash, who have
A
worked together
Sentinels
to
tá
get
ali
top 3
suave
and land
e os caras
before.
estão se matando, velho.
They want to halt this. They need one more game. 6 points puts them on 50. 2 points for Falcons.
Falcons desperate as the final ring closes behind their back, and Sentinels are looking at this pileup. It's just a matter of time. Sentinels do have to move up eventually, but this is their moment.
Okay, Waltzy. We didn't find all of our RQ.
A Falcons entrou no portal.
We threw the Rolling Thunder north. We let Unlimit take that, and RRQ are playing for the center of the train tracks.
From winning champs here, 4 squads left. Falcons desperate. Unlimit moving up. RQ though are fixated onto Sentinels as they try to back away. It's a duo. They take the
Hal
portal
is
back.
down.
The
Easy
catalyst
Flash
wall.
is down. The only team full up is Sentinels, your former ALGS champs.
Sentinels looking for the back-to-back victory in sight.
Unlimit also.
Meu Deus,
Up to
mano.
a team of 3. Unlimit have high ground. Peace.
Olha o cara da-
Yamari, man. Itsubi. And Waltzy is the last standing.
Beleza,
Team
Falcon matou a
is
RRQ.
out.
They got to match point, but is it all for naught? Has Sentinels
Pegou
now
um
move up
reset.
with Bleacher making the move off the right. He gets a wall jump. He takes it back. Don't
Correto.
think he wants to take it though. It's only up to Bleacher.
No, Sentinels.
Falcons. The script writers are hard at work as Unlimit to stay alive. Falcons get eliminated. Bleacher, that's it. Unlimit. We keep
Nossa, velho. Jogaram muito mal, mano.
Unlimit show no peace. They set fire to the flames. And Blinkster, although trying to stall with the portal play,
Ficaram em segundo, pelo menos. Tá de boa, tá
close
de
it
boa.
out.
Tá de boa.
The
E aí,
celebration
Jubissou, como é que você tá?
from Unlimit, who held against a Rolling Thunder from Falcons.
Galera,
who kept
mano.
RRQ at bay. Who let RRQ
Mano,
and
vamos,
Falcons
bora
tackle
pôr
each
o
other.
ursinho da
And
Sentinel
they
aqui, mano.
focused
Será que eles
on
têm?
the real objective. One more game.
Não tem, né, mano?
Unlimit, keep this going.
Ó,
Go next.
Sentinels.
As Sentinels do such a good job at securing final zone position. The choke at the very end when victory was in sight. The catwalk creating chaos. The split up of the fight. Falcons, though, alongside so many teams,
Pior que a Sentinels
have
não
now
tem,
found
né?
themselves at match point, and it makes you wonder.
representante,
They lose
né?
out on this opportunity now.
Now you're starting to sound like Eminem. One shot, one moment. I'm just kidding. But here's the deal, guys. As we go back to see it from Unlimited's POV, they were situated up north with the rampart.
Ah, eles têm sim, velho. Achei. Vamos botar o ursinho da Sentinels aqui agora.
23 points. As you see them annihilate Falcons, fun down on the ground. We just have to locate Linkster. They're waiting. The portal goes outside the ring. And the dichotomy between the reigning champions and the ones that are looking to take it for themselves.
When you need them the most, they don't vanish, they rise up unlimited. 43 total points, but we gotta highlight the teams
Vou botar um ursinho da Sentinels aqui agora.
that now meet up with Sentinels and Team Vision in the Match Point Club. Zeddy, Team Liquid, Falcons, Vision, and Sentinels now all beyond 50 points. Zeta Division, by the way, just a 1-point difference like we saw in that previous game. Easily could match that, depending on how game number 8 plays out on Stormpoint.
But how many times have we seen Yuka F in that situation? So close to breaching that. As we pull up the match results here, Unlimit, an absolute explosive performance for 23 points. Sentinels, you see there's only 2 KP. It doesn't even matter, right? Because we're focused on the win, and they held that building. And Falcons with a 15-point game.
Só deixa eu cortar melhor ele.
They just need a little bit more. Zeddy, though, went massive to hit 50 points, though, with 17 points on that game.
Crazy to see on the other side, too, how a lot of these other teams, even S8UL, with 5 KP, we saw what they were doing when they're holding the choke on the outskirts of Grandma's house before Falcons wrapped up right behind them. Vision 2, when they got wrapped by Team Liquid.
That was tough, and they went for so much information, so many ring consoles. They deviated out from the bottom as we look back towards the top 5 situation yet again. Trying to stay up, Guild going down in that initial fight, and trying to res the Void Passage. Even fun with the angles like that over the intersecting Dark Veil.
Tô colecionando pelúcias, véi.
That split too, why it's so important when you highlight the Catalyst. Waltzy be able to secure the KP that they need for
Qual que vai ser o próximo?
Dives up, waits for the portal. Once that wall was down, it was all here for Unlimit to move up. It's not like they were the ones with the Catalyst, right? They just saw the wall go down and they came up, found the other side of the portal that Blinkster tried to move to clear that space.
And when you look back at it from Unlimited's POV, it almost doesn't even look close. They still have 2 players up, and Exuvi is like full health with an L-Star, just eating not only Team Falcons and Sentinels.
That means we get some more Apex, guys. That means we move on to Stormpoint. Game number 8 coming to you soon.
One more game. That's what we get here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC. The crowd is hype and so are we. What a moment there, Barney, to see Sentinels on the brink of what would have been history. Back-to-back LAN wins. Blinkster, Monsoon, and Fun could not pull it off, but that is not for lack of trying. That was unfortunate, but also maybe the most exciting moment so far.
Just mere moments away. Everyone was holding their breath backstage. But again, like you said, one more game, baby. Who's currently in a good spot right now?
Well, I mean, I love the way that we're seeing Sentinels play, obviously. But when we go down the list, Team Vision kind of started this galloping trend towards the top from some of our teams we expected great play from. But it's not just them either. We've got Team Liquid and we've got Team Falcons. Hal and Zero have both had different splits this time around. Not the dominance that we've seen before in North America, but now both equally in their lane to try to win this championship and claim what would be an assertion of the best IGL between the two. However, I did see Zero as I was going backstage, and he said, "We're winning this."
Woo! Scratching the surface, about to get into the match point position. We've got Zeta, we've got AG Global, we've got RRQ and Unlimit, all within 10 points of the match point threshold. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into our next match, and it could keep happening, make some noise!
Let's go! Come on!
Let's head over to our casters to take us into our next game.
Thank you so much, Barney. Storm Point is among us. And with so many teams now finding themselves at match point, could it end here? Or could the curse happen where the Grim Reapers of match point format, Onset and Gaskin maybe rise up, but for the sake
Ai, galera, eles não têm ursinho, mano. Aí é foda, mano.
Falcons, the scriptwriters are hard at work as we take a look at the amazing fans in the arena here live in Paris.
And if your team's not on match point, you need to send that energy straight to them. We need another game. We need more Apex Legends. We went double digits. But the fatigue that it can have on our players as you settle for a gauntlet of a series. A $2 million prize pool. The ability to call yourself the best at Apex Legends right now. Zero. That's a Zen moment if I've ever seen one.
Time to lock it in. Sit up straight here, but it's crazy to highlight how Unlimited get to keep this going. How Yulari just ends up doing this back-to-back, man. He's always, what is it, the boogeyman, the kaiju.
But not even just that, Peace as well. Peace is doing so much damage and finding so much potential here at ALGS Split 1 playoffs, but also it was Exuvi with the L-Star in that end game that made such a vital difference to swing it their way. The Wolves fans that are asking for the comeback that is needed. But guys, as we look forward to Stormpoint, it's gonna look a heck of a lot different. We have no Gibby, no Newcastle, no Alter, no Watson, no Mad Baggy. We are deep into the series. And you want to know what teams have wins? Team Vision have won 2 games on Stormpoint historically.
Ooh.
Team Liquid have 2 wins on Stormpoint, and Zeta's won 3.
We've seen it end with match point finals on Stormpoint.
Os caras são tão ferrados
so many times, Clara giving them the energy.
que eles não tem nem a camisa do time, mano, pra jogar, velho. Os caras estão os 3 camisa preta.
As Alliance are also feeling the pressure, their fans just rallying behind them. Stormpoint, could it be wraps here? Game 8. We're starting to go the distance
tá
now.
Os 3 de camisa preta,
and
mano.
if you are Sentinels, you are resetting and you go next.
That's all you can focus on, one game at a time, one fight at a time. You get into that end game. Your zone calling has been so solid. You know what it takes to be at the top and to convert because you've done it before.
And let's make some noise. Game number 8, Stormpoint. As the storm is brewing and putting in the pressure as we welcome more teams into the 50-point threshold in the Match Point Club here at the Esports World Cup. Taking a flyby and to highlight Sentinels, the fact that they landed Jurassic. Will they have the information is the question.
Vambora.
Taking a look at this team.
Vambora, vambora, nós e os ursinhos.
History that this team has also put on with Duplex being on the
É o time de qualidade aqui, mano.
Valk needed for the rotations, especially if we go to the north, because you need to know that we're climbing up those battles. And it can be so difficult on foot for our teams that are in match point. A lot of them vying for that catalyst. You can see Panic is going to be
Galera,
the
esse jogo, mano, vai ser muito emocional, mano.
That's a good setup for the Team Liquid boys.
Os caras não podem se deixar abalar, velho.
Very similar page in the way that they want to play.
Tem mais 2 jogos. Se ganhar 3 seguidos, os caras conseguem alcançar o
survey beacon. Don't believe I see
top
a ring
1,
console here in Barometer, and the zone pulling all the way up north towards, where is it here? Team Vision's over by Lightning Rod.
That's a good pickup for them. That is definitely a good draft pick. You mentioned Falcons. That's essentially over in Barometer where Team Liquid played through out of Stormpoint for group stages. They have a survey beacon, and that's okay. With the Sparrow, they'll be able to have access to it. And you can see down at Team Liquid, yes, they do have a survey beacon as well. But Team Vision from the north immediately poised themselves. Your next match point team that almost clutched it out. Sentinels from Jurassic only had a survey beacon, and Zane's getting into early action, and just like that, Game and Gladiators evaporated from the lobby.
I mean, just over time, snowballing downhill. NIP do pick that up.
Ah, guys,
even though
they're
their 19th have been able to find this KP, but over onto the north side, look at this. With Vision showing face, Wolves as well, for fun now, take a dive. Right on top of the action, Sentinels may come in right afterwards, because in Stormcatcher, they follow. And Wolves are looking down on them, especially with a lot of these teams calling a northern pull on a zone like this.
And Zeta Division, I want to give highlight to them, coming from Pylon down south, do have ring console in which Team Liquid wants access to. But Zeta are already out of the POI, as For Fun continuously keeps tabs on that. They've moved into Thunderwatch. Vision, they're only going to get involved if it nets them God spot. And for now, this power building that they're able to hold, especially with Catalyst being able to reinforce it, we just, honestly, we wait and we third party.
Ninguém quer errar,
I mean, it's not like we haven't seen an end zone pull up here that has ended the history of our end calls for match point finals. AG were so close to getting the KP that they needed, while Wolves pick up on Fun, taking a look at the side-by-side though of a previous fight. We'll love to see what happens to Sentinels. Yes, NIP, they finish off this fight, but neither of these teams are close to the Match Point Club. They take out Game and Gladiators, and Sentinels with Blinkster trying to get the res, get it back up with Fun, but having to be careful because Wolves have them in their sight.
They get the Dark Veil out, and with just a few HP, the Bangalore passive from shooting at him just gives him the extra nudge that he needs to get behind cover. You can hear the bullets whizzing by, and we are stabilized. Can Fun get back? Because Wolves portal in, and they're just ahead. They connect one shot with the wingman, immediately send damage towards Monsoon, but do not connect.
They have the information from the Sparrow arrow. Wanks letting them know, and after getting that knock, they fully send it. They're trying to stop Sentinels.
Ai, a Sentinels caiu, mano.
Sentinels are eliminated.
Meu Deus, mano, o que tá acontecendo, velho?
Keep the dream alive for themselves, but it depends on what happens to the other remaining 4 teams. They take the portal back, 8 squads now left.
And they break the curse of the 30s. They were stuck in the 30s for like 4 or 5 games, one of the closest teams after our first 2 matches to that coveted 50, that have now approached 42, 8 points away. We check in here with Team Nemesis, a team that is very momentum-based. They can get super hot, but once they lock in, they're so focused. And a time for a comeback is now. And being 29 points away, we have seen games that big prior.
We've seen literally more than half the lobby at match point before. That's what we love about our match point finals here in the ALGS, as Nemesis come take to the skies to mirror that of the team who's also taking an evac in the distance. That's going to be Elite Esports, by the way, who were getting harassed by Falcons, denying the information from the teams who need it over by Cedo. AG Global looking at Nemesis too in the skies while they are so desperate to pick up this KP. You have to imagine how these pros feel with this pressure being so close that they could taste it. Even Team Vision, who over on their POI over by Lightning Rod, hopefully could build up those Evo shields, poking pressure over time. Especially with the way a lot of these teams have been able to get this information with that northern zone pool.
We definitely have to keep remembering the fact that we are going uphill. Team Vision still holding down their building. AG Global shouting out the fact they see an evac tower ahead of them, so a team that they're essentially shadowing. A squad that has played in so many ALGS lands together, but are just looking for their first win.
Engraçado que eles ficam com vergonha e depois eles começam a namorar.
Their only concern this lobby was someone sending them for that prio spot on weakened shields to blues. We've got ults.
Team Vision.
And they feel the threat. All these teams now rotating to the north side, noting that this
Quanto
is
de dano esse arco dá,
for
mano?
their POI.
Deve dar muito dano, né, velho?
Our enemy number one for the teams that
Com
are
esse vídeo de
not at
Apex,
match
tem
point.
gente que
Who
tá
are now
gigante, hein?
looking to see if they
Tá,
can
vai
evict
ficar peta,
Vision.
né,
Looking
mano?
behind them
Vai
now.
sentar.
As Loader wants to protect the ring console. Having to protect them is
Quem
going to
tem
be
boca vai a
Zach. Nice calls
Roma.
here from Zach Mazer. We're talking about what a prestigious IGL he
Foda,
is.
foda.
And with the side-by-side view on where the zone is pulling, look at Liquid wrapping on the cliff side of things. Going on the outskirts
Velho, tô
of
de
Storm
cara.
Catcher,
Mano,
Zeta
eu
Division
acabei de
still
botar o
1
ursinho
point
da
away
Sentinels
from
aqui, os
being
caras
at 50.
perderam, velho.
You can
Será
see
que é
they
azar
have to
meu,
go
mano?
either north
Tô
or go
passando
through
azar pros
Stormcatcher.
caras.
If we go north, we
Foda.
get the battle of the former teammates with S8UL. A little Sharky v Zero connection up there. For Team Vision, they're
go.
still in the north, but GK and Alliance could wrap behind them. Falcons over at Cascade drop at evac tower.
Mano, tô
and
forçando
are
muito o
working their
cérebro pra
way.
entender
Now,
esse
how many
inglês aqui,
times
velho.
have we seen a
Nossa,
command
tá
center
cansando.
collapse? But there is a ring console in there, and to know exactly where you need to go. But those choke points on the outskirts are being watched by Team
Olha a
RRQ,
Alliance,
who've
mano.
also been stuck in that area, but they have
Se
broken. They're
a
just 6
Falcons tá
points away from
pensando
50.
em ir até onde a Alliance tá, mano, os caras tão
And with
errados.
Catalyst being the most picked legend into getting these ring console scans too, and bunkering down Sparrow to match that
Eles
alongside
estão pensando
Bangalore.
em
13
ir
Bangalore in
exatamente
this
onde a
lobby,
Alliance
11 for
tá, mano.
Sparrow to not overextend and get that console information as well. Off the survey
Ah, não,
beacons
eles vão
and
entrar
just
pela
being able to
casinha
cover
aqui
your
do lado.
backs in a lot of these chokes to give you that
Tá
information
de boa.
was honestly the demise of what Sentinels had to deal with, right? When they saw that Wolves wanted to send it onto them as Falcons now rotate from the back end
Olha
of
só.
command center, and then just like you said, Tiff, having that ring console
Team Liquid, mano,
will allow
querendo,
them to plan out their next rotate, but with
querendo
Team
farmar
Liquid
muito ponto
trying to
nesse
stay
round
alive
pra
are
poder se
looking
manter vivo
down
no
at
campeonato.
Sharky. We talked about it before with the Aussie v Aussie violence between Zero and Sharky, but he tries to rotate out. He tries to take a different angle, and S8UL are hiding behind the rocks.
But with Sykes on the Sparrow, this could be the difference maker. It's a Valk v Sparrow, but everything else is the same in the Legend comp, and you can see ultimates are coming through. The Dark Veil's been expended, piercing spikes, and Team Liquid answer back with a veil of their own to
caras
give them
fecharam.
the ability to climb up. That Sky Nade preventing Sykes from climbing there alongside Panic is everything for S8UL, because now they open it up in their back.
But trying to cover Vim at the same time, Zero finds a knock onto Sharky.
Mano, a
They
Team
back
Liquid,
away.
eles estão enganados,
Beautiful
mano.
suppress
Vocês
fire
vão
to
conseguir
help out
pressão aí
Panic.
de baixo.
He gets his shields back up. Now they try to cover the next angle here. S8UL.
Opa,
now
resetaram.
seeing this pressure, no team wants to creep up here. As Team Liquid show their presence, find Jesco. Legacy's one shot, who's still on the high ground.
Já era
Until
pra Soul,
now,
mano.
because Vision, Carter,
Eles conseguiram pressão aí de baixo,
in
mano.
the
Foda-se.
distance before Jesco
Já
is the
era,
next to
mano, já era.
fall. You try to take this fight versus Liquid, and now Zero has cleared this entire northeastern side of the zone.
And the fact that Vision has an angle on this is something to note.
Vai Team
The difference
Liquid,
between
pô.
what we saw in
Vambora.
Sentinels in game-winning position in last map and now with Team Vision in the north is you have to show presence. You have to play big and keep teams off your backs.
Onde que tá o
For Team
Wolves,
Liquid,
mano?
who have just
Tá lá
solidified
embaixo,
right
mano.
here, so long as no one rotates up on them that wants to full send, like potentially Elite Esports, for now they're okay. Back for a check-in with Team Vision.
I cannot wait
Que é minha
to
boa,
see
né, velho? Isso
how
aí.
this zone pulls. With Zero calling, holding this northeastern
Eu gosto dessa
side,
arma, mano.
rotating
Que ela
from the left
carrega o
side.
tiro.
It could be brutal if the zone ends up continuously pulling towards the south by Stormcatcher.
Geo does it pop back. We've seen crazy bounce backs. Alliance, who recently just got a reset.
Mano,
They
ó,
brought one
o jogo
back
tá
to a team
virando,
of
velho.
three.
Quem tem mais
15
dedo, tá
points.
ligado? Porque eles
You
já
think
estão
about a
matando
normal
todos
game
os
for Alliance,
personagens.
they can do that, but 15 points has
Mataram
them
todos
in
os
a
personagens
limited
bons,
place.
velho.
And there's
De
so many
controle
teams
de
that have
ar
eclipsed
e
match
tal.
point here.
Tem o
Zeddy,
Caos
who
que
recently
ainda
just did
só.
it last match. Zeddy could be a game-changing team here to get a win on land. Think of how close that they have been before, Vicky.
Que isso, mano?
Literally.
Especially Dupe.
Literally with the optic title, right? Imagine how beautiful
Nossa,
that
a
would
Elite
seem
vai pegar a
as
Zed.
Skittles is
Mano, a Elite vai
I
pegar
mean, the
neles
script
com
just
pouca
writes
vida, velho.
itself. Zeta, they were 1 point away. If they can finish him off, they will also be at match point. But with the side-by-side, now Elite move up, and they may help them. They get the crack following up. Sacred finding
Derrubaram?
Henchman and Light to find Alberlele. Zeta are praying
Véi, a
to
Elite
see
precisa
that
se
this
curar.
knock goes through because Reject are crawling in from right behind them.
Do Zeta get involved in this? They're doing really well to only invest a bit. But in a 1v1, they swing. Light, 10 HP through the knockdowns, and he cannot cover it. Elite Esports is down and out, and Zeta have hit 50
Nossa,
points.
velho, a
Welcome
Elite
to the Match Point
maluco.
Club, Zeta. We welcome another one. They did the job this game around, and now fate is out of their hands with the outcome of these teams that are holding final zone spot.
Ah, mano, o Light não tá jogando.
A moment to settle in and focus.
Que merda,
Zeta was holding Stormcatcher for a long time, and with Satuki there on the Sparrow, we finally get that full. We go to 51. We drop the Rolling Thunder. We must get Satuki, who has been so valuable to play alongside Yuka. It's looking so crazy because you need the information. You need the tracker darts.
And Wolves also need this KP. If they try to fully send this, I mean, they were at 42 after what we saw them on the hillside deal with Sentinels before. They do get the res, they do put in the pressure with Yuka having the Nemesis in hand, but the fact that this zone is pulling to the north side, when we see that pile up towards Team Vision, where Liquid had taken the fight versus SAU, who have cleared the northeastern side to reiterate. AG, though, who still could not get.
Peraí, a Nemesis voltou pro jogo?
47. And Presidente Yanya trying to stay alive before dropping down. He does manage to survive.
Oh, but it's just a matter of time. The Chal on the low ground. He's in the sky. He's getting clipped. He's trying to get back to the high ground. And they follow AG Global.
Mano, a Nemesis quase morreu e matou a G, velho. Que isso, mano? Como é que os caras conseguiram voltar pro jogo?
As Vision was still full blues, taking their time. They have the ammo, which is important. They had the light arsenal right next to them too, but it's not like they're going to be able to take advantage of that, right? But they're at least denying the info off the survey beacon from the other teams, as they are not going to be moving from this building, playing to their comp with the Catalyst.
And Team Vision are still in the coveted God spot. They are in Lightning Rod. They chose this in their POI draft. Could this been a $600,000 choice for them?
Depends here. Was Eddie now in trouble though? RC looking to get involved. He's fighting Jelly. Only one left for Eddie. It's up to Deeds. Moving back, playing off the knockdown shield. It's looking scary with the Stinger Ball. He gets the next knock onto Forufa. But it's hard when you gotta worry about the barrels. Deeds, he was alive for now.
Nossa, mano. Nossa, velho.
Teams are out of this lobby.
APAC North are the slaughterers of our match point teams.
Nossa, mano. A Reject acabou com as Ed Games, velho.
They know that if Liquid pushes them, it could be curtains. Trying to harass them, prevent them from getting into that next zone. That's why it's only up to Zach to move up. He's waiting in the next 40 seconds when this ring closes in to perhaps send out the bangle.
The only team on the north side of the next circle. Our utility is as follows. Loader has 2 ultic cells, Zach has 1, and we are saving our ultimates for the next fight. So long as Team Liquid doesn't push to usurp that. But what does Team Liquid have? It's a mere comp, aside from the fact that Team Liquid has Sparrow and Vision has
Não vale a pena, né, essa luta aí, guys?
It's time to play big here. As Falcons lost out on Waltz.
Mano, Falcons tá escondidinho,
That's
velho.
not what you want to see. As the Falcons have clipped their own wings here, moving up as a duo. Ring closing in, and Hal pushes up together.
E os caras tão
It's
em
gonna be
dupla
hard
só,
as
velho.
Zeta try to take to the skies off an evac, and it does get destroyed at the hands of Wolves. Great awareness. They take the gravity cannon. It's the Hail Mary attempt to stay alive.
É, Team Liquid vai wipear, mano.
Vision though have to look up to clear their bomb building.
And the missile swarms coming in from Vision.
Guys, por que vocês estão lutando com esses caras,
After
mano?
the gravity cannon loses out on Guild. A solo Bangalore underneath Thunderwatch. And Zeta and Wolves still have to move. And look at Vayne. He's taking just angles. They know someone's underneath them.
Achou.
Mike on the ground. Yuka
Wolves?
on the replicator. Wolves at their back.
And Falcons get eliminated. Yuka staying alive, but it's up to Visions.
A Falcons foi eliminada, guys.
This
Tadinho.
is a green light for Team Liquid, but Panic is at least alive on 0 pots in that kit.
2 match point teams are here. Zeta is down and out.
Ai, a Nip chegou, velho.
RRQ are in the north. And with 0, last standing for Team Liquid. He's out of here. Vision are alive in the north.
Nossa, que merda, velho. A Wolves também foi eliminada, mano.
Get eliminated. Vision are looking with victory in sight.
But a new challenger emerges. NIP and RRQ are still showing presence. but 64% of the time that Team Vision hits top
A Nip conseguiu entrar, mano.
But Zach is down and Cole is here. He's healthy.
Oh, and Bane. They know this is Vision. They fully send it. Carter though, backing themselves up, breaks down the door.
Nice! Nice Nip, porra. Vambora. A Nip tá viva ainda? Ah não, o limite! Fudeu, mano. A Nip morreu. Não dá pra torcer pros caras, pô.
Your prior match winners looking to join them.
Olha o peito, mano.
And Peace and Exuvia alongside him. Through the portal we go. We negative rotate out to the back of Thunderwatch. We push all of the teams in.
With RRQ being at match point, we welcome more. Can it be half the lobby is the question. With Unlimited still being alive with 46 total points to their name.
Essa fã tá viva ainda, velho.
For Fun now also looking to restabilize, but RRQ after hitting match point now, they're looking down at the teams that will be forced to move up towards Lightning Rod.
And as you can see, Unlimited need 4 points to reach match point. But 4 teams outside the top 10 are still in it. The Infinite Ammo L-Star. We saw what it did for Unlimited in that last match, and they take it to RRQ.
Can they get it to 50?
Nossa, mano.
It's absolutely deleted, but Ulari Man does go down. Unlimited, 3 points away. As Suvi does end up popping the shield back. Looking to get this res.
Os caras estão com munição infinita,
mano. Now
mano.
they try to make a move. Suvi trying to give them some press fire, looking behind, making sure they but they swing him at the right time. RRQ, the piercing spikes, slowing him, leaving only Peace.
Peace, the Rampart, to face off against the Sparrow. The amped covers are down. We shield swap. It's not enough. 52 HP. And we dive away as four Unlimited to join them.
Mano, RRQ,
RRQ, the duo in the north.
RRQ playing out of their minds. Pricey
RRQ
and Easy
jogou,
Flash
mano.
each have 12 KP over the course of these last 8 games.
A GK tá no teto, a RC tá dentro do bunker.
Pulled up, so they have some safety out of the line of sight of the teams that now have to move
Yeah, mano, a Inter tá ali, mano. Batalhando, velho.
Now back to
Fundo
the
de
full
tabela.
form. The med kit going off. The Dark Veil about to be done. It's Enerforce 36, Reject, and GK on the other side. 2 APAC North teams. Enerforce 36 on your screen. Juzna locked into the amped cover, trying to find a setup. Do we start moving towards the middle?
Guys, não vale a pena, né, guys? Tem gente atrás de vocês, mano.
The calm before the storm as this final ring now starts closing it, but RRQ are going to harass E36, Reject, and GK. These teams need a miracle, though, to try to find themselves at match point. Not a lot of bodies here, but RC, this is how you kick things off. And E36 say hello to my little friend off the Sheila as they're running off with the Rampart. Just looking behind them, too, because they know RRQ just have clear line of sight.
But how many times have we seen GK play Rampart? It's usually Keon, and they're not. We have Cat, Sparrow, Wraith. On the other side, we're eating the bullets from Sheila. And this is the way to keep all that damage to multiple teams.
Justin says, give me another.
Ai, velho.
Flame now actually goes and harasses them in the back. The beautiful follow-up.
Calma.
RRQ. They're completely
Snap matou alguém.
Over this final fight here with these last 4 squads. It's going to be E36 now looking at GK while Reject now clear up. RRQ, but it's fine. The
RRQ foi eliminado pela Reject.
Got over to the 50-point threshold. E36 though.
Meu Deus, mano. A Interforce tá sonhando, guys. Não.
After clearing King of the Hill against RRQ. All your game 8
Reject ganhou, velho.
Curse stays
Ah,
alive.
viado. A Interforce sonhou muito, mano.
We welcome more teams. Almost half the lobby at 50 points.
I told you earlier, Vicky, APAC North teams are the slaughterers.
A Interforce sonhou muito, velho.
And Reject inching themselves closer to 50 of their own. Arufa, who after retirement has come back to competitive play. Joined by Reese, who has been playing ALGS since the beginning, and he's back in comp. Those boys just got us one more game.
The emotions are high. way.
Olha o chorinho,
And this
velho. Tadinha,
is what
mano.
Match Point Finals is all about. What a game for Reject. 13 KP after taking that win. They're so close, Tiff. They needed that. With 46 total points in their pocket, they are within the top 10. HE Global, though, are stuck. Have not been able to get the extra KP that they needed for like 2 games in a row.
If it doesn't close out here, we are gonna have like half the lobby on match point. And Axis there from Reject had a positive damage differential there. Tied for almost the most damage on Reject that game with a Rufa. 13
Chegando em
kills.
segundo lugar, velho.
And as we look back to the top 4,
we may get a run back of what happened last year, Tip. We may be going the distance. And I ain't complaining when it comes to seeing some more good Apex Legends. We get to see how that fight went down too. After moving up back on the high ground, we saw Reject, they split their attention to take care of RRQ. They close up the rest of the lobby. They cleaned up what was left on the other side of the fence line. And we see how Unlimited were so close themselves. They were at, what, 48 points before they had gone down before too. But it's Falcons now. Zeta after that game, by the way. RRQ as well, Team Liquid, Zeddy, Vision, and Sentinels, all beyond 50 points.
please give me a UKF win. Like, do you know how long we've been waiting for that? UKF and all the roster iterations we've seen hailing from APAC North, but the match results, Reject with a 25-point game. Enterforce 36, who was at the bottom of the leaderboard, needed all of those points, but our match point teams, Falcon, Zeddy, Sentinels, Stormpoint wasn't it.
Imagine Yuka, and what if it was the build-up? Leaving Fnatic and now building up with Zeta.
Plot twist, Vicky's the scriptwriter.
Sorry, guys.
She
that's
can't
why
write herself an endgame call on match point finals.
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. I
Don't
can't
worry,
put
guys.
myself in the script. That's just, you know, how it works with the overall rankings. On your screens, just look at this. 7 teams at match point easily could welcome half the lobby into this next game. It really depends on how game 9 plays out. Looking on the other end, though, Wolves putting a stop in that previous game to Sentinels on that hillside. It's the risk, though, and it was an unfortunate zone pool, even when you look at what happened to Falcons.
You know, we've gotten to the point where when you look at that leaderboard, anyone can make it happen.
And Sentinels know that. They know they have to GG go next, just like a lot of our other teams. But guys, as you already know it, when it comes to match point finals, we get some more Apex. Don't go anywhere, because we got game number 9 coming to you soon.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hanging out with Riley and Cole here. Obviously, Monsoon's gorgeous fiance. And Cole, I actually want you to tell people at home a little bit about your origin story and how you became friends with Monsoon.
Yeah, so Monsoon and I became friends through Riley, actually. And we actually became roommates. We were roommates for the first Japan champs. We would spend at Hot Pot and he'd make sushi. Just really one of the best friends I've ever had, and just no greater guy out there.
I mean, I could not agree anymore. You know, we all love Mon here on the show. Now, Riley, I just kind of want to get your perspective really quickly on what it would mean, because now one of the first teams on match point, Sentinels, we could get a back-to-back victory for this squad. Like, what would that do?
I think just prove what we already know, is that he is good enough and the team is good enough, and with consistency, you will see good performances. And I think the other 2 boys are like some of the best, you know, around, and they're like the best players and the best personalities, and we love them so much, so we only want them to just keep doing better every time.
I think this is a team that a lot of people are pulling for. Cole, tell me about kind of what it's been just being able to be a part of this experience here at EWC in Paris this time around, EWC 2026.
It's been absolutely unreal. Just the environment of ALGS is just unexplainable. It's akin to just like any playoff sport, and I don't even have the words when I say that. I mean that. It's next level.
Are you ready to see a back-to-back win here, a Sentinels win here at ALGS at EWC 2026?
There's nothing I want more, and I know they can do it. There's no better team in North America right now. Sentinels will win this.
Everybody, and a huge shout out to Dark Angel from Na'Vi. We have our first champion here at the Esports World Cup 2026 over on Fatal Fury. It's Dark Angel from Na'Vi who wins it, and that's always a lovely feeling to put your key up on that totem down.
The club championship already starting to get a little bit spicy as the pace has been set. Who from Apexlegends can put their key in that trophy and start to add points to their own club? Can it be the current club champions, Team Falcons? We'll have to find out, but a massive congratulations over at Fatal Fury.
A huge moment, of course. Such a wonderful moment to be able to lift that trophy above your head. Again, a huge congratulations to Na'Vi on that big win. Now, let's turn our attention back to the stage here. Let's turn our attention back to some Apexlegends, because we've got a trophy of our own that needs to be claimed. Now, we always say, Dan, when we talk about match point, it feels like if you hit match point, you get one opportunity to close out. Sentinels had that chance. It slipped through their fingers. Team Vision had that chance, and it slipped through their fingers. Will it happen again to one of our match point teams, or will we see a trophy being lifted?
Well, this is where you ask me who is the next team that will get that opportunity. Well, if you look towards the statistics, World's Edge has been heavily favored by Team Liquid. They are the far best, far superior team that we've seen so far this tournament on this map, and one of the only teams on match point that has been able to find a win on World's Edge. The only other squad that has found a win on World's Edge that's on match point, Team Falcons. Couldn't have set it up better myself.
Yeah, couldn't have set it up better. Like you say, Liquids versus Falcons is a story that, even if you don't try and force it, it finds a way to the front of the stories when we get into the Apexlegends Global Series. We are closing in on match number 9. And as you quite rightly said, Dan, a change of scenery here as well.
The chance of one more game echoed around Paris, and it was delivered. The real question is, are we gonna see anyone step up to the plate? Also, I just want to correct myself. I did say World's Edge. We're snake drafting. It is gonna be Storm Point here, so I do apologize. And that changes everything, by the way, because the POI draft is even more interesting.
Still apply when we get to World's Edge. But we'll stay on our topic of conversation here on Storm Point. Like you say, the snake draft takes us back through. But for Falcons and Liquid, you just can't get away from that storyline.
Well, now I can tell you who's been good at Storm Point. Now I know what the map's going to be. Zeta Division have 3 wins so far this tournament on Storm Point. Vision have 2. Liquid have 2. So maybe they are going to be the 3 teams to keep an eye on going into this one, because all 3 of those teams are, of course, on match point. A total of 7 teams now with the chance to win this entire thing right here, right now.
And as we're going deeper into the games, deeper into the series, Legend bands start to rear their head in a way that a lot of teams quite simply aren't able to prepare for. We're going to see some very interesting compositions. A lot of Bangalore in the lobby. Storm Point leans itself, of course, to the strengths of Bangalore. A little bit of Caustic in there as well. We've got Rampart, we've got Sparrow, Caustic as well, and a little sprinkling of Pathfinder as well. The compositions are getting wacky. And as for where the zone is going, one match point team is going to be very, very happy. That is Zeddy Esports.
Yeah, Zeddy Esports with a fantastic priority to this one. Just checking to see whether they actually have a ring console to work with, though. That's going to be the real question. But Enter Force 36, they do at Launchpad, so they're going to move fast. Now, RRQ, another team who have found themselves on match point, have a little bit of a journey to go until they find themselves to the southeast side of the map here. Look at S8UL as well. They're moving pretty quickly. Perhaps they could be one of the teams that keep us going into match 10.
Yeah, interesting. I don't think that Zeddy did have a ring console down at Devastated Coast, but the fact that Enter Force 36 haven't left and they're seeing teams arriving gives them the information that they are going to need to find a priority position to play. Looking at some of the other teams that have a long way to go. Team Falcons over at Barometer. They've got to rotate to make all the way down to the south. Team Liquid, pretty good prio to this zone as well. As it looks like we're going to have a little pause here before we get back into the action. But just taking a little look at some of the other teams that have got to make a long way towards this zone. Up on that north side, Team Vision from Elrod. Now, one of the reasons that Elrod is such a popular pick when we look at the POI draft so often on Stormpoint is your ability to go from the high ground to the low ground so often. They're going to have to do that for the entirety of their journey down to Launchpad.
Well, this pause will just allow the players to take a little bit of a breather as well. It's been very interesting just
jogo do
during the
Sword
breaks
Art
being able to see
Online,
the players
esquece isso aí, meu
just toddle off to the bathroom, of course, but just have that moment to have a little think how they're going to approach this next one. Now we're at match 9. Endurance comes very much into it. And even though these players, I'm sure, have had endless nights playing ranked Apex Legends and tournaments prior, fatigue definitely plays a part here. And whilst it may be a very different fatigue that you may see in traditional sports, boy, can I tell you, it is very mentally taxing going this deep into a tournament, still with the unknown of whether the game is going to end right here, right now, or whether you keep going. As a reminder, back in 2024, we went to 13 games. Of course, the match point threshold was 60 then. Last year, here at the Esports World Cup of 2025, it ended here, match 9.
And if one of those teams don't close out, of course, look at how close so many teams are to joining the Match Point Collective. You've got Wolves on 46, you've got RC on 46, AG on 47, and Unlimit, who just have a knack, by the way, Yolario Man especially, of keeping Match Point lobbies going. They're on 48, just 2 points away. You can even look down to Alliance, the S8UL. They're still within striking distance.
Bora, guys. Começou. Começou. Let's go! Pior que a ideia do jogo do anime era boa. Subir numa torre a cada andar e subir numa torre na última. Viado, os caras cagaram, fez isso aí, fizeram jogos de merda, uma história de merda, que também não é MMORPG, aquela bosta, tudo lixo. O que eu fico mais puto na minha vida é essa história do Sword Art Online. Um RPG, um MMORPG muito foda no anime que não ganhou vida em lugar nenhum. Os caras são uns merda, né?
It does pull down to the south, which I'm kind of expecting it to.
Pra não falar outras coisas
aqui. Esports. They are in a fantastic spot. It's very difficult to force a team away that is playing on that height. Zeta Division playing a little bit further to the south of Devastated Coast, but they won't be safe down there and are already being pressured by Team Liquid. So even though the job was done in the previous game to hit match point,
o cara quer dinheiro só, dinheiro de otário.
And interestingly, Zeta Division are winningest team in the lobby.
Dinheiro dos caras que quer ser o Kirito.
They found the most victories so far this tournament.
Ouch.
But they are struggling to stay up right now as they are being pressured by a couple of teams. Team Liquid.
A empresa japonesa é foda, mano. A empresa japonesa é foda, porque eles só trabalham pro público deles. Tá isso é osso. Isso é osso. Os caras tinham lá o Blue Protocol, que era um MMO, mano, que era pra ser tipo o melhor MMO do ano, da década. Aí só porque o bagulho não funcionou no Japão, eles desistiram do projeto e encerraram o jogo. Cara, ridículo, ridículo.
Kind of a collective gasp of air when they saw that Falcons had hit match point. It feels different when this roster hits match point.
We're going to hit the pause as well, just to make sure all the players are comfortable and everything is set. It's okay, crowd, get a little bit rowdy, but we'll be back there, don't you worry. I do want to take a note of the legend that had been banned in the previous as well. Catalyst was taken away from the game, and we saw how impactful Catalyst was in match 8. That completely changes the dynamic of a final circle without those dark veils impacting anything. As our eyes turn towards the teams that could potentially keep us going to match 10 here on set. We have teams like Unlimit, who are only 2 points away from that threshold. All Gamers Global, who have been dominating every single engagement that they
a pira do Elden Ring
still yet to win a match as well,
é porque a From Software,
maybe they're saving the best till last.
But then you do have teams that have found wins. You've got Alliance down in the bottom 10 at the moment that haven't been able to find that victory. NIP, who are still down towards the bottom as well. Even the Interforce 36 and Nemesis Teams that could find wins if the opportunity presents itself to them. And you quite rightly alluded to the fact that when that opportunity comes your way, you have to make it count. Sentinels unable to do so. Vision couldn't do it either.
Cara,
Will
a
they get
From
another chance?
Software,
Because it feels like this one
eles
now
sempre
is
fizeram o
being passed over
jogo...
to Zeddy.
It's one of those situations, I think, where you
Sempre
get
fizeram o jogo
tested
que pegou no
something,
ocidente,
you
tá
know,
ligado?
about your personality, about your mentality as a leader, as being part of one of those teams who knows that the opportunity was there. You could feel it, that you were going to be $600,000 better
Pô,
off.
Demon Souls, quando eles lançaram Demon Souls, mano.
How do you
Mano,
respond
tipo,
to
a
that
From
is the
Software
question.
só
So
deu
many times
certo
we see teams
porque
just fall away knowing
eles
that
criaram
was the
um modelo
opportunity.
novo de
That
jogo
was
que
their
funcionou no mundo
moment,
todo, tá
and they
ligado?
weren't able to grasp it. Being able to bounce back from that is a skill in itself. And I
Entendeu?
think it's a skill you have to have
Tipo,
as a
aí,
human,
mas só que
as a
a
person,
Bandai,
as
que
opposed to what you
publica
can do
From
in game.
Software,
It takes great resilience.
todo jogo da
You
Bandai
really
é um
have to
jogo
take a look at
exclusivo,
yourselves and
tipo,
just say, look,
exclusivo não, mas é
we've seen
muito
enough
pensado
Apex
só
Legends
pro
tournaments. We
Japão, mano,
know
só pro Japão.
it's not always one
Se o
that
jogo não é
quickly.
bom pro Japão,
Perhaps
eles
we will get
encerram
another
o projeto.
opportunity. You just have to keep focused and make sure that when it does come around again, if
Isso é um
it does
saco,
come
mano.
around again, you can't let it slip a second time.
O Blue Protocol era um MMO, mano, que ia ser muito
was a
foda,
chance for a
muito foda
breather
mesmo.
before, but now the nerves start to add a little bit. But there you go, chairs back up.
E ele nem chegou a
Seeing
ver a
it at
luz do
90-degree
sol,
angle.
velho. Se você
As we
pesquisar aí,
will be
Lucas, Blue
unpausing
Protocol,
shortly.
vou até botar aqui, ó.
And there
Blue
are some
Protocol.
key fights starting to develop in some of these areas of the map on people and teams that are on their
O
rotations
Blue
as well.
Protocol era pra ser o Sword Art Online
around
dos
Cascade
MMO.
Falls and Stormcatcher, the in-between. A
E os
lot of
caras
squads
desistiram
starting to
do
move
projeto.
through that choke.
Well, here we go then, everyone. The pause is over and we are back playing. Game number 9 continues as we jump on board with RRQ
É
on
triste,
match
né? É
point.
triste, é triste.
But when you look at their win column in this tournament, there is a 0 there. No better time than now.
A lot of second places, and we can look back at some replays as well. And this was Liquid just making it difficult for some of these teams trying to get up to the high ground.
Panic's a freak. That's what I'm going to say on that.
But you are right. If RRQ can find that victory, boy, with their first one of all tournament taste
Ele
even
tinha um
sweeter.
É que assim, o Blue
And the
Protocol,
crazy thing
ele
is,
foi
even though we're
lançado,
in
né?
match 9, we have 7
Mas
teams
só que
on
o que
match point.
aconteceu?
It
Uma
still
empresa
feels like
chinesa comprou
there
o
is a huge
projeto
possibility we
japonês
keep going further
e
with how
transformou
tight
o
this
jogo em
lobby
um
has got.
gacha,
And also, you got Unlimited in the lobby.
basicamente.
The boogeymen. When it comes to match point
Mas o
teams.
projeto inicial,
dreams
mano,
have been
era
broken?
lindo, tá ligado?
Take yourself
Tipo,
back to
as
Sapporo.
classes eram lindas, o
Larry
jogo
Man was
inteiro
doing
era
it
bonito,
to
estilo
keep the
anime.
Apex flowing. Oh,
Tinha
They're
muito
gonna have to hit
conteúdo
portal
bom
here.
também.
as they try and make their way through one of these chokes towards the waterfall, just outside of Launchpad. So Stevie's going to be saying to his teammates, follow me. Things are safe over here. But the rotate in looking a little bit more difficult. Team Falcon's over at Pylon at the moment. They're going to walk up to that hillside in a few moments' time and probably play from there. Ninjas in Pajama Zone. They've managed to find a pick from distance. Tyler's going to be going down, but the fact that it is from distance, you don't expect
Triste, tô vendo
that
ali,
to
o
be
bagulho tava
converted
gigante.
into a point.
Tava gigante, cheio de
Falcons
mapa.
probably
Então.
waiting to gain information
Não,
from
era
Pylon as
lindo,
well
o projeto
before
era
they
lindo,
move.
mano. Tipo,
Get a
os
little bit of extra
outfits,
info
as
of where that zone's going to be going, but I
montarias.
think a couple of other teams were thinking the same thing.
Cara,
So
tudo no
Pylon
jogo
might
tava
become contested shortly.
perfeito, mano,
It's
perfeito.
for fun who were on the
Se
receiving
os
end of
caras
this damage
lançassem o
previously,
jogo
but
e depois
they've been
continuassem
able to
trabalhando,
stabilize
eles iam
and they
ganhar
can sit
muito
here
dinheiro,
for a
mano.
little bit.
Tipo, rios de
As
dinheiro.
NIP
Rios de
do
dinheiro.
not force the fight.
Eu tenho certeza que eles desbancariam o Final Fantasy.
Start to move through the map. And who's going to be their next target? Unlimiter on one side, Wolves the other, as the phase dome comes out for a rotation.
AG getting a little bit closer to the end game, a little bit closer to where they need to play. Having the rampart in the composition as well is going to allow them to get a little bit of cover down to play these rocks a little bit more successfully and almost as importantly defend it.
Mas a cultura é muito diferente.
Get that little bit of extra damage that's going to be coming
Lá
from
gacha é
standing behind those
aceitável, como
walls.
se fosse
I think
levador pelo
Exports
dinheiro.
down on the
Você
southern
só vai
side now.
aceitar.
They're going to have to go through Team Liquid if they continue to wrap towards Echo HQ. As Alliance take a more direct route from the pylon side
A galera reclamou muito que não tinha muito conteúdo no jogo.
over towards Dev Coast.
They've obviously got the ability to see where some of these players are going to be as well. So they can pick and choose where they want to try and set up for this end game, but actually they are transitioning outside of the zone now. It feels like there wasn't enough playable space for them, so they're going to go the hard way, and it's going to be underneath Zeta, because that is not in zone.
Cara, o que a Alliance tá fazendo?
I hope for a couple of ult excels, you would imagine, to try and get that Falcon back, to try and get it off a little bit later. That's what we're looking at. That's where the zone is going to be going. That's where our teams find themselves as the zone closes in behind them. RRQ over at Barometer, they've got a lot of work to do here, from a long way away from where this end game is going to take place.
So Zeddy Esports had priority to zone. They find themselves in a good spot. Enter Force 36 in a good position as well. Team Vision starting to make their move from the north after they gain the ring information from Command Center.
Tá bloqueado.
But their path in, unless they decide they're going to go up into the sky as well,
zipper ali.
They're going to get held out by the likes of AG Global. Evac towers are very
tá
much
muito
needed for
diferente
some of these
time,
teams, especially those who are obviously not running the Valkyrie.
Ninjas in pajamas forcing one of the floors of this main building inside of where we saw a couple of teams stacked up against each other.
Mano, será que se a Wolves ganhar aqui, eles conseguem, mano? Eles conseguem ganhar o final? 47 pontos, eles precisam fazer 70. Eles precisam de 30 pontos.
Need 3 points to hit match point. And after that, if they manage to do so, it's about denying
Nossa, muita coisa, né?
everybody else in the
Eles
lobby.
iam precisar, tipo, matar todos os times do lobby e ganhar.
So they are definitely
here's Liquid
that could play spoiler.
Liquid surrounded at the moment by Elite Esports. The bang off from Zero bought them a little bit of time, but Henchman up on the height on the Pathfinder is going to be continually harassing them. Light's going to fly in, Zero's down, the trades come in though. Henchman's going to peek, goes back up to that high ground, as Panic and Sykes have to try and clutch a 2v2 to keep Liquid in this game. It's all up to you, Panic. Henchman versus Panic. Kind of still alive as well. Panic has to try and get out of this situation. I don't know if he's going to be able to. 1 HP, Liquid staring down the barrel. Liquid are gone.
Nossa, a Elite acabou com a Liquid, mano.
A match point chance slips through their fingers.
As Elite.
Mas isso aí nunca vai dar boa, não.
Almost hit 200 points from the group stages.
Quer dizer, dia vai, né? A tecnologia vai evoluir e tal.
I said it was potentially going to be a difficult one. They actually went for a full wrap on the eastern side. This is a Zach Mazer special. And now they can get
eu acho que a tecnologia dia vai ficar tipo, mais barata, ao ponto da gente ter, tipo... Barato foda, né? Mas só que vai chegar num ponto que vai ser acessível, muito acessível, aí essas coisas vão começar a acontecer, tá ligado? Mas vai ser uma merda, né? Porque a gente vai ser totalmente desconectado da realidade. Mas a internet é um bagulho que se resolve depois de uns anos. É uma tecnologia que sempre evolui. Não ia ter latência. Mas o foda é a desconexão com a realidade. Isso aí vai ser um bagulho ferrado. Psicologicamente falando. E como sociedade também.
Elite now moving onto RRQ, and RRQ
eu não gostaria que isso existisse, mesmo sendo muito fã desse tipo de coisa.
Strafing Flame left on his own. Strafing Flame trying to survive. Can't jump into the void. The only thing it looks like he's going to be able to jump into is the spectator screen. As he is the last chance for RRQ to stay alive. Jumps into a portal after jumping in the void, but RRQ have gone next. The match point teams are falling
a realidade não é tão assim,
the
não.
Grim Reapers of the lobby are Elite Esports. Are they coming to life at just the right time here? As Zeta Division have also lost one.
Não, mas é que o dinheiro, a gente mudou a moeda justamente por ser um bagulho mais fácil, né? Mas dinheiro ainda existe. Tipo, mesmo sendo digital, é tudo uma questão de valor de material, né? Tipo, não é porque a gente não anda com dinheiro que não existe mais ouro, que não existe mais prata no mundo, entendeu? Foi uma troca que a gente fez, né?
Elsewhere on the map as Team Falcons are also being pressed. GK trying to rip another match point team away from this lobby.
He'll get the knock. House should be able to reset here and get this backed up. Gil's trying to hold. Gil gets taken down even though it hits Flesh. All of a sudden it's a 2v2 here. Armor advantage still in the hands of Falcons. And that's GK done. Falcons win their most important fight of the entire tournament so far.
So they are
Nemesis are here. Nemesis are here though.
Do they know? And perhaps they may be on the run. Yes, Falcons are going to run. They've got word that there's going to be another squad. I do also want to congratulate Waltzy on his 1,000th career assist with that one as well.
Muito melhor a
I'm
gente
sure right now he just wants to know,
ter a
are we going
representação
to
do valor
survive?
do que ter
One team at the moment
a
who is in
espécie.
prime position is one of our match point teams. If you're wondering who it is the team
Ser
that no
milionário
one
numa
was
ilha
talking
deserta é
about.
muito
ZE
grande,
Esports are bang
mas se você tá numa
center
situação
of
de
zone.
ilha deserta,
And what a
qualquer coisa que
story
você tem
that would
é
be.
riqueza, né?
That being said, Vision are also on the eastern side of zone.
Não dá pra pegar os
Alliance are
extremos,
there
tá
as well
ligado?
to try and disrupt things, as well are the Grim Reapers, Elite Esports. But Falcons survive for now, but sadly Nemesis are very much holding them here. This could get ugly.
I don't really know what Falcons can do here. Elite Esports have been eliminated in the meantime. Falcons have to force it. Has to be a straight 2v3. Zone is forcing everyone forward. Nemesis being one of those teams. Sacred's taken damage but got that bat off. And he's spotted out Waltzy. Somehow Falcons are alive here. But with the zone at their back and everybody looking at Skittle Cakes with a Kraber. Now it's up to the CEO to pull off the impossible. Not gonna happen.
Meu Deus, mano.
Lights will fall as well as Sentinels.
Nossa, moleque.
And they want a second shot at this. Vision also won that fight against Alliance on the eastern side. So two of our matchpoint teams winning their engagement, staying in this one. The third matchpoint team,
mas
you
Lucas, daí
rightly pointed
seria
out.
diferente,
Look at
porque
it on
ó,
that minimap.
dinheiro
ZE Esports,
é
prime
valor de
position.
troca
This
que
is
a
the
gente
best chance
usa pra
they may
comprar
get to win this whole
coisas.
tournament.
Jogar com um jogo numa realidade aumentada na rua é você estar vivendo, tipo, você está vivendo a parte do que está acontecendo no real, tá ligado?
Which is very important going into this final zone.
É muito
The issue
diferente.
is armor. Vision certainly have better armor in that fight, and it will have
Porque
to
o
take place
ponto
at
é,
some point. RC 50 points on the board for
quando a
them.
gente tá com
What an
dinheiro, a pessoa não está desconectada da realidade.
incredible run
O
it
dinheiro
would be
faz
for
parte
these
da
three.
nossa realidade,
Still need
ele
the two
existindo ou não.
to hit
Mas você está tipo conectado,
is on a
digitalmente,
knife edge at the moment.
prestando atenção em outra coisa no ser mundo real, você está desconectado da realidade e isso faz você tipo, perder um senso de o que você está fazendo ali, tá ligado? Por isso que jogar um jogo em casa é uma coisa boa, entendeu? Porque, mano, tipo, tu ainda vive uma realidade, mas você tá dando um tempo dela pra você estar focado em outra coisa. Então você tá, tipo, seu cérebro ele tá trabalhando diferente do que andando na rua. E se comunicando com pessoas também, então.
That's going to hurt Sentinels. SAUL trying to give us some more Apex Legends here, but it looks like Fun and Blinkser. Even though Monsoon is down,
Mas não é todo mundo que joga, entendeu? Não é todo mundo que joga.
AG smell blood, they try and push themselves.
Não, não seria uma
Maybe
imersão, mano.
Sentinels can reset, and they will. And they are in zone here.
Sentinels live, but they're being pitched, they are being pressured.
Se você obriga... Mano, é que isso aí é uma realidade utópica já, tá ligado? Você tá falando que todo mundo do mundo ia jogar a mesma coisa, sabe? E não é assim que ia acontecer. Meu Deus, mano. Olha a Sentinels, mano.
The Sparrow will deny it, but maybe you can get that rampart wall down and go for it again. They want Blinkser back in this game.
They're sticking this one. SAUL are terrified of AG. They don't want to push. Blinkser, he got back in the game, but he was taken down almost immediately. But he might be able to crawl to the loving arms of his teammates. Enforced 36 are eliminated in the meantime. Sentinels will not die.
Não é geral que joga.
They do not want to let another opportunity pass here. And they have defended so well as reject do go down. But remember, they did cross that match point threshold. Unlimit just hit 51 as well, so they will also be eligible if we get there. Ascend, make their move. Can they find somewhere to call home?
They're
yes,
safe.
They are safe for now.
But now they're being pressured from the team on the staircase. That's going to be Unlimit, who are looking to take another scalp of the match point team. over to the other side of zone. This is Unlimited staring at Sentinels. That building that Sentinels currently reside in is
tipo, essa realidade nunca existiria, mano. Tipo, se a única coisa que desse dinheiro fosse jogo e você tivesse que jogar pra sobreviver, é uma realidade que nunca existiria.
And most importantly, Unlimit still standing as well. They were the ones who stopped Sentinels winning last time, and they might just do it again here. Fun's gone down.
Sentinels vai
quite
pôr,
literally
velho.
with their backs against the wall.
And AG Global swinging onto the Monsoon. It's a last stand from Sentinels.
Acabou pra Sentinels.
Monsoon pops the bat, but it's not gonna be enough. Another match point. Team Will Forwards. AG hit match point.
Acabou pra Sentinels, se o Wolf não sair daí também, mano, acabou pra ele. Mano, o exemplo da Venezuela não é eficaz, mano. Porque não foi todo um país que jogou Tibia, mano. Foi uns caras lá e o resto se mudou pro Brasil pra ganhar a vida, velho. Nossa, Soul foi eliminada, mano.
To match 10 as Vision eliminated. All of our match point teams are gone, but now it's about, can anyone else reach match point? We turn to NIP and to Nemesis.
Mas é isso que eu tô falando. Não tem como existir um jogo dentro da realidade, sendo que existem outras realidades acontecendo também, tá ligado? Senão você vai atrapalhar o fluxo das coisas.
Under pressure, but can get those barrels out, which might just help them reset.
Coles down, Ninjas in Pajamas eliminated. 4 squads remain. Wolves down on the low ground.
Como é que a Wolves está viva ainda, velho?
The only team right now who is not on not match point eligible, I should say.
I never.
Nemesis. It's Team Nemesis.
They're about to
Nemesis, man.
Absolutely peppered here. Whew. Strap yourselves in, folks. Match 10 on the horizon. And now we can just enjoy some bloody good Apex.
The king of the Nater. The boogeyman of match point. Stands tall. For Unlimit. Yalari Man finds one onto No Name.
De novo eles fizeram
Wolves
isso, velho.
esports eliminated. We're down to just 3.
So Nemesis Solar is still alive, but it would need kills plus placement to be able to find Nemesis crossing 50. It's very unlikely, even if it is the young star himself, Sacred, but perhaps about to meet his demise, as Unlimited have spotted him, and there they go. Unlimited versus AG here in the final circle.
And Yalari Man's got a Craver. It feels like we're primed for an Unlimit win, but if there's one team who likes to pull things out of the bag, it's AG down on this low ground.
Unlimited ganhou aqui, né? Todo mundo já sabe, né?
With the Stinger Bolt. Flushes out AG. Claims another victim.
Que merda, guys.
And I wonder if he's going to go for something fancy here.
Put on a show for us.
Hold your breath. No left in the Kraber. He's going to have to reload. Yanya down. It's Unlimited's time to celebrate.
Caralho, velho. Olha o limite, mano. Os caras vieram do nada, mano. Do nada, estão subindo o pódio, mano.
And it just felt like we were always going to another one with how those match point teams were dropping over and over again. They were being hunted down, it felt like. Almost as if they had a target on their back. But as the entire arena once more chanted one more game, that's what they're rewarded with here. And what everyone watching at home is as well.
Mas já existe, cara, a economia. Existia um jogo, tá? Estamos na economia. A economia já é um jogo. Então a gente já vive uma realidade de jogo da economia. Nem todo mundo usa a mesma moeda, seria a mesma coisa. É, na verdade, mano, todo mundo usa a mesma moeda de troca, né? Que é o dólar. Tipo, pode não ser em alguns países, mas, mano, o valor comercial do dólar é o que mantém o capitalismo ativo, né? Aí tem o Bitcoin, mano, Bitcoin.
Over 50% of the lobby with a chance to win this
Cara,
tournament
não
here.
superou o dólar ainda, né?
we still have teams
tipo,
like
moeda
Alliance,
principal do mundo.
Nemesis, Elite Esports,
É mais uma
Ninjas in
questão de,
Pajamas,
sei lá, trade de
SAUL, Gaming
segurança,
Gladiators. I
que
could
a
name
galera
them all because they can all keep
prefere.
us going to match 11 here.
Mas não é um jogo, né, mano?
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
É, então, falei pra vocês, mano. Tipo, Apex é um bagulho que não dá pra falar, mano, esse é o melhor time. Todo jogo é um bagulho diferente.
Just seen play out in front of us. Unlimit on top, 21 points for them, 9 KP alongside the 12. AG Global got the points they needed to hit match point, but there in red, they are your match point teams. Well, at least
Mano, mas aí, ó,
that went
você
down
tem que pensar,
extremely early in that game.
que tipo de jogo...
Look at all that red. So much match
Não,
point
eles
teams.
têm, mas
We
só
have
que...
to go to a second page
Só que
just
isso é
to
por
see them.
medo do dólar um dia parar de existir. O Bitcoin nada mais é que uma moeda feita pra, tipo, tirar o dinheiro de dentro do governo, tá ligado? Tipo, porque como o governo controla o dólar e a pessoa não quer que o governo controle o seu dinheiro, eles colocam Bitcoin, que é uma moeda segura, né? Mas ó, eu quero que você faça a reflexão, tipo, que tipo de jogo...
Well, everybody is waiting
Cara
to see
comendo uma
who is
bananinha,
going to lift
esse é
that
brasileiro,
trophy.
mano.
And we're going to have to wait a
Que
few
tipo
more
de
moments to
jogo
find out. The ALGS
você
Split One
acha que
playoffs at EWC
serviria pra
26 will
humanidade,
continue after this.
tipo, pra você fazer isso numa realidade, tá ligado? Tipo, o que você imagina quando você fala isso, sabe? Tipo, um jogo que você, mano, tá ali vivendo no mundo real e jogando ao mesmo tempo e fazendo coisas que beneficiam a sociedade e isso gera valor, sabe?
Limit gets a chance to step up and get that win. And
Cara,
with that win, they push
doideira.
themselves all the way up to third place with 69
Mercado de
points.
trocas.
But we
Trocas
actually have to
voluntárias geram valor para a
rewind this
sociedade.
night
Não
because on
importa o que,
game
desde que
7,
alguém
it felt like
queira e você
Sentinels was going to be
produza.
able to win, but we were talking about teams changing their playing style. It seems like that's what
Não, mas eu tô
happened with
falando de um
Sentinels.
negócio,
Yeah, I mean,
mano.
Sentinels put themselves in an insane position to win the game, and
Tipo,
all they had to do is they
trabalho
played
real,
passive. They
entendeu?
only led with
Não
2
bagulho
kills.
de
That's what they
trocas.
wanted. They had the spot to win the
Exemplo é
game. And
entretenimento.
I don't
Mas
know
só que
what
daí,
went
mano, a
wrong. They
pessoa vai
placed a
ficar o
portal
dia
and it
todo
seemed like things just went chaotic. I think it looked like Monsoon might have gotten kidnapped by his own teammate.
fazendo o
At
que
one point, he
fora
took
de
it, they got
casa pra gerar
eliminated,
entretenimento
and we
e
have not
trocar
seen them
isso
play
por
the same since this last game.
valor pra
They were in a
sociedade,
great
entendeu?
spot. There were some open spots in
Tipo,
front of
não
them when they
seria
saw the
todo
zone
mundo que
pull.
trabalharia
They
com
couldn't move forward. They
entretenimento, tá
decided
ligado?
to sit
Assim
still. They
como
didn't
fazer
clear their back.
live,
They
não
could
é
have
todo
taken the
mundo que
room
faz
right
live,
next to them that
sabe?
we saw them trying to fight for over and over and over with Rampart. And it just seems like they're starting to play a little
Não,
passive.
mas essa é a
They're trying to
questão,
let,
tipo,
they're
o
trying to be
espectador,
reactive. They are
o
reactive
espectador,
instead of being
ele gera valor
proactive, which is
a
what
partir
you
do
need
momento
to
que,
win
tipo,
this
existe
tournament.
a pessoa que faz o conteúdo e a pessoa que é o que assiste o conteúdo, que faz outras coisas da vida, tá ligado? Tipo, senão isso aqui não existiria, mano. Tipo assim, ó, eu não ganho nada por fazer live, tá ligado? Tô fazendo live aqui por um hobby meu. Às vezes eu ganho alguma coisa da galera aí, tipo, como aqui em cima tem um quadro de doações da galera, né? Mas é porque, mano, essa galera, eles estão, tipo, fazendo outras coisas da vida pra gerar valor e receber por isso. É assim que funciona aqui. Assim como eu também trabalhava, eu também, tipo, assistia a galera pra ajudar de algum jeito,
Yeah, I
sabe?
mean, you find these teams, they have their opportunity to win it on match point format, and I feel like I've said this in
Seria a
the
mesma
past.
coisa de fazer
You get
live
one
ao
chance and one
vivo?
opportunity, and if you haven't taken it, you know, such as Sentinels, even Team Vision,
Não é
like
todo
you have
mundo que ia
this
ficar,
open on to
tipo, o
win
dia
it
todo
all, but
assistindo,
now I think the pressure and
jogando o
everything
jogo,
like
né?
that is setting in
Por
for
um
these teams, and
conteúdo, velho.
I'm kind of with the crowd though. One more game, one more. Look, and I did say 14 matches, and what did you guys say?
Tipo, tu
8,
gasta
7?
energia, tu gasta recurso, tá ligado?
I said 8 to 10 is what I said, but that's like a brawl. That's like a 90% hit rate, so it's a little bit too much to say 8 to 10. But yeah, it's definitely gonna go on for a while. But 11 teams out of 20 is now on match point, and I think honestly, I said it in the room as well. I think Falcons might take it. I don't know. I'm just feeling it. I'm feeling it. It's coming. I don't know why. It's just there. It's gonna soar.
Yeah, I mean, usually you have those players being able to step up. We saw the passion out of Imperial Hall earlier on today, too. Is that one of the reasons why you think, especially going into the 10th match, that Falcons might be able to take it?
Esse é o paradoxo do negócio. Tipo assim, ó.
We always say it's like all of these
Por que que Magic é um jogo de... um jogo que envolve dinheiro, tá ligado? O Magic é um sistema de troca de cartas. Mas, velho, a pessoa, ela não vive só de Magic, entendeu? Ela, tipo, ela tem um trabalho, ela gera um recurso na humanidade, tipo, seja no atendimento, seja na pesquisa, seja em qualquer outra coisa. É esse recurso que ela gera, dá esse retorno financeiro pra ela, que ela pode gastar com cartas de um jogo e fazer trocas.
Have had to go across the entire map. They've had to fight their way, and they have not been in a position to actually get a zone to put them in. So I think that's the last thing you want to do. You don't want to give them an inch because they will take it all.
Essa comida precisa ser transportada, entendeu? Tipo, então a pessoa paga o transporte, que paga, tipo, a comida. E o entretenimento é parte de um lazer, né? E é por isso que um jogo, ele não gera nada, tipo, um jogo onde todo mundo ficasse o dia todo jogando ia gerar o quê, entendeu? Tipo, a não ser que um jogo seja você fazer coisas na vida real, né? Tipo, sei lá, é um jogo da realidade, então... Então, fazendeiro e tu gera pontos e tal. Aí, esses pontos são trocados. Esse ponto é o novo valor monetário. Só que o bagulho já existe, mano. Pra que a gente vai ter um bagulho que tipo, já existe por outros, né? Que já funciona. Pô, já existe esse jogo, se tu começar a ver sua vida como se fosse um jogo, tu ia ver que tu faz a mesma coisa. Só que sem um óculos, sem um equipamento. Pô, todo dia você acorda cedo pra ir trabalhar, ou ir pra escola, ou ir pra qualquer outro lugar. Mano, é tudo um jogo. É só começar a pensar aí, tá ligado? Pô, acordei. Nossa, ganhei 10 pontos por acordar. Upei meu status, mano. Agora eu sou 1000 vezes mais resistente ao sono. Escovei os dentes, nossa, mas 10 pontos de limpeza. Caralho, xinguei uma pessoa.
Yes, 100%. 11 teams are on match point. It's over. It's over.
You just want to be able to sleep so you can...
Bro, I got my shuttle in like 6 hours, bro.
Atendi 20 clientes. Nice.
Snipe.
Ganhei R$100.
One more game. One more game. I'm ready. I think we go another one.
Oh,
yeah, I don't think it ends here. I think we go at least one more.
Tipo, não é tão empolgante.
If that was to happen, you would have teams like Alliance that I mentioned earlier, Elite Esports too. Remember how consistent that squad was during groups? They could find some kind of opening to maybe take it one more game and then get into match point.
Yeah, Seven, there's just insane teams in this entire lobby. So, you know, I know Graceful will get on a plane, but like there are so many opportunities for these other teams to win. You know, we are used to seeing like about half the teams getting to match point format. I mean, this is kind of nice seeing 11 in this sort of standings, but there are so many great plays that are yet to come, and no one's not one more game.
Well, one team that just made it to match point and going into the next match,
eu acho errado
and that win it at all. It could be Wolves.
Isso é uma gamificação que não é
was able to step up in a big way for them in survival. This could be the chance that Wolves has been looking for, Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, are we back in Sapporo? Because it feels like we have a home team crowd here, and it's incredible. I mean, I have never seen this close of competition at the ALGS before. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about we have Elite and Alliance that aren't even on match point, NIP not even on match point, and these are some of the favorites coming in. So the fact that we have 11 there, and we still have such big powerhouses not on match point yet, like, we could have 16 teams on match point for all we know.
Oh, 16 teams? Okay.
Mano, mas ó, se trabalhar fosse um jogo, você ia enjoar, tá ligado? Assim como você enjoa de jogar Ragnarok, enjoa de jogar Warframe, e é por isso que tu tá sempre jogando outras coisas, velho. Porque se for, mano, se Ragnarok fosse seu trabalho, tu não ia querer abrir o jogo.
as an ex-pro player, you're going to match 10. What
Não
is
ia
your
ser diferente, tá
mentality?
ligado?
Like, I know in the previous,
Ia ser chato do mesmo jeito.
conversations that we have had,
Porque é
you told me
uma
you don't really get
obrigação que
nervous
você tem, velho.
in this
Uma
situation. But
obrigação
match
que você
10,
tem.
so many teams in match point. What would your mood be like?
I mean, at this point, like, it kind of fluctuates, especially depending on how
E eu
many
digo
teams
isso
are
porque,
hitting
mano,
match point
tem
game
muita
after game
gente
after
que
game. But at
trabalha
this point,
jogando, né?
everybody
Tipo,
knows
não,
this is
não
most
fazendo
likely the last
live, né?
game.
Mas só que
So
trabalha,
everybody's
tipo...
gonna come out guns blazing,
Cara, no
especially
Tibia
the
tem
teams on
gente
the
que
lower end,
acorda
but the
8
teams
da
on the higher
manhã,
end, we
vai
have
dormir,
seen,
tipo,
have played kind of
9 da
passively.
noite, e
And I
eles passam o dia
even
todo
they can feel themselves, 'cause we've had this
trabalhando no
time and time
jogo
again
pra
through
gerar
every LAN.
recurso pra
Every team that
vender
hits
pra
match
alguém,
point at some
sabe?
point
Tipo, eles
normally
passam
has
o dia
one chance,
todo,
but it
mano, o
could
dia
have closed
todo.
the game.
Mano, essas galera,
That
eu
has
tenho
now passed for
certeza que eles
several of these
odeiam
teams.
jogar Tibia,
So
mano.
any
Tipo,
other team that
odeiam,
hasn't had that chance just
tipo,
yet
fazer a
are
mesma coisa
incredibly
todo
hungry.
dia.
And I think we're gonna see a
Mas
lot
eles
more
fazem isso
proactivity
porque, mano, eles
coming
querem
out through
viver
this,
daquilo.
because now it's
É tipo
literally
uma
most
obrigação
people
pra
are probably
eles.
feeling that
Eu
this
tenho
might
certeza
be
que eles
the
fecham
last
no
game.
jogo
I
e
mean,
eles vão
all
fazer
of us,
qualquer outra coisa da
honestly.
vida
I'm
deles.
with you.
Eles vão
I
sair,
think this
eles
is
vão
gonna
ao
be the
cinema,
last
eles
game.
vão, tipo,
But if that's not
curtir
the
um baile,
case,
tá ligado?
let's see. Because this could
Vão jogar
end
outra
in
coisa.
Game 10, ALGS at EWC 26. Is it gonna be one more game, or are we about to crown a
Não, mas
new
eu tô
champion?
falando pra você, Lucas. Mano, eu tenho certeza que se fosse ia ser chato igual, mano.
Gentlemen,
Assim como todos os jogos que tem uma progressão visual,
oh my goodness,
a
this is
gente
reminiscent
enjoa uma hora.
of EWC 2024. Went to 13 games. We're now in double digits. This is game number 10. Speaking of double digits, Luti, there are 11 teams on match point right now. If we're looking at an upset,
Não, mas isso aí não é
the only
verdade.
two that could
Tipo,
really
às
do it
vezes a
right now
empresa que
are
você tá é
Alliance
uma merda. Tá ligado?
and Team Nemesis.
Tipo, às vezes a empresa, ela não valoriza o funcionário e tem essa dinâmica horrível, que é tipo, tu trabalha muito e não ganha nada em troca. E tem empresa, mano, que tu trabalha muito e o cara vai lá e te dá uma promoção, sabe?
Let's send it over. We're now going to send it over to our casters to take us into game number 10.
I mean, it is absolutely electric
Não,
in
não
here.
jogava de TV, mas aí é muita questão de, mano, você tá muito conectado no virtual, tá ligado? Tipo, o que tu faz da sua vida, tirando jogar? Tipo, coisas básicas, tá ligado? Não tô falando que você é muito foda em tudo. Mas, por exemplo, ir na academia, tá ligado? Pô, às vezes tu pega um peso maior, isso te motiva. No trabalho, às vezes tu recebe uma promoção, isso te motiva. E tu quer mais, sabe? No relacionamento, mesma coisa.
Now let me tell you, there's not many opportunities to play 10 matches in this kind of
Tipo, às vezes o
situation.
seu
This
trabalho,
much
mano, é tão
pressure
monótono,
with
tão
this
ruim
much
que
on the
tipo,
line.
continua a
Remember,
mesma coisa sempre.
$600,000.
É igual um jogo que você
If you
nunca evolui,
close
tá
out
ligado?
here
Você
in this
precisa
match
encontrar
number
outro.
10. And you've got to
Você
talk about
precisa,
experience
tipo,
in these
se
situations.
candidatar a
You've got to talk
outros
about the teams and
e
the
ser
players who have
reconhecido
been
em
here
outros, ou
before.
ser
The
reconhecido por
likes of
outras
Zero, the
pessoas.
likes of How.
Pra você
They know
sentir
how
que
to
você
play
tá
the long
progredindo
game.
em alguma coisa, sabe?
And when we talk about our zone,
Às vezes você vai precisar estudar um bagulho, assim como num jogo a gente precisa ficar lá uma hora farmando um item, uma hora não, né? Tipo, 2 dias farmando um item. Na vida real a gente precisa estudar um negócio novo pra gente se destacar e, mano, seguir a vida.
At this point, 9 of the Apexlegends roster banned away. Bangalore was the latest addition to that. And suddenly it has made the compositions
Tipo,
look very
muitas vezes é
similar
difícil a
across
gente
the
fazer
board.
esse...
Sparrow, Wraith plus something is the
É
majority
difícil a
of the
gente
choice
fazer
here. There
essa...
are a couple of additions. There's
Esqueci a palavra.
an Axel in there. I think I saw a Valkyrie in there as well. A
Pensar
Pathfinder
nessa
that slips in,
interação,
but
né?
for the most,
Nessa
we are seeing
dinâmica.
plenty of Sparrow in Wraith to the
Sem
point
um
they are
bagulho visual, né?
tied in terms of
Tipo, eu
selection.
entendo.
one thing that's very interesting here, you did see a knock in the feed from GK Esports. They took down a member of RRQ who are now completely split from each other, although they're trying to get a little bit closer.
Tipo, a gente quer algo facilitado, a gente quer tipo, algo que mostre o quanto a gente tá
Like I
evoluindo,
say,
sabe? Tipo,
if you were to draw a straight line from each edge of that circle, it's going to be about the same
mas é
distance to
porque
the
a gente
edges
pensa de uma forma
of
muito
World's
diferente
Edge.
de
Team
outras
Liquid are in a
pessoas, tá ligado?
fantastic position if they can hold this
Tem gente,
southern
mano, que nunca
side,
jogou jogo
playing
na vida.
away from the
E eles vivem uma
majority
vida,
of
mano,
those
completamente
buildings.
diferente da nossa, tá ligado?
If you
Tipo,
can,
eles têm metas
it's going to allow you to
claras
see a lot of
na
the
mente
carnage take
deles,
place in front of
que
you.
é como se fosse um jogo pra eles também,
I
sabe?
couldn't
Tipo,
think
quando eles ganham
of
uma
a more
promoção,
historic final zone
eles pensam a
than
mesma coisa que a
Fragment
gente pensa quando a gente
on
evolui um
World's
personagem,
Edge
sabe?
for a chance to lift a trophy. Here at the
E é
ALGS
por
Split
isso,
One
mano, que
playoffs,
muitas
the
coisas hoje em dia
EWC
no mundo
26.
real tá sendo
That
gamificado,
being
né?
said,
Porque
there are still 9 teams who are not on match point just
surgiu
yet.
essa necessidade, né, de gamificar as coisas. Tu gamifica o teu aprendizado no inglês, com Duolingo.
Where that
Tem
respawn
empresa
beacon
que tem
is. So if you're
sistema
talking
de,
about
tipo,
a good position
de
to
como você
choose to
evolui
play
na
early, I would
empresa.
say that Zeta Division are in one of those spots. Right next door to them,
É um papo muito profundo esse, né, Lucas?
you mentioned their record on World's Edge, Dan. This would be a fantastic time to prove you right.
They put 4 wins on the board so far this tournament. Up there with the most that we've seen alongside
Exatamente,
Zeta
Lucas.
Division,
Tipo, é isso que eu tô falando, sabe? Tipo, mano, tem gente que cresce na roça. E, mano, pra eles é maravilhoso, tipo, tu vê um animalzinho crescer, tu vê a colheita do mês, tu ir lá e plantar os bagulhos, mano. É, tipo, é uma vida muito diferente da gente que às vezes cresceu já com videogame e tal, tipo, que a gente pensa no mundo de uma forma diferente. E obviamente tem pessoas que não entendem nosso lado, assim como a gente não entende o lado delas, né? Mas é por isso que é bom refletir, né? Não ficar com a mente travada no bagulho. Mano, guys, é a última partida, hein? É a última partida. Daqui vai sair o vencedor, mano.
And you can see from the POV of a couple of Falcons players, it looks like they're just struggling when it comes to loot, to shoot from distance. No scopes outside of the 2 times that's on the Hemlock of Imperial Howl. Walsey only had the iron sights on that Nemesis. But 2 times good enough. Howl forces GK back, but this slows down the rotate here, and with a lack of Valkyrie in the lobby, only one that I can see being run by Reject.
Baneiro Valkyria?
Making your way towards zone is a little bit more difficult.
By the way, while we look at the replay of RRQ losing players, Survey Camp has provided RRQ with a respawn beacon, and they are back up to 3. So suddenly, the lobby very healthy again, although saying that, I think Liquid may have lost a player here.
Ah não, Valkyria tá no jogo ainda.
You mentioned Reject, one of the Valkyrie teams. There is one more. Nemesis, I think, are also running Valkyrie. So we might see 2 teams beaming through the skies late on, as Team Liquid will try and escape after losing Sykes.
Where do you go from here, though, Team Liquid? Because GK look like they're pushing them and trying to force them back.
It's the same thing, isn't it? It's a team who isn't on match point, wanting more points, wanting to catch up, and knowing there is a fantastic chance that if you win a team fight, you're gonna be eliminating one of the match point teams.
Octane. Por que ninguém mais joga de Octane, né, mano?
Elite Esports are coming through the choke to the north here, which is a little bit of a worry. Especially now that they've just witnessed Sparrow Arrow. Hit that survey beacon, that's going to let them know that there's a duo inside of that building, and if I'm Elite Esports and I'm saying this is a chance for KP.
Liquid might get pinched here by 2
Graças
teams
a Deus a gente
not on
não tem
match
mais que
point.
caçar mamute pra sobreviver.
2
Né?
teams who definitely know how to
Vamos
close
ser
out fights as
sinceros
well.
aqui, velho.
Certainly going to be an awkward one. That being said, you don't want to overcommit to fights if you are one of the match point teams.
Obrigado aos nossos ancestrais que fizeram
With the amount of sparrows in the lobby, by the way, there is
um
going to be so
ótimo
much
trabalho de
information gained
evolução.
on those rotations if you do not avoid those arrows that are laid down.
That's helpful to find on the floor.
Onde eles estão indo, velho?
Helps to rotate into zone to try and get your teammate back, be a little bit quicker. Now, I said it was central, it's staying central, and we are going to continue essentially with a very predictable zone and where people are going to play. There's a lot of buildings to play, a lot of floors to play, of course, in Monument and the Fragment side. But Sentinel's position is one that is raising my eyebrow down. They look very, very good.
You raise 1, I raise 2, because I do think Sentinels are in a fantastic spot here if we see the zone shift the way it can, slightly towards that southwest area. And the main reason that Sentinels are in a good spot is because everyone else is playing these buildings. But in terms of composition for Sen to hold on to it, they do have that rampart as well. As a legend, they can just apply them with that a little bit extra cover. Supply them, excuse me. With the amount of core sticks that are in the lobby, this final circle is going to be a difficult one for everyone involved, you included.
Mas, cara, tipo, caçar, mano, não é que nem joguinho não,
Team
velho.
Liquid just off of the cameras did get the respawn over at Skyhook, but they're still deep in zone. They're evacing out as it stands.
Trabalho
Zeta
manual.
trying to get up to
Mano, muito
Blues.
grande.
Hype managing to do so. Vision, we have not talked about them yet.
Caçar, mano. E acampou, velho. Acampar, mano.
Having to move all the way from the southern side of World's Edge.
Mano, é que assim, os jogos, eles fazem parecer tudo muito fácil, né? Os jogos fazem parecer as coisas meio fáceis, mas, mano, caçar deve ser a parada mais cansativa do mundo, velho.
Is going to be Alliance. Now, GK, this is completely the other side of the zone, trying to work their way in. Now, we know that Zeta Division are in one of the buildings in front of them. We know that half of the lobby is in the buildings in front of them, so this might be pretty tough to rotate, especially with Liquid right next to you. Caustic goes in, panics, goes in, and Zero goes out. That seemed like a very aggressive swing from Panic in that situation.
And Zero has
to
reluctantly go back into the portal, and sadly, we know what's on the other end of it.
Wait a minute.
Surely
GK
not.
are busy.
GK are busy, it's reject.
Well, Nox has no shields, but Zero doesn't know that. Now he does. Team Liquid eliminated. One of many match point teams falls.
And you
saw Zero slump into his chair because he knows now it's unlikely you come back, but
this is the fight I was talking about in the chokes. And this is Lota being left on his awesome. Trying to slide away, trying to keep Vision's dreams alive.
Who else but Alliance? It would be very Alliance-esque to see them win match 10, put themselves onto match point, and a team that has won the Esports World Cup before could potentially take us
E agora,
to
mano,
11.
o que a Alliance faz?
They did it in 13.
They are a team who knows how to go the distance. Experience is going to be everything here, Mark.
Ninjas in pajamas firing onto the position of Alliance. Alliance do have to move in a few seconds' time, but they should be just about safe. But the cover is a little bit of an issue, and Ninjas in pajamas want to hold them out. Vane's got his attention elsewhere, though, onto SAUL.
Yep.
Who are now forcing themselves back through the choke. Lota did survive, by the way, as he's wrapping his way towards a crafter. Wow. Which is behind Alliance's position. You can see it just in the background, the top right-hand side of your screen. A little bit lucky to find one there.
It's about where you go from here, though. Even if you craft, you go one chokehold, it's Alliance. The other chokehold is going to be Falcons.
Speaking of Falcons, by the way, love to go over to their POV right now because they are wrapping behind Team Nemesis. They are making a potential tournament winning play if they win the engagement they're trying to take.
Quem tá em primeiro, velho?
The Mythic bin has also
Acho que era Vision Pro.
So there are a lot of prizes here if you win this fight.
GK Esports just been eliminated in the meantime in the feed. Albreleli's trying to survive by floating through the skies. And he manages to retreat back to his teammates who are actually in this tunnel. Now this becomes a little bit more awkward. But with Sacred down, Enterforce 36
Nossa,
will fall
Interforce foi eliminada, mano.
Falcons bully Nemesis away and take away their spot.
You know what's crazy is like Sentinels had a position close to this and they have left, gone into Fragment, and now the zone is pulling back down towards where Falcons are currently playing. And you mentioned it. It's potentially a tournament-winning fight for them. As when we do check in with Sentinels, they are taking a fight, and it's a 1 versus 1, I think now. AG versus Zed.
Fun left on his own. Yanya. Oh, Fun! Gets the armor swap, but it's not enough. Sentinels' hearts are broken once more.
It wasn't a 1v1, it was
Nossa,
a 1v2.
Sentinels entregou o jogo, já.
AG, perhaps you get the reset. Does anyone dare push? A team that has been doing so successfully in their 3v3 engagements. Now elsewhere on the side,
Lucas,
Falcons
seria
still
bom,
looking
mano, tu dá
towards
uma
Team
mudança
Nemesis.
de rotina
Vision
também,
have been able to get back up to a
Tipo, eu
3
não sei como é que é a
and
tua
are
rotina,
in
né,
zone.
obviamente.
A lot of our match point teams are in prime positions.
Mas dá pra sentir que tu tá querendo um bagulho a mais.
Albreleli will fall, and the reason I say is SAUL, Team Nemesis, Team Vision, and Falcons all reside on this southern side. Now, SAUL down to 1 or 2, I believe, are just trying to escape.
Yeah, they dodge through. I think they actually bypass both Falcons and Vision.
And Zone is looking pretty good for a Falcons fan. The fight that they had, the push that they made, and the fight they are continuing to have is so important here. They want to dominate this southern side. They want to be the only team here, so they don't have to worry about their back. And they are very much pushing here.
Power wants to take this 1v1 with Skittle Cakes and get the job done. Make sure that their back is clear. Skittle Cakes is down. Nemesis will fall. And Falcons are starting to spread their wings on this southern side of zone.
Alliance eliminated in the kill feed as well. That is another non-match point team.
Jogar é muito bom.
We now only have 5 teams left who are not on match point that could take us to 11.
Então. Jogar é muito foda. Mas só que, mano, às vezes fazer um negócio mais fora de casa assim também é da hora.
It feels like 10 is likely to be the number now.
Tipo...
Zeddy Esports top rotation now through Fragment. Ninjas in Pajamas, another non-match point team are eliminated. Only 4 can keep us going here in Paris.
And one of those is taking a fight against Wolves.
Oh.
It's Elite. Oh. Our group stage leaders. And you feel like if anyone is going to keep us going, perhaps it would be them out of the remaining. But Wolves will get the chance to reset. Elite do not commit to the fight. And probably for good reason, because there's too many teams in the area right now.
And it's forcing No Name to jump into the void.
Fazer hobby tipo fora de casa também, tá ligado? Pra desestressar de ficar no computador muito tempo.
He knows this is their opportunity. We talk so many times about it. We've talked so many times about it in this tournament. You get one chance and you have to take it.
That being said, SAU have set up now for Fun Esports. Eliminated, it's another non-match point team gone. It's just 3 now that remain. But AG also pretty weak
here. A gente não percebe, mas se ela de computador,
é trying to survive and Regen now are also under fire.
Well, they've Valgolded in. They tried to take this space away from Team Falcons. They've been eliminated. But as the zone continues to pull towards the north now, Falcons have work to do. Team Vision, just a duo.
I mean, whilst Falcons were taking this fight, RRQ just went down, by the way. Whilst Falcons were taking this fight, SAUL and Unlimit just took their position.
Não é por causa de brilho, né? Tô falando, tipo, da mente mesmo. É uma questão mental.
But who is going to claim the title of the Split One Playoffs champions at EWC? Lota on his own. And boy, must it feel lonely for this young man right now. Pops a couple of shield cells and a syringe or 2 to get healthy. Now there is a crafter.
Tipo, eu sou uma pessoa que não gosta de calor. Não vou esconder isso de vocês. Mas só que eu me esforço muito, mano. Tipo, eu quero fazer uns bagulhos assim com minha esposa e tal. Até sozinho, assim. Porque precisa, mano. Eu, tipo, eu sei que precisa, né? Quando vier, foi foda.
Again, could be a game-winning one.
Então, tipo isso, mano.
Are they going to connect though? But what it does
fazer exercício também é um bagulho muito bom. Tipo, eu também não gosto de fazer exercício, tá ligado? Mas eu faço.
Falcons are trying to bully them. They invested a lot of utility in doing so. Nades, Stinger Bolt from Sparrow. And now it's invited to fight. Waltzy, very, very weak. Guild, very, very weak. Hal has to go huge. Falcons are weak. Falcons are bleeding.
Mano, a Zed tá Mano, bagulho de ganhar, velho.
Here comes Duplex.
They're stuck against the rock right now and they are being surrounded. Duplex in prime position to remove Falcons from this tournament and to give Zeddy the chance potentially to win this whole thing.
Mas tem, né, mano? Só baixar um aplicativo aí. Tem vários. Vários jogos aí. O Wolves vai ganhar, mano? Nem fudendo. Desculpa, nem ferrando. Não! Vai, Light! O Light nem tá no time, velho! Meu Deus!
Safety Division are still alive, but they are just a duo here. They have not capitalized. They're rezzing. It's a 3v2. Unless they stick the res. They have. Stevie gets caught off guard. Yuka's back in the game. He's coming from the skies now.
Everyone might get healthy here. When you're looking at the armor differential though, it
Nem ferrando. Mano, eu queria parar de xingar, velho.
No caustic ult here for Mike. Is this the moment that Yuka has been waiting for? Or will Unlimit, who have been known to keep the tournaments going, finally claim their moment? A Kraber for Yuka,
The star boy of Apex Legends for his region, probably in the world. Could he finally lift a trophy and rise to the occasion that it feels like he's been destined for his whole
Eu não,
career?
parada. Ah não, mas... É
On
porque eu
the
quero.
other side though, Unlimit, who have
Às vezes minha mãe
denied
tá
so
assistindo
much
live,
already.
minha família tá assistindo live. Alguma criança, tá ligado?
Stevie is down, 2v2. Pace up on the high ground, the beams come in.
Ah, mano. Foda. Parabéns, mano. Parabéns, parabéns.
Known for keeping us going, giving us one more game, deleting match point teams.
Parabéns no limite, mano.
Are now the champions of the ALGS Split World Playoffs.
Parabéns no limite. Parabéns no limite. Parabéns no limite.
When Sentinels were merely 1 kill away, 1 bit of health away from winning this tournament, it was Unlimit who denied them.
Parabéns no
And then
limite,
when we
mano.
moved into match 8, again we saw Unlimit deny the rest of the lobby.
É um limite.
And sometimes history just
Mano, os
repeats
caras
itself
saíram do nada, pô.
with keeping us going in
Os caras
matches,
saíram
but
do
what does
nada.
not repeat is the winner here. A brand new winner on LAN of
Foda,
Unlimit.
foda.
And what an incredible moment for all these young men.
Estupendo, mano. Estupendo, estupendo.
And not only did they win this last game, but they had the most points in the lobby as well. It doesn't always happen that way in Apex Legends. Unlimit slayed through that game.
Mano, os caras ganharam 2 milhões de reais, mano.
Well, as the crowd pays their appreciation to every player on this stage and every team, we're going to go down to the stage
Esses
right
caras
now
são
because
fracos.
we need
Pode
to
pôr o
catch up
squad
on them.
todo contra eu solo.
Ladies and
Caralho,
gentlemen,
não.
Unlimit are your champions. Dude.
O squad todo?
Peace. I've spoken to you
Como
multiple
assim
times
só?
this
Só
week.
2 milhões de
Spoken
dólares.
about being uncertain but feeling confident and
Mano,
then
como é que
showing
esses
up
caras
on the main
chegaram no
stage.
top 1?
You've just won it all.
Que bizarro,
How's it
velho.
feel?
Meu hack é bom. Caraca, ô filhão, calma aí. Vai ter que dividir. Não
Dude, you
sei.
can't find the words. It doesn't surprise me. This is the most phenomenal day.
Vamos escutar a entrevista aí,
The
pera aí.
boogeyman of match
Deixa eu aumentar o som.
point finals. So many people have been saying it when other teams were in the final. They were in the match point threshold. And you were down there. You weren't quite there yet. Everyone said, Yalari, man, you've got to watch out for him. How are you feeling?
他の方たちはみんなユラリマンをとにかくマークして気を
Como
つけ
você
なき
se
ゃいけない
sente
強敵
enfrentando
だという
todos os
ふうに
outros times
おっ
que
しゃってい
estavam
ました今のお気持ちを
estavam
聞
na
かせてくだ
final?
さい
もう本当に最高です
E você à frente deles.
Just the best
Eu sou apenas o melhor.
Follow me. We've got some things to do to crown yourselves as champions. Come with me. Let's go for a walk. Which way should we go? Let's go this way. Come on, boys. A lot of emotions here on
Cara,
the
mas
main
pior que
stage.
isso aí é
As you can
mudança de
imagine,
vida pra muito
the
deles,
ALGS
mano.
Split
Papo
One
reto.
Playoffs has its champion
O
of
japonês é mais fácil de
2026.
entender do que o
Another
inglês, é nada.
esports World Cup champion. And oh my goodness, what a deserved victory. 11 teams were on match point. And here we go. We're going to make our way over to the absolute demon of a crusher. Gentlemen, please line up in the middle over
Venho
here.
aqui, mano, pra conhecer a terrível máquina de esvagar
Take a breath.
troféu.
You're okay. Take a breath. We're going to go through some bits right now, okay? So, firstly, if you can remember
Primeiro.
which 3 teams are you going to have placed in the base of your trophy with their crushed keys?
Você quer lembrar quais são os 3 únicos times que você quer botar na base do seu troféu?
Crush. The best team, Falcons.
Team Falcons is going in the base of that trophy. Would you like to ask anything, my man?
I mean, I don't want to. I just want them to push this button, and here we go. Like I will have the right to ask them some question when they go to the totem place right after. So I mean, if you can go and press this button for me,
So you want to press this
you have the
button
honor.
first?
Yeah.
Don't worry, your key is safe and sound.
O
The
número
crusher
1 do
is alive.
Japão.
One of them's already gone.
Tô falando.
Sayonara. Okay. Here we go. Stuvie, would you like to be honor just gently pulling this lever? Is there anything you would like to say before we send these 19 keys down?
Well, I feel sorry, pity for them because it's getting crushed.
You feel sorry for them? You just beat them. You got this.
Beat them, bro.
Stuvie, let's do it. Pull that lever. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. You can hear it crunching. You can hear the keys being absolutely decimated. And there you have it. And so, I would like to now call our key master
Parabéns pra
onto the stage
Unlimit, mano.
to present you with your key. Here we
Muito,
go.
muito
Make
massa,
some
mano.
noise
Muito
for the
massa.
key master, everyone. Nice round of applause.
O pessoal da Zeta
You have
Game
your key?
triste
You're
pra
lowering,
caramba,
man.
mano. Tá aí.
Okay, gentlemen, your job now is to walk all the way to your trophy. Place your key in the center of the trophy and lift it for everyone to see and cement your legacy as champions of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Mano, pior que, mano, tem gente aí
Ladies and gentlemen,
que
make
tá aí,
some
mano, pra
noise
mudar de
for
vida, tá ligado?
Unlimit!
E tem gente que, mano, que já tem uma vida boa, tá ligado? Mas tem time aí, mano, que os caras não tinham nem camisa, tá ligado? Pra jogar. Aí a derrota é mais pesada, mano. Parabéns, mano. Parabéns no limite, mano. Os caras jogaram muito bem.
Unlimit, now is your time to lift that trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 ALGS Split 1 playoff champions at the Esports World Cup, Unlimit!
Nice, nice. Parabéns, Unlimit. Nossa, a galera da Zeta Game tudo chorando, guys. Que maneiro, velho. Que maneiro. Cara, foi um ótimo campeonato, hein? Foi um ótimo campeonato, velho. Os caras vieram do nada e conseguiram garantir a vitória, mano.
Gentlemen, I'm back. Extuvi, let's ask you a question, my friend. I want to
Voltei pra te perguntar um negócio.
how it feels to have teammates like this who have had
Como
your
você
back
sente
throughout
de
this entire
ter um time
tournament?
igual a esse?
How does it feel to finally lift a trophy of this magnitude,
Sentimento
to
de
win an
finalmente
event of this
levantar o
size,
troféu e
and
a
to have your
magnitude
teammates
de
backing you the entire
estar aqui
way?
ganhando esse prêmio.
このような大きな大会でずっとチームメイトと一緒に歩んでこられたと思います。そして常に背中を押されて守られてチームメイトと戦ってこられたと思います。今日この場を迎えて今のお気持ちをお聞かせください。
ちょっと序盤ちょっと苦しんでムーブがあまりいいスタート切れなかったんですけど、ちゃんと俺の味方2人最強なんで、それ信じて 頑張って苦しい時もあったんですけど、それ乗り越えて優勝できたんで本当に嬉しいです。
Well, I didn't start very good, but you know, my teammates, 2 of them are greatest, and I was supported throughout. I am so glad I was able to win. We were able to win. Thank you so much.
Estou muito agradecido de ter ganhado com um time espetacular como esse.
Once again, the demon of match point finals. Congratulations. Obviously, you've been in this ALGS community for such a long time. So many people have such high respect for you. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans and your supporters out here who have supported yourself and of course the team Unlimit throughout this journey?
ずっとおめでとうございます。ALG ではもうずっと長いこと戦ってきていらっしゃいます。ベテランでいらっしゃいます。ファンの皆様、そしてチームメイトの皆様、他の応援してくださっている皆様に一言メッセージはありますでしょうか。
本当に自分たちを信じて応援してくれた方、本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you very much indeed for everyone who believed in us and kept on cheering on us. Thank you so much.
Peace, are we okay now?
Yes, I'm a little bit calm now.
You calmed down a bit. I asked you a question earlier, just saying, you know, just try to put into words this feeling right now. Everyone cheering your name and managing to accomplish something so incredible in ALGS.
Yes, I thought this was a dream at first when we won the last game, but the dream came true, and I appreciate everyone that supported me, my family, my friends, and Unlimit staff, and I appreciate everyone. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for your 2026 ALGS Split 1 Playoffs champions at the Esports World Cup, Unlimit!
Foda.
Okay, there is one more thing. I'm so sorry. I know I've been here for way too long. There is one more thing. At this tournament, we have the MVP, of course. And so, ladies and gentlemen, your MVP of the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs is... It's Peace. Congratulations, my friends.
O cara ainda ganhou um MVP, velho. Ah, não, mano. Ele ganhou um bônus de 500 mil? Quanto?
There you go, buddy. Lift it up for everyone. I think it's the whole thing. I think it's the whole plaque. In 3, 2, 1, give it up for Peace, everyone!
Da hora, velho. Da hora. Olha o Peace aí, mano. Legal.
You can wake up, Peace, because this is not a dream. You are the champion.
Você pode acordar, Peace, porque isso não é um sonho. Você é o campeão do Apexlegends EWC 2026.
He has won MVP tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Peace, Love, and EWC Champions is the name of it. I am so proud of this team. Yulariman has done his job so many times of keeping match point finals going, and for them to finally pull it out and get the win like this, we saw the emotions on the stage. We saw the emotion from the competitors. It is the best feeling that they could have, and we've seen it all.
Esse é o melhor sentimento que você pode ter na competição.
Yeah, I mean, it's really super hard to not get emotional.
One more time, we'd like you to lift this trophy. So Yulariman, come over here, grab that trophy.
A galera pra tirar a foto ali, né?
Champions one more time, Unlimit!
Nice. Da hora. Eu tô feliz pelos caras, velho. Eu nem tava torcendo pra eles, mano. Os caras vieram do nada, mano.
There you have it, your champions. I mean, the emotions are at an all-time high, Lace.
I mean, it's really hard to not get emotional yourself with such an incredibly humble team. You know, they have been working day in and day out for this moment. So, of course, you know, wipe back the tears, but of course, tears of joy. And just to see them have an incredible performance throughout match point format as well. I thought Sentinels was going to take it home in game number 7, and we sort of counted out Unlimited at that point, winning that game, obviously winning a second game, and then winning the thing overall.
Yeah, from the beginning we were talking about
Será que é de olho isso
consistency,
aí?
graceful. This squad, I mean, when it came to World's Edge, they ended up winning 2 out of the 3 matches that we played today. That's exactly what you've been looking for.
I mean, even seeing them at the Crusher is almost poetic, because do you know how many teams they stopped to win this whole tournament? It is absolutely crazy. They are they have always been stopping teams in general, and now once they climb that mountain, really mountain, as we saw, literally that last hill, like 5 teams fought for God's spot. They are the ones who ended on the high ground, and they took everyone down.
So many teams that we thought were gonna win here. You know what? Let's send it.
He's going to forge a trophy. You have to choose now. You already choose it, maybe. So which one do you want to go into trophy? There is Falcons, Alliance, Zeta Division. Which one?
Crush?
No, it's already crushed now, but it will be helping to forge your trophy. So you just have to choose. You take Team Falcons? Okay, here we go for Team Falcons.
Da hora. Eles vão escolher um deles pra ser a base do troféu, velho.
So Falcons were the first. Now, can we have the second teams you want? You take Alliance.
Alliance? Caralho. Alliance, boa.
And so now you have to choose for the last team which one you will take. Of course, you win this 1v1 at the end, and you will take Zeta Division.
Pegaram da Zeta, guys. Caraca, os caras são imperdoáveis, mano. Nice.
So now, guys, you can go for raising your trophy once again and put your key in the walls of this Esports World Cup 2026 here at Paris.
Olha o degrau ascendendo! Uau! Ah, mano, produção, velho, produção, velho.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, make some noise for your AWC 2026 Apex Champions, Team Unlimited!
Da hora, velho, da hora, velho, da hora, da hora. Mano, a EWC é muito pica, mano.
You're gonna give you the frame, and you're gonna have to put this frame in the wall of this Esports World Cup 2026. Here you go, guys.
Pô, podiam explicar melhor pra galera, né, velho? Parece um puzzle pra spawnar um boss, igualzinho, velho. Podiam fazer um treinamento com a galera ali, né? Ai, eles vão subir na plataforma, mano. Que isso? Que isso, velho? Olha isso! Mano, parece Zelda, velho. Eles vão desbloquear alguma coisa aí.
Second frames, ladies and gentlemen, of this Esports World Cup 2026 here at Paris for Apexlegends.
Eles já botaram o nome dos caras ali, ó. Unlimited, já tá lá já. Caralho, que trabalho rápido, mano. Mas seria meio sacanagem treinar geral pra ganhar. Ué, treina geral, ué. Oxi. Aí os caras fazem o trabalho depois só. Mano, os caras já botaram o nome deles ali na placa já, pô. Os caras no hall da fama aí, filho. Legal, legal, velho. Legal, legal.
And there you have your champions of the ALGS Year 6 Split 1 playoffs at EW6 2026. Nobody expected them to be here.
É legal também, é legal também. Pô, mano, eles ganharam e eles estão perdidos. Tipo, eles nem esperavam até isso, né?
$600,000. And not only that, added 1,000 points to their club championship leaderboard. Stay tuned, because there's more EWC action to come.
Muito maneiro, mano. Muito maneiro. Cara, muito legal, guys. Muito legal. Muito legal, velho. Cadê minha câmera? Oxi. Cadê minha câmera, velho? Sério? Bugou? Foi maneiro, agora eu vou no banheiro. Então, eu vou sair agora, gente. Galera, muito obrigado pra quem ficou aí assistindo a final do Apexlegends. Foi bem maneiro, velho. Talvez eu volte mais tarde aí com outra live de alguma outra coisa, né? Talvez um Ragnarok aí pra nós. Tô triste que minha câmera parou de pegar, né? Mas não posso fazer tudo. Na live do Warframe, então. Daí tem a galera da live do Warframe. Gente, muito obrigado pela companhia de vocês. Abraços. Tchau, 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 tchau. Nos vemos na semana que vem com mais campeonato, hein? A gente vai ter aí uma semana cheia, vai ter LOL. Como paro de pegar? Parar de pegar o quê? Enfim, vai ter live de LOL aí. Do campeonato mundial, né? E é nóis, galera. Tchau, tchau, pessoal. Tchau, tchau. A câmera? Bom, sei lá como é que parou de pegar, velho. Muito engraçado, mano. Tchau, gente. Tchau. Tchau. Falou.